Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Good morning. Everyone's ahead of the game on a Monday morning. Thank you. Um,
I think they know the drill.
Yep. Thank you. I will go ahead and get us started then with introductions. Good morning. It's October 20th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I'm conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of the hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Today we have Mr. Wooldridge with us, who will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of the slides. If you are a witness today, you may simply ask Mr. Wooldridge to advance to the next slide, and cross-examiners, you may ask Mr. Wooldridge to please bring up a particular exhibit. We may have a changing of the guard, so to speak, later this afternoon. Mr. Wooldridge may need to step out, but I will let you know. But either way, we will have someone on that task. We will take breaks today, as is our normal practice, and we will once again have a hard stop today at 5 p.m. I think there are a couple of procedural items, just minor items to address. One is I wanted to let you all know that on October 23rd, on Thursday, I will be planning to my son is in his school play, and they are having a showing at 11:30, and I would like to be there. So my intent is to call an early lunch at 11:15, and we'll go long. So we'll break from 11:15 until 12:30, and call that our lunch break on October 23rd. But I wanted to bring that to your attention early, and I appreciate your understanding of that. We did receive the letter from DWR, a letter from DWR responding to the request for additional modeling. We have not had a chance to digest it, but I know there's some urgency in assuming everything goes forward in arranging this discussion between the modeling experts, if you will. I am working with my team. I hope maybe after lunch we can maybe move back to this issue if I have more answers, but trying to see if we can have a discussion as early as the 23rd, that would be ideal, and if not, the 27th. But I can confirm with that and reconvene and see if I know DWR, you need your team to be there and available as well. So I'm looking into that. And I will look to the room to see if there are other procedural issues we need to address this morning. But I think with that, I just wanted to make sure too that I am on the same page. My understanding is we left off, we had a little bit of cross-examination of DTEC's witnesses left. And then on my notepad, I circled October 23rd, and I don't know why. So I frankly can't recall if I believe we're returning to DTEC's witnesses this morning. But if I am mistaken, please let me know. We've had a site visit intervening and some things. So I just didn't make a note of what I was thinking about October 23rd. With those items, if there are anything on that or other procedural issues, I will look to the room. Mr. Brodsky, if we can please elevate Mr. Brodsky. Good morning, Mr. Brodsky.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you and see you.
Good to see you. So I was advised that some witnesses may be running long. We are scheduled to start on October 23rd, and I was advised that some witnesses are running long this week, which might result in pushing us back forward from the 23rd. There might not be enough time on the 23rd for all our witnesses. So I wanted to check in and see what's going on with that.
Frankly, I don't know. I know I mean, that seems possible because we have to complete the DTEC witnesses. I have noted here, we have 15 minutes to 30 minutes possible of additional cross-examination for DTEX witnesses. I may have some questions. There may be some redirect. And then we would move to SAC Sewers witnesses, of which we have 6. I believe I had noted, and I will look to the room, I believe I noted, or maybe I think we didn't have an estimate of time. So I'll look to DWR. Can we please elevate Ms. Morris to look for a estimate of cross-exam for the SAC Sewer witnesses?
Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Hi. We did coordinate with times with the SOMAC firm regarding cross-examination. I believe that, and I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong because I'm going from memory. We had the Miss Moskal said that Mr. Dobson and Mr. Young will go as a panel first. They were not scheduled to go as a panel on the sheet, but that was the plan. We have about an hour and a half of cross-examination for those 2 witnesses. And then we would move, I believe, to Dr. Marty. We have about an hour of cross-examination for Dr. Marty. And then separately, Mr. Stephen Mell would go. Right now, our best estimate is 1.5 hours. And then we know that that will not likely finish on October 23rd. Well, actually, sorry, we might finish all of those folks on October 23rd, but Dr. Paulson and Clarence Lundy were available to go on October 29th, where there was already a hold. So I anticipate, depending on this morning, that we may get to begin on Thursday some of the Hood Community Council witnesses. I can repeat any of that. I know I just spat
Yeah,
out.
well, and I know we're all, and I appreciate the coordination that's going on in the background here. So it sounds like we may, I mean, we may want to hear from, I should look for just to, yes, Ms. Moskal. You should join the conversation here. If we can please elevate Ms. Moskal. And what I'm going to ask is whether Dr. Paulson and
Morning,
Clarence
Hearing
Lund.
Officer Kenzie.
Good morning. I'm wondering if Dr. Paulson and Clarence Lund, is the proposal to possibly hold them over to the 29th if we don't get to them today?
Yes, that's correct. They are not available on the 23rd. Everything that Ms. Morris said is accurate.
Okay. So it sounds like we have these 4 Dobson, Mr. Dobson. Oh, I'm sorry. But now I'm confused. But we're going to start this morning with Christoph Dobson and Clarence Lund. Is that right, as a panel?
I think we're going to finish DTEC, and then as soon as we finish
Yes.
DTEC, go straight into Mr. Dobson and Mr. Young as a panel.
Young, I wrote it down incorrectly. Thank you. That's why I was confused. Now I understand. So I think, back to you, Mr. Brodsky, what I am hearing is we may make significant progress on Mr. Dobson, Mr. Young, Dr. Marty, and Mr. Mell today. I don't know that we may well get through all of those witnesses, and then we're going to hold on Dr. Paulson and Mr. Lund and turn to your witnesses on the 23rd. So we'll know better later today, in terms of how far, whether we have holdovers in the morning, but it's possible, depending on our progress, we may turn to your witnesses right in the morning on the 23rd.
Thank you. What we have right now scheduled for the 23rd is my opening statement, and then Charles Salter, Tom Burke, Angelica Whaley, and Brian Tomlin. And that's on the 23rd. And then on the 27th, we have down Mario Morena, Gio Moreno, and Karen Mann. So if it's the case that it doesn't seem like all of the witnesses that I mentioned for the 23rd would be able to go on the 23rd, and we would need to move some of them. Would it be to the 28th? It's my understanding that the 27th is only an afternoon session the last time I checked, unless that's been lengthened. So I'm just trying to find out if I need to notify and begin making arrangements. For example, with Mr. Salter and Mr. Tomlin are probably the easiest to move. They're the experts, and they're just in their in their offices with their computers. So I mean, does that?
I think,
What do you think?
Mr. Brodsky, I think we're, like I said, we'll know better at the end of today, but it sounds to me
Okay.
like we may get through the 4 witnesses you identified for the 23rd on the 23rd.
Okay. So then should I just check back to tomorrow? Is there a session tomorrow? Yeah.
No, we don't come back until the 23rd. So
So
the end of the day today, we
would be to
can
check in
see
then.
where we are. Yeah.
Okay. And
I'm happy to give you a
you'll
call,
go
Mr.
till
Brodsky.
5. So you have a short housekeeping session at the end of the day before you sign off. Is that the way it'll work?
Yes, we can plan to
Okay.
do that. And it sounds like Ms. Morris is also happy to reach out about where we are in our status. So that,
Okay. Well, I'll just plan to sign back on about 4:30 or 4:45 then.
wonderful.
Oh, before you go, just for planning purposes, do you have an estimate of your opening, and can you confirm that all the witnesses on the 23rd are going to be a panel, or are they going to be presented individually? And do you have estimates for their direct? Sorry.
Yeah, so my opening I'd estimated 20 minutes, and the proposed schedule that we turned in had estimates for all the witnesses that included an estimate for cross-examination, and I was just using a rule of thumb that cross would be twice as much as what we're estimating for the direct. And so the total time I had down for Charles Salter was 105 minutes. For Tom Burke, 45 minutes. For Angelica Whaley, 60 minutes. And for Brian Tomlin, 60 minutes. And so that would be, Burke would be 15 minutes for his direct, Whaley 20 minutes for direct, Tomlin 20 minutes for direct, and then I guess 35 minutes for Salter direct.
Thank you.
I think if anything, the direct might be a little shorter as we're getting closer. And then also, so Mr. Tomlin teaches a class in the morning, and so he's only available in the afternoon. So I had him last, and we were assuming that he would go after lunch.
So you intend to do them separately then?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't answer your question. They would be separate, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then Hearing Officer Kinsey, for clarification, my assumption was that on October 27th, if we did not finish these witnesses, assuming that's the case, that we would finish them on October 27th and then move on to the Friends of the River witnesses, and just continue in order. So maybe I'll just throw that out there in case there's some scheduling issue for people to consider.
That's my understanding. I think that's exactly what Mr. Brodsky was asking, was whether he needs to make sure that his witnesses, those that.
And also just to interject, on the 27th, we have scheduled Mario Moreno, Gia Moreno, and Karen Mann, who would be as a panel. And I had estimated 165 minutes total, so that's about 55 minutes direct, something like that.
And Mr. Brodsky, I think a new version was circulated September 17th. So there is 2 witnesses, at least in the morning, Christina Swanson and Charles Sinner and Heather Cooley prior to your panel, which I think is hopefully going in the afternoon.
AM. Okay, 2 witnesses AM. And the new version was circulated when? I'm sorry, Ms. Morris.
Miss Moskal sent it, I believe, September 17th.
Okay.
I have a September 29th, well, it may just have email addresses, the September 29th version, but there's a 2025 9/29 updated document in the
Yes.
correspondence folder.
That had just the emails added. Mr. Brodsky, I can send you the most current schedule if that's helpful.
Thank you very much. I'd appreciate that.
And thank you to all of you. I know that it's a lot of witnesses and a lot of different people's availability we're dealing with, and I will try to keep you informed at the end of the day, Mr. Brodsky, so you can plan whether we expect we need any to hold over until the 27th.
Okay, great.
But
Well,
I am eternally optimistic about it. We've done
good quality to have.
well.
So I'll just, then I guess I can just sign off now then if there's nothing else for me.
Ms. Morris looks like she has something else.
Okay.
I know that this happened too, and on October 28th, there's a hold for um, uh, some of the DWR tribal witnesses, consultants. And I think that holdover time for your panel on the 28th got bumped. So hopefully that's notated. I'm not sure that's in the most updated version yet.
So if we didn't finish on the 27th, then when would we finish?
I think we should broach that when we have a better, we're getting so far out that I think it's very speculative,
Okay.
but it could be sometime in the afternoon on the 28th.
That's what I'm wondering. I mean, we have it on the schedule. There's a hold, but I think we probably have to play that out. I agree, Ms. Morris.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Brodsky.
All right. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
If we can please elevate Mr. Busher. Good morning, Mr. Busher.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Eric Busher for San Francisco Baykeeper. I just wanted to flag, we also are reviewing DWR's response from Friday, and to the extent there's going to be any sort of technical meeting, there are going to be non-attorney participants, or at least people wanting to listen in, experts from protesting parties, including from NGO groups. And if we could have, sufficient time before that gets scheduled to make sure that we can get those people there, that would be appreciated as we go forward with that process.
Understood. I can understand. You want your technical folks there as well. I'm making a note.
Yeah, and I think that's true for several other of the protesting parties, but I don't have any information about their schedules.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you.
And can we please elevate Ms. Castro Galindo?
Hi, thank you, Hearing Officer
morning.
Kinsey. Good morning. I'm just coming on here because Mr. Mulcahy does have some pretty limited time constraints. He has to be done by 11 a.m. So we just wanted to flag that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. And hopefully we are ready to move back, but let me look to thank you very much. Let me look to the room. In the meantime, if the team can elevate Ann Carroll, I'm sure she would like to be up here. And is there anyone else who either has a comment or on procedure, a procedural issue, or would like to be elevated at this time? Please feel free to raise your hand. And good morning, Ms. Carroll. If we can please elevate Mr. Sanlu, already elevated, Sanluber B. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer. No procedural matters at this time. Just wanted to make sure I was elevated before we jump in.
Yes, thank you very much. And good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning. Thank you for bearing with my audio in the morning.
Yes. And is there anyone else? Otherwise, we will return to DWR's cross-examination. We need to bring up our witnesses, I suppose. That would be the next step here. So we should have Mr. Mulcahy, Dr. Sarmento, Mr. Wallace, Mr. Moore, and Dr. Diver. And if you don't mind, to our witnesses, if you don't mind just coming on camera and saying good morning, and we'll check your audio just to make sure you're here. Good morning, Mr. Mulcahy.
Good morning, Officer Kinsey. How are you?
Good, thank you. And good morning, Dr. Sarmento.
Good morning. You can hear me okay?
Yes, I can hear you fine. I'm
Okay,
sorry, I should have responded. Yes. And good morning, Dr. Diver.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Moore.
Good morning.
And good morning, Mr. Wallace.
Morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I believe we have Mr. Sanluber B. We have Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris, are you picking up with questions for this panel?
I am. I have a few questions left for Dr. Sarmento, but maybe I'll turn first to Mr. Mulcahy and then come back, just given his time constraint. I can't, I'm going to find you in my screen. Good morning, Mr. Mulcahy. How are you?
I'm hiding.
How are you this morning?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good.
Thank you for coming back. I have some questions for you. Mr. Mulcahy, are you authorized to speak on behalf of the Winnemem Wintu tribe?
Yes, I am.
And in your testimony, which is marked as DTEC 35, and it states that you serve as the government liaison for the Winnemem Wintu tribe. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And in that role, is one of your responsibilities consultation?
It is, depending on where the location is.
Okay. And can you elaborate on the location?
Well, we also have a TIPO, which is Mark Miyoshi, Tribal Historical Preservation Officer. And in many of the consultations, whether it's AB 52 consultation or NEPA 106 consultation, he handles most of that. And the location is based on where the project is going to take place. So that's the case.
And Mr. Mulcahy, you were not directly involved in the government-to-government consultation with DWR for the Delta Conveyance project on behalf of the Winnemem Wintu tribe, correct?
Oh, that's correct. No, Mark Miyoshi was the main contact on those consultations. The only processes I was involved in was the informational meetings that we had with DWR.
And would you agree that the Winnemem Wintu tribal TIPO is usually delegated as a representative in a majority, if not all, of the consultations with DWR?
Objection.
I
Assumes
would not
facts, not
agree
in
to that.
evidence.
That's okay. I would not agree to that.
And is your understanding that the information provided by tribes during these consultations is treated as confidential by the Department of Water Resources?
That's a good question. And the reason why I say that's a good question is because on a couple of occasions during the cross-examination on Wednesday, you mentioned 13 tribes consulted. And I looked at the table, and there's actually only 8 tribes that were consulted under EB 52. So if you're talking about consultation, are you talking about confidential consultation under AB 52, or you're talking about general consultation, which can be informal or formal?
Sorry, I'm confused. What information did you look at? Did you look at what's been marked as AHO 1201? If we
I
could
don't know. I don't know what that exhibit is.
which exhibit, what did you look at to come up with the number that you were just discussing on
The
consultation?
tribal engagement log, that's a part of chapter 32 of the final EIR. And that's exactly what I looked at. And it's also what I referred to in my testimony. The problem with mine was that I saw an earlier version, and in that version, there was AB 52 consultation designated to some tribes and just simple consultation designated other tribes. So I excluded the consultation designated other tribes and only referred to the AB 52 consultation that I was aware of, because that's what we required under law and under CEQA in order to certify the FEIR.
And maybe I'll just pull up, and I have some questions for you about this. Mr. Woolridge, could you please pull up what's been marked as AHO 1201? And Mr. Mulcahy, is this a document that you just well, actually, let me ask you, is this what you were referring to in your response to me a few minutes ago?
That's correct.
And is this something that you just reviewed after the testimony that was provided last Wednesday?
Well, I reviewed it again, yeah. And the reason why I reviewed it was because, like I said, 2 occasions in cross-examination, you mentioned 13 consulting tribes. One of them to Chairman Wallace, and that was at hour 7, minute 6, 28 seconds of the testimony. And you asked him, are you aware that all 13 consulting tribes were given the opportunity to review, et cetera, et cetera? And that raised the question in my mind, 13 tribes, where did you get 13 tribes at? So I went back to and looked at the document, and I couldn't find 13 tribes on there that were consulted under AB 52.
Okay, I have some questions for you on this document. And so I don't think you answered my question about whether or not you have an understanding through your have you participated in any consultations with the Department of Water Resources?
I've participated in informal consultations, not EB 52 consultations.
And were those informal consultations regarding the Delta Conveyance project or a different project?
Delta Conveyance project, and those were during informational meetings that tribes were invited to, and also during informational meetings that they gave presentations on as far as proposed drafts of the FEIR. Basically informational meetings.
And were you aware that the Winnemem-Wintu tribe participated in 17 consultations with the Department of Water Resources?
Yes, I am. I got a full
Let's one at a time. So it sounds like objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
We can go to page 8 of this PDF.
Correct.
Please.
Page 8 of the PDF shows that the Winnemem-Wintu were engaged in 17 consultations, and I believe an informational meeting. And out of each one of those consultations, as a government liaison, I got a full report from Mark Miyoshi on the content of those consultations and what was discussed. I also received a summary of the Winnemem-Wintu's consultation report based on those about what the tribe felt about the results of those consultations. So yes, I hope that answers your question.
I think so. It sounds like you were aware of them. And do you know if DWR reached out to other upstream tribes, including some of those mentioned in your testimony?
I'm not aware if they did formally, because I don't have the list of who DWR contacted, but I do have a list, which is from DWR's webpage, Assembly Bill 52 Tribal Consultation Notification List. And on this list, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 tribes is all that is listed. And the Winnemem-Wintu is not even listed on there.
So I'm sorry, what you're referring to is not in evidence. So I'm not sure what you're looking at or if that's current. So again, that was not my question. And my question was, again, if you were aware that DWR reached out to other tribes upstream, including some of those mentioned in your testimony.
Objection, assumes facts not in evidence.
I asked if does he know? Is that better?
That's fair. Please, Mr. Mulcahy.
Oh, okay, sure. No, I am not aware, or it's not I don't have an understanding whether or not they reached out to additional tribes north. I believe Redding Rancheria told us that they hadn't been contacted, and that's the Noel Mook had not been contacted. Those are the only two that I'm actually aware of.
And in your testimony, you mentioned the Buena Vista Rancheria of Miwok Indians. Are you aware that there were consultation meetings with that tribe?
Yeah, that would
Objection. counsel is
turn to page
testifying.
4 of this document.
That would
Please,
be
turn to
that would
page
be the
4.
Buena Vista Band of Miwok Indians. And I am aware that DWR lists consultation meetings, but they do not list AB 52 consultation meetings. So those consultation meetings didn't fall under the parameters of AB 52, and I discounted those because they can either be informational or formal meetings, and there's no record whether or not they were confidential or not.
And do you see on this list here that they are listed as consultation meetings?
I see
Objection, counsel is testifying.
Overruled.
I see that. And I also see that it says consultation meeting. It does not say AB 52 consultation, which is required under CEQA in order to formalize and finalize the FEIR. So the consultation meeting could have been formal or informal. And since Buena Vista is a sovereign nation, I'm not going to ask them what the parameters were of their consultation. I can only rely on what DWR has classified it as, and it is classified it not as an AB 52 consultation, but as a consultation meeting. So it could have been an informal meeting, it could have been informational, it could have been a discussion. Nobody knows what that was other than Buena Vista. So it had to be discounted as far as actual consultation under the law.
So, Mr. Mulcahy, and this table that is listing the meetings, consultation or informal, and where it lists, if you want to just scroll, maybe just so you can see the top of this PDF page 2, Mr. Woolridge. I just want to make sure we have the same understanding. If you could scroll down, do you understand that this is part of the final environmental impact report, the FEIR?
Oh, I understand it is. I also
And if we could
understand
go to
that
PDF page 3, Mr. Woolridge, please. And would you agree that the meetings here are listed in this table as either consultation or informational?
they're listed as either pre-consultational, consultational, or informational.
And if you could, well, that's your interpretation of the table. If we could go to, let's go to PDF page 4. Do you see on the line 313 that is listed as an informational meeting?
Yes, I do. With
And Mr.
Hupavali and
Mulcahy,
Objection, counsel keeps interrupting the witness. Can the witness please finish?
We're all I think we're all talking all over each other. I'll ask both Ms. Morris and Mr. Mulcahy to pause at the end, and so we don't have this problem with talking over each other, which I think is intentional. So, but thank you, I appreciate that. Ms. Morris, I believe back to you.
Thank you. And Mr. Mulcahy, you didn't prepare this table, correct?
No, I did not.
So you don't know whether or not consultation meeting is formal or informal, correct?
Objection, assumes facts not on evidence.
Ms. Morris can ask whether Mr. Mulcahy has an understanding, if you have an understanding, Mr. Mulcahy.
I believe I answered that already when I stated that the difference between AB 52 consultation, which is required under CEQA and has specific parameters to qualify an FEIR for finalization, as opposed to just plain consultation. And under my understanding, just a plain consultation can be informal, informational, a conversation between two people, and it doesn't necessarily constitute full consultation under the law. That's my understanding.
Mr. Mulcahy, are you authorized to speak on behalf of the Buena Vista Rancheria of, am I saying that Miwok? Is that correct? Miwok Indians?
I believe I already answered that earlier, stating that the Buena Vista Rancheria Band of Miwok Indians is a sovereign nation, and their interaction with whoever they're interacting with is their definition, whether it's confidential or not confidential. You would have to ask Buena Vista if they thought that was confidential consultation, but DWR has designated it not as AB 52 consultation, but as a general consultation meeting.
And so is in that answer, are you saying you are not authorized to speak on their behalf? Is that correct?
I'm not authorized to speak on their behalf. I'm authorized to speak on my own behalf and my understanding and understanding of what this table shows and what AB 52 consultation is as opposed to regular consultation. And that's what I'm testifying to.
Do you have an understanding if DWR considers all consultation, whether AB 52 or informal, confidential?
Objection, compound question.
You can break one by one, Ms. Morris.
Do you have an understanding if DWR considers informal consultation as confidential information received from tribes?
I don't work for DWR, so I'm not quite sure if I can answer that correctly. I do know that DWR has a proposed guidelines for consultation that was put forth in 2016, but never finalized.
So you don't know one way or another as you sit here today?
No, I don't. I can only go by what's written in front of me. And
go ahead, Mr. Mulcahy.
Yeah, I can only go by what's written in front of me. And as I have answered before, under the law, CEQA, AB 52 consultation is required. And that's a government-to-government confidential consultation is required under law in order to finalize an FEIR. And that consultation needs to be designated as AB 52 consultation to show that it followed the legal guidelines and the legal requirements of the law. If the consultation is not designated as AB 52 consultation, then it's anybody's guess of what the consultation was.
If we can go to PDF page 5 of this document, Mr. Woolridge. And Mr. Mulcahy, do you see that DWR had 9 AB 52 consultation meetings with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
I can see that. They also had an informational meeting.
And are you authorized to speak on, let me just ask this in general, and then if I need to break it down, you list a bunch of tribes and I'm going to ask you a bunch of questions, but are you authorized to speak on behalf of any of the other tribes that you've listed in your testimony other than the Winnemem Wintu?
No, I am not.
And if we could go, please, Mr. Woolridge, pull up what's been marked as DWR, AHO 1204.
And this is just a very minor point, but I'll point out, Ms. Morris, it's Wooldridge. He has a D. There's a D in there.
Wooldridge.
Yep.
Sorry.
I didn't want to.
Thank you. I feel like I'm having lots of pronunciation practice.
It's Monday morning.
Have you reviewed this document, Mr. Mulcahy?
Objection, lacks foundation. What is this document?
Will you represent what this document is, please, Ms. Morris?
Sure. I will represent to you that this is Appendix 32D, Principles for the Identification of Tribal Cultural Resources for the Proposed Delta Conveyance Project. Have you reviewed this document, Mr. Mulcahy?
Briefly, I did not review it in depth.
And if we could please go to PDF page 10, Mr. Wooldridge. And I will direct your attention if I can. Is it possible, Mr. Wooldridge, to sort of zoom in towards the top bullet?
It would be good.
And then yes, scroll. Thank you so much. Do you see that first bullet, Mr. Mulcahy?
I see that, yes.
Were you aware that DWR reached out to 119 tribes to notify them regarding the public scoping process for and in terms of AB 52 and the Delta Conveyance Project?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
This document, hearing officer, is in evidence. It's an HO.
Understood. I'll allow the question. Please, Mr. Mulcahy, based on your understanding.
Based on my understanding, I am not aware how many tribes DWR reached out to, since I do not manage their mailing list.
And do you have any reason to doubt that the information provided here that states that DWR sent letters to 119 tribes and 2 additional letters to 2 Northern California tribes during the public scoping process is incorrect?
I have reason to doubt it based on prior practices of interactions with DWR, the state of California, and tribes in the state of California. But I will take it that DWR is stating that they have contacted 119 tribes as written here.
And would you also agree that the list of 119 tribes was pursuant to the AB 52 legislation list of tribes to consult?
Well, according to this, it was, and that brings up the consultation table again. If these were written and sent to tribes for AB 52 consultation, then list the consultation as AB 52 consultation on your tribal engagement page. But since they did not list all the consultations as AB 52 consultations, whether they sent out 119, 220, or 532 is irrelevant based on the results of the consultation and what they listed in their tribal engagement log.
And Mr. Mulcahy, would you agree that the decision to consult with a state agency is up to each individual tribe?
Yes, I would.
And are you aware that DWR conducted in fact, why don't we just do this so we don't get an objection? Can we please go to PDF page 9 of this document? Right, oops, I think we went a little bit too far. Yes, that's great. Do you see in the last bullet? Are you aware that DWR conducted a tribal information meeting on September 11th of 2019?
I believe they did, and that's probably one of the ones I was involved with. So, I mean, it's 2019, it was 6 years ago. Yeah, I've been involved in several informational meetings for tribes from DWR and other agencies.
And are you aware that the department also requested a contact list from the NAHC in November 29th to help inform and plan the development of the notice of the NOP for this project?
No, I don't work for DWR, so I can't verify whether or not they did contact Native American Heritage Commission in November of 2019. I can just go by what they've written.
And are you aware that DWR conducted a second tribal information meeting on November 12th of 2019?
I don't recall that, but it's quite possible they did.
And do you have any awareness of how many tribes attended those meetings?
I don't recall. I think the one I was involved in, there was about, I don't know, 20 plus.
And do you have any information or knowledge about whether or not DWR sent a project notification letter to the Cachildihi Band of Wintun Indians of the Calusa Indian community, so I can fully state the names?
I'm not aware. Quetzaldichi, I know they did Yochadichi, and I'm not sure if they did, I don't know, Cachaldisi, which is Cortina.
So, and are you aware if or not if DWR sent or didn't send anything to the Paskenta Band of Numlaki Indians tribe?
No, I can't testify for Paskenta, so I don't know if they received anything or not.
And how about for the Redding Rancheria tribe?
The only thing I can give you is hearsay evidence from Reading Rancheria that they were not contacted on it. So whether that's true or not, I can't testify yes or no.
And in reviewing your and drafting your testimony, Mr. Mulcahy, did you review what I think is still up on the screen, which is marked as AHO 1204, Appendix D of the FEIR? This, I think you said you looked at it, but maybe not in depth.
Is that what you have right now? Initiate consultation or for engagement with California Native American tribes?
Maybe, Mr. Wooldridge, can we go to page 1 on this
Thank
document?
you. This is the same document that we were looking at.
Yeah, I said I skimmed over this, looked for any important things that might stand out to me. I did not read it in depthly, no.
And if we could please go to beginning of page 8 of this document, Mr. Wooldridge. And if we could scroll down slightly. And yeah, perfect. Did you read the Delta Conveyance Project principles for tribal cultural resource identification that are listed on page 8 and then continue on to page 9 of this document?
Yes, I actually read those.
Thank you. And have you, if we could pull up Mr. Wooldridge, I believe it's now marked DWR-1101R2. Oh, sorry, before we go from this document, under Principle 6, can you read that to yourself at the bottom of the page?
I read it.
And so would you agree that the department does treat information shared by consulting tribes as sensitive and confidential?
To an extent, yes. If you want to use this page in exhibit, go back up a little bit. And the introductory paragraph above Delta Conveyance Project Principles for Tribal Cultural Resource Identification specifically sets out requirements of AB 52. But it says it does not preclude additional consultation with American tribes to address the considerations of resources that do not meet the criteria of considered historical resources, but it still is subject to CEQA and CEQA guidelines.
Okay, thank you. And if we could pull up Mr. Wooldridge, DWR 1101, I think it is R2. Yeah. And Mr. Mulcahy, have you reviewed what I will represent to you has been submitted in this proceeding by DWR proposed permit conditions or proposed permit terms?
Yes, I have. And what revision is this? Do you know when this revision was put out?
This one was put out last week, but there is no changes to the tribal commitments that are in this document. So you have read these?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I have it on the table in front of me.
Thank you. And Dr. Sarmento, I have a couple of questions for you left. I have to find you on my screen. I think maybe we could take this down. There you are.
Are you done with me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Oh, but the hearing officer and others may have redirects, so we're not. I may be
Right. I understand.
Okay.
And she also has some questions on tech, which, yeah, I have time to be around for.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy.
Yeah.
Sorry, if we could pull up Dr. Sarmento's testimony, which is marked as DTech 58, please, Mr. Wooldridge. And I want to look at page 19.
And can I just state that it's Dr. Sarmento, please?
I thought I said Dr. Sarmento, sorry. My apologies, Dr. Sarmento. In looking at your testimony on, if you could just look at line specifically, line 15, the sentence begins on line 13. My question is, what did you mean other dimensions, or what do you mean by other dimensions in the context of that statement?
So in this particular context, like looking at the tribal cultural landscape being connected to sort of the other chapters and other things that are going on as part of the EIR. So the tribal cultural landscape is not being integrated into those other chapters. It's not being looked at in those respects. That's what I meant by that.
Okay, so in this context, the other dimensions are the other chapters of the EIR.
Right, but like the difficulty with the thing about doing tribal cultural landscapes is that they're interconnected pieces of which the act of like creating sort of the EIR sort of tries to like disentangle things that are interconnected in ways that are that you can't like disconnect.
Can you give me an example of just what you mean by just one example?
So there's let me think for a second. So I think there is sort of the archaeology that is happening. Well, we'll take an example of like the archaeology that's happening on the ground. There is the underground resources that would be connected to the above ground resources, that would be connected to the waterways, that would be connected to what people are doing with their culture in those particular areas. So the fact that people have been, again, sort of removed from those spaces, and then we're also talking about how those chapters have sort of disentangled spaces that are integrally like that they're interconnected in ways that shouldn't have been disentangled.
And is it your understanding that the other resources from other chapters of the EIR are sort of integrated into Chapter 32 from a tribal cultural landscape perspective?
In part, but not the other chapters the other way.
And in your testimony on Wednesday, you stated that meaningful consultation, and if I'm not getting this correct, please correct me, that meaningful consultation requires active participation by both parties. Do you remember stating that?
Yes.
And based on your testimony that the meaningful consultation requires two active parties, would you characterize Shingle Springs' participation in the Delta Conveyance project consultation with DWR active?
Sorry, I don't active as in actively occurring now. I don't think I understand the question there.
Wait, you said active participation. What did you mean by active participation?
Oh, so active participation is it's more than just sort of sending lots of emails and lots of other kinds of things. It'll be you can actually see this sort of in like keystone like conversations. So and I think that there were lots of good conversations, but in terms of like confidentiality as an example, confidentiality also needs to end up in like a document that sort of talks about how the tribes are engaging. Again, other kinds of documents that would be good would be like an MOU. There's no MOU between the tribe and DWR discussing specifically how it's going to engage in sort of this long-term project, but also like in projects in general, so that that it's good sort of relationship building to build those other kinds of things. Again, other kinds of spaces that would make this more meaningful would be like invited signatory status, or other kinds of active sort of planning in terms of programs.
In the context of your statement, invited signatory status, what would that look like to you in the context of the Delta Conveyance project?
So in the tribe is already, I look at it this way, is that the tribes are actively working on this project from the beginning, and we'll be working on this project during when it's doing ground disturbing activities, when you have staging areas, when you have roadways, when you have levees. It's going to be making sure that the cultural resources aren't being affected in those spaces. So the tribe is going to have an active footprint throughout the entirety of the project. It's also going to have an active footprint, hopefully throughout the longevity of the operations.
And Dr. Sarmento, are you aware that DWR has committed post EIR to ongoing coordination with tribes regarding the long-term operations and maintenance of the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection assumes facts, not an evidence.
We can pull up DWR 1101R2, please, Mr. Wooldridge.
And just to clarify, we're having some back and forth. It's still labeled as R1. I mean, I believe, so we may want to refer to this it was submitted, I believe, October 9th. I just want to make sure the record reflects that when we refer to R2, the document is titled R1, but I think it has been revised a second time. That's my understanding.
Thank you. Yeah, sorry for that misunderstanding. And if we could go to permit term 35, which is far down at the bottom. And sorry, I don't have the PDF page handy. I believe let's try page 12. Yes. So
which permit term are we looking at, Ms. Morris?
Permit term 35.
Thank you.
So yeah, my question is, are you aware that post FEIR, DWR has committed in these permit terms to ongoing coordination with tribes regarding long-term operation and maintenance of the Delta Conveyance project?
So I am aware of that. My push would be for an MOU sort of cementing that relationship in time, because otherwise it can be sort of left off on it gets put here, but we're not talking about it later on down the road. So, I mean, that's the reason for having some of those other kinds of documents sort of setting up that relationship further on down.
And would you be open to having a discussion with the Department of Water Resources regarding that? An MOU?
Objection. The witness has testified that he wasn't familiar with this document last week.
I think I'll overrule that objection to the question. I'm not sure, Ms. Morris. I don't know, Dr. Sarmento, you can tell us. I don't know that Dr. Sarmento is in a position to make any commitments at this time, although I encourage conversations amongst all the parties. So I don't know, Ms. Morris, if you want your question to stand or it's more of an invitation.
An invitation is fine. But I think that Dr. Sarmento, sorry, stated that he is authorized to speak on behalf of Shingle Springs in his role.
No, I understand that. I don't know if he's authorized to make commitments. That may be a separate thing.
At this point, I don't have any further questions for this panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Are there others who have questions for this panel? I had indicated that I have some, but I wanted to make sure, look to the room. All right, well, thank you. And I indicated last week when we discussed that I did have some questions about, specifically about traditional ecological knowledge. And I will look to the panel. Dr. Diver, if you're here as well, I would like to have you up. And I assume that our other witnesses are listening as well, including we have Chairman Wallace and Mr. Moore as well. Dr. Diver, I was going to turn to you first. I mean, each of you, it seems to me, are coming from different experiences and positions with respect to traditional ecological knowledge. Dr. Diver, I think my understanding from your testimony, which let me see if I can pull it up here. I have the right binder. excuse me. You spoke of, with respect to traditional ecological knowledge as a scientist, and from that perspective, and I wanted to ask you explicitly whether TEK, if I can use that for short, is the type of information that you would rely upon in conducting scientific research or reaching scientific conclusions. Whether you could speak to that, please.
Thank you. Yes, I am in my area of scholarship, I look to the processes of making decisions for my environmental management with TEK and what we know as a community of scholars about how that occurs and generalizable processes for facilitating that.
And how do you what types of features, if this is the right way to ask the question, you'll help me get to it, but what type of features would you rely on as what I would call indicia of reliability, or what aspects of would either identify information as TEK or identify to you that it is reliable information upon which you might rely or consider relying?
Thank you. I think part of the definitions that are offered in the scholarly context, which are then being shared in practice by tribal leaders and cultural practitioners in the room, think a lot about TEK as this cumulative body of knowledge and beliefs that is handed down by cultural transmission. And it is specifically about the relationship of living beings, people, with each other and the environment. And so that is coming from some of the scholarly work that Vikrit Burkus has put forth as a starting place. And I think that, an additional identifying point of TEK is offered by Robin Kimmerer's scholarship, which I've also included in some of my testimony and exhibits, where she writes about deeply held relationships and reciprocal relationships that are held between land, water, and living entities. And a defining characteristic is this relational aspect where there's a reciprocity with the land that's held fundamental to many indigenous belief systems. And that reciprocity directs a combined understanding of rights and responsibilities as being simultaneous and mutually held. Where responsibilities in traditional ecological knowledge or indigenous knowledge systems direct indigenous peoples to take on a deeply held stewardship role for the more than human world, as defined by indigenous law. So it's that reciprocal relationship that is held very closely to belief systems and indigenous law that I think help to distinguish when we're talking about traditional ecological knowledge.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. I'm digesting that, but I appreciate. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I wanted to turn to Dr. Sarmento, and I'm going to ask, essentially look after that to the whole panel, but Dr. Sarmento in particular, would it be accurate to say, with respect to your testimony, that traditional ecological knowledge informed elements of your testimony?
Yes.
And this is a similar question to what I asked Dr. Diver. When you are considering traditional ecological knowledge, how do you assign a particular weight to it? Or like when I look at evidence, I'm, way different evidence, and you have scientific evidence, and I look to my technical team and say, what do you think, how persuasive is this, and what do we do here? Can you describe for me a little bit how you would consider that with respect to traditional ecological knowledge, or is that even the way you interact with that knowledge base?
First of all, wonderful question, because it is. I think I always view things as relationship building, and that's whether, regardless of whether that is sort of individuals, because sometimes it's that, and then sometimes it's between agencies, and then sometimes between individuals and landscape, right? So in terms of sort of like that long view, it's often about sort of getting tribal members and tribal people back onto spaces that they would have been utilizing in the past. So I sort of look at it as trying to create that sort of reclaiming that space, bringing people back to an area to hopefully be able to do different kinds of and I'll say traditional arts or traditional activities, and hoping to be able to create that space that allows for it to be continuous through time. So I think I'm looking at it sort of in that, with that through line, and then I'm using whatever kinds of other pieces to kind of like give that weight. Like, is this a positive relationship or good? Like, is this positive or negative? How do we get sort of back on track so that way we have sort of a balance between the two? So it's not unlike what you're like, that kind of like weighing of it is that weighing of evidence, but it's that weighing of evidence to get like getting individuals back into landscapes and landscape spaces, doing what they have been doing since time immemorial. I don't know if that's helpful, but
it is helpful, and I'm going to whether or not it's helpful, and I don't want to extend this conversation too far, just outside of this, just the whole I could talk about it for hours. We're not going to.
I appreciate the question. I really do.
And I want to turn to others. It looks like Mr. Mulcahy. So it's I'm going to take the liberty of framing this as a two-part. One, well, maybe let me frame it this way. We'll turn to Mr. Mulcahy and then turn to others. How do you incorporate traditional ecological knowledge into, or how have you incorporated it, if you have, into your testimony in this proceeding?
Officer Kinsey, I understand your dilemma. Tribal ecological knowledge has, the term has actually become pretty wide known only recently. But tribal ecological knowledge has been around since the beginning of time. Tribal ecological, TEK, we'll leave it at that. TEK is the interaction with persons or persons with their environment in their place around them. Being able to see the ebb and flow of waterways, being able to see the rise and fall of species, how those species generate, finding where those cultural items are in your particular space, and what those items are that are beneficial to you and your people, those items are that are not beneficial to you and your people. TEK is the basis of modern science. if you go back to where it started and the knowledge of, hey, this plant here is poisonous, this plant here is not. So how I use TEK in my test and how I used it in my testimony is the tribe's interaction and relationship with Nur, the salmon, through time immemorial, and how they are interwoven into our cultural and religious practices. We have been familiar with the salmon, their life cycle now for 10,000 years, 2,000 years. However, and we've seen the rise and fall of their populations, and we have seen the changes in the environment that have affected that rise and fall based on our own observations. And that's what tech is. Tech is being in relationship with the environment around you, understanding that everything around you is interrelated and necessary for the continuation of life as a whole, for your continued existence, and for the continued existence of the species, plants, waterways, and those that you depend on. And so you look to ways to try and protect that. You look to ways to see what may be harming that or could influence that. And my testimony was based on tech as far as the Nur, the salmon go, and what has happened to the salmon over the past 7,500 years. So that's where tech was used in my. I based my testimony and my expertise on tech, the tribal ecology, the tech that the tribe has developed over generation to generation to generation to generation. So that's the best I can answer for you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. And I'm looking down, I'm writing notes and listening. So I'm listening my hardest here. Dr. Diver, please, if you wanted to follow up on that.
Yeah, I also wanted to just appreciate the question and the knowledge from Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Mulcahy on this topic, because they're in the place and it's their place and it's knowledge that's attached to their relationship to the Delta. So that's specific. And then I was also thinking about this larger challenge of how do you operationalize TEK in a very bureaucratic decision-making process like this? Because I'm hearing very important statements about interrelationships with all of these species and with the whole place. And so in terms of operationalizing that in a very narrow bureaucratic process, I wanted to reference one of the exhibits that I brought in to the case that is it's a chapter that's written by Robin Kimmerer about the contributions of traditional ecological knowledge. So I want to reference that because I think it's a really helpful tool. You could go back to it, but maybe 3 quick points that might help on this challenge of operationalizing and moving across knowledge systems. One point that Dr. Kimmerer mentions is the idea of cultural keystone species. And so she writes about how the natural world with animal and plants are playing a vital role in tribal material and non-material culture. And where those species are not just resources, they're non-human relatives. And they're understood to act as elders or teachers, sources of knowledge. So this gets operationalized in the testimony, in my view, when Mr. Mulcahy talks about what it means to lose the salmon or to have the potential of losing the salmon as a declining species, where that's equivalent of losing tribal culture. So TEK gives us a deeper understanding of this potential loss. And it asks us, in my view, to reevaluate and to weight the cultural impacts of the DCP on potential destruction of tribal cultures and our policies that are saying we don't want to do that anymore. So that's one. And then a second point, I'll try and be really brief, but there's another point in Kimmerer's chapter about what is TEK. And she's talking more about the place-based, practice-based aspects where TEK is rational and reliable. It's information about the natural world. Place-specific, it's often coming from people who are themselves resource users or cultural practitioners or have received knowledge of culture in a place from their relatives. And it's social and spiritual and ecological all at the same time. And that to me helps me see what it means to listen to Vice Chair Tayala standing at her village site and talking about her grandmother who used to be on the water right out where we were looking, and Vice Chair Tayala asking us to observe the absence of Thule in that place. So this is a TEK moment of not just seeing the loss of Thule, but the context that she provides on what it means to lose the relationship with Thule, the relationship with clean water, the relationship with salmon, all the uses and relationship between people and the animals and the plants and the waterways, and what it means to lose access to that in both a physical, an emotional, and a spiritual sense. And so that's sort of the added value I feel that a TEK knowledge gives us. We wouldn't see that from a biological evaluation, but we see that when Vice Chair Tayala stands in the place and shares traditional ecological knowledge. And then very quickly, the last sort of operational moment for me that I just want to bring up today. This is not meant to say this is all there is, but just to highlight the Kimmerer chapter also speaks to traditional land management. And she talks about how TEK is rooted in very long-term experiences with managing resources and relations, however you want to use that word, over, in some cases, 12,000 years of human history. And so when she speaks about traditional land management, this is referring to both processes of actively managing succession processes to produce food for survival that are time tested. If you don't survive, you don't have food, you don't survive, you don't continue passing that knowledge. So that's the test, time tested, and also really success of tribal management and tribal science and tribal law in coordinating management decisions across nations, because that's what tribes had to do. You have multiple users along an entire system. People actually did have the technology to take all the fish if they wanted to with fish weirs, but they didn't. And there were very specific management practices and laws about how much to take, when to take, how to take care of things. And that translates, in my view, it operationalizes sort of what it means not just to characterize a system based on traditional ecological knowledge, but to apply traditional ecological management to decision making in the context of co-governance. And so in this case, if we see fish in aquatic species as understood to be kin or a cultural heritage of a people or part of a sacred landscape, then applying traditional ecological knowledge, not just stating that it's there, applying that asks us to take into account the weight of, we're deciding about a relative, we're deciding about a kinship relationship, we're deciding about cultural continuity, how this gets passed down if you lose your teacher. And so this gets brought into operationalizing of decision making when we think about, well, how do we evaluate across different knowledge systems? And I think if we take the determination of the tribal cultural landscape seriously, that we really do recognize that, and we say this is a sacred landscape, which DWR does, then we say, okay, that's great. How do you apply that in the fisheries realm, for example, when you're making decisions about water diversions that are affecting species that are already on the decline, where an extreme event really could take out that run, and where we know from traditional ecological knowledge how tightly coupled the species is to cultural identity. And that's something you just that we don't get in without TEK. And that's why this conversation is, in my opinion, extremely valuable and, worth the time and effort. So thanks for letting me share that full view from my perspective. And I'll pass back to colleagues.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. Chairman Wallace, please, if you would like to chime in on any of the issues we've talked about in this conversation.
Can you hear me? Thank you, Administrative Officer. To build on what my friend Sybil's talking about, she just got me going, and keep me up here. So just help me just with me for just a minute. I see this conundrum of defining tech. It's everywhere, and it's particularly now a lively discussion. And I want to go back to where I was trying to explain that the basis of, to me, looking at this rests on the whole question of subjective equivalency of indigenous knowledge itself. And it's my belief that tech, and I want to qualify this, it's not just indigenous people knowledge, it's all being knowledge. It's plant knowledge, it's fish knowledge, it's water knowledge, it's all the knowledges. And that tech is almost a subset. I don't want to need others to help me with this if I'm getting too far out there, but it's kind of a subset of indigenous knowledge. It's a science of environmental dynamics that we have understand and are a part of and help participate in over eons and generations from time immemorial. And so and then as we're moving along here and working to get this understood, as Dr. Sarmiento talked about, it's a deeper level of engagement and collaboration and partnership and working together rather than being treated as a performative requirement under a particular stipulation of a statute and checking a box. So the qualitative nature of this relationship, as we have, building on our lessons in the past and moving forward, is tremendously important in this discussion. I think is why what we're trying to talk about here is that these things we're talking about are far older, are going to be far older as we go along in before and after the period of this particular project and its impacts. And so that's where we're struggling to kind of make sense out of this. But to me, it kind of comes down to whether, like, I guess in your discretion, this is seen in implying tech, that this is seen as like a careful and searching fact-finding inquiry where we're able to now finally arrive that this is the best science available standard that we can use. And why I say that is that maybe when we talked about using traditional ecologists and its holistic nature, its integrated nature of relating to all living beings and all living forces and voices is important, because now it's the challenging of our times, and that we haven't had to face climate adaptation or climate changes and all these more comprehensive, integrated and holistic challenges that we're going to have to address. I would assert that they're not a failure of nature, they're a failure of governance, and so we have to kind of come up with better frameworks and tools for our times. And so we have to kind of broaden this best science available standard to incorporate indigenous knowledge, acceptance as a subjective equivalency, equal knowledge systems, and older in some ways than the traditions that we're having to use now to make these decisions and move forward together. And so I would also, after that, because of the challenge and the comprehensive nature of climate changes, or even the longevity of the impacts of this proposed project, we have to kind of look at a more broader and holistic kind of way to assess this. And so climate change is broad, tech is broad, but tech has gives us critical indicators because of its holistic and old nature and connecting nature to wisdom that comes forward and is moving past us into the future together with all living beings, which we're supposed to be looking out for and talking about. It is the best science. It does meet, to me, the best science available standard, that we need to now assess these new challenges for the world that we're moving forward in, and then the world that we're moving forward in, and trying to do like a project like this with such broad and integrated and such far-reaching impacts, broadly and also, in time. And if we break away from our kind of imperial time frameworks and look at the world, of not uh, uh, categorizing or monetizing time and nature and all these things, then it all fits together, then. And so, you know, the scale of the impacts and what were the endeavors that we're kind of analyzing in requires us to look at a scale of analysis to fit the challenge and the times that we're looking into. And tech and indigenous knowledge systems, because they're so old and because the efficacious nature of indigenous peoples relying on them and being able to survive everything that we've had to endure here, and not only before us, but we're also trying to carry the weight and the water literally for all of our other fellow living beings, that we have a responsibility to voice for them in this particular hearing and everywhere else we go. And so I just want to add that this is the best available tool for the best available challenges that we're facing now. Maybe back in the day when there were more structured systems and traditions that may have fit, or whatever, or you can even argue that's why we got here. But we need to now look at tools and knowledge systems and collaborations and others, for bigger answers for the bigger challenges that we're facing today. And I really think that, and if you look at the discussions around this particular issue, the efficacy and the validity of recognizing the subjective equivalency of indigenous peoples, humanity, and their knowledges and their futures is essential for us to move forward now. And it's something that can't be ignored any longer. It just, because it's why we're here. It's why we ended up where we're at right now. Particularly the people on this panel. And that's why we continue to do this. And that's why we continue to, we spent this whole weekend talking about, meeting with emerging leaders of our community and talking about these types of things, about the importance of maintaining our connection to these relationships. And I'll just close in what tech means to me in a way. We've been asked and have the challenge or the opportunity to work on what's called the Sierra Meadows Restoration Project, which affects all the headwaters that we're talking about right now. Our frameworks, we bring tradition and older elders and young people in to do this kind of adaptive assessment on these meadow projects. But the way we do it is we do it like in creating these medicine camps, and people come and they integrate into the biology and the ecology of these areas and put our hands into them, help tend and propagate these medicine plant in areas that we were looking at in this particular case. But we're not doing this alone. We do this in a calendar and a cycle that's built on seasons and our relationships to the places that we live in. And so we're working on what's called dotsuk, or some people call it, and I think the traditional name is called angelica root. We up in this area, it's called bear root. It's a root that we use for immune support and respiratory issues and whatnot, but also our fellow relatives, the black bears, the Muda that we're related to, and we have ceremony for them in the spring and in the fall to wake them up and put them to bed in the fall, and they rest and they dream, and then we have ceremony in the spring, and then they inform us for the year of their knowledge, and when we move forward, and then that cycle. So in this particular issue, and I'll stop here. When we manage this plant, like this one ecology or this one harvesting area, say as an example, we're doing it in collaborative with this black bear, because the black bear will wake up and he's been sleeping and he needs to breathe, and so he digs these bear roots, these mother roots that we tend. And he digs up this bear root angelica and uses it for his purposes or their purposes. And then we manage it and collectively tend it and use it through the summer. But when we have ceremony and the bear goes back to rest, then we begin to apply fire on these areas to clean them up and improve the vitality and the propagative abilities of these medicine plants. And so we're tending them with fire in the fall and take care of them. The bear comes up in the spring, breaks up the soil, aerates the soil, creates new vitality in the root systems. And then, so we're co-managing this medicine plant together with this bear. And that's what I call these black bears. And we know who they are, and they know who we are. And we have ceremony and songs, and we do this. But we're doing this together. It's interspecies ecological adaptation and management in the face of climate change, even more now than ever, because we all need this medicine and we all need this type of immunity, not only for what's facing us today, but the challenges that we're facing as a society and trying to move forward together and, in a good way. And so I'm sorry if I took too long, but I just kind of wanted to give you an illustrative example of what tech is, is that it's not just humans, it's all of us working together and doing things that raise us all up together in a good way. And so that I hope that kind of helps a little bit, to kind of breathe some life into this legal kind of things that I read and kind of trying to reinterpret into some type of meaning that helps us all. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, and thank you so much, Chairman Wallace. I do want to make sure, Mr. Moore, if you wanted to chime in, that you have an opportunity. I'm mindful of Mr. Mulcahy's schedule, but Mr. Moore, if I did want to give you an opportunity, if you had anything you'd like to add.
Yes, thank you. Wow, I mean, I don't know how to even follow up with that.
And you don't need to if there's, but
I'll just keep it short. I think really after all the things that have been said, when it comes to tech, I mean, you've heard all the explanations and reasonings and, why we believe what we believe or how we feel and the connections and disconnects. For me, I think what it boils down to, it's life. It's life for everything, all things. I don't know how to put those things into words, to be honest, because for our people, we should have never been here in this position to even discuss this. There's just the fact that we're having to justify our life ways, lifestyles, our traditions, our cultural ways, our belief system, our understanding of how we got here, why we're here, what we're supposed to be doing, all the relationships that are involved with all that. I think the only way people are ever going to understand where we come from. Let's just look at our creation stories, for instance. Those stories go back to really the beginning of time. And it wasn't just people here on the planet, it was the animals who were people too. And that's how exactly we treated them, as brothers, sisters, cousins. We look at the land and water as big brother and sister. Now, those are some deep relationships going on there between our people and, just what's going on in the environment around us, and why it's so important that we look at these things with an understanding like it's your relative, not just something you can come and harvest or take from. You always give something back. If it's a family member, you don't just take from them, you give back. And it's not just because you have to, it's out of love and respect. You have to love the land, you have to respect it. You have to, learn to love the other people on the land too, as human beings. And I think that's where the major disconnect came at some point in our history. But I think, all the things that we described and what was taken away from us is exactly why you see what you see today. There's a sickness, it's the people, it's the land, and there's a reason for that. Because it was removed. We were removed from doing the things that we were supposed to be doing. And when that chain breaks, everything else goes with it. And it's everywhere you look now, it's right in your face. So I think excuse me, my voice is kind of going out a little bit, but we always had a saying that if you want to learn our how we see the world, how we believe things, you need to come to our fire and to understand these things. You can't expect us to come to you as agencies or whoever. It's not our responsibility to just take the effort to teach people all these things that are not going to take that information wholeheartedly, I guess. In order for you to come to our fire, you have to be there. You have to want to be there, not because it's consultation or, we're obligated to do something for an agency. It's got to be the other way around. That's why things are broken the way they are. And we can't seem to find a middle ground for how we proceed with things. But yeah, I mean, people need to learn how to approach us in a better way, in a more respectful way, and gain a relationship. If there's no relationship, then you're not going to get anywhere. It's just going to be another project, another fight, same arguments. And when it comes to TEK, these are ways that have withstood time, and our people, we are descendants of survivors, and our people are survivors, and they always will survive because they have that knowledge. Not too many other communities or societies can say that because they are vulnerable, because they lost that connection. I think I'll just end it with that.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. In looking at the time, I'm not sure that it seems like we need to turn to Mr. Mulcahy first if there are any follow-up questions. So maybe Ms. Castro Galindo, can we separate out redirect for Mr. Mulcahy to the extent you have any, and then I will turn to Ms. Morris or Ms. Carroll. Thank you.
That sounds great. Thank you, Officer Kenzie. And if possible, after Mr. Mulcahy, we would also like to do Dr. Divers, since she also has to leave at 11, though she can come back at 2.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Mulcahy. How are you doing?
Hello. Good.
All right. I have a couple questions for you. Mr. Mulcahy, do you recall testifying that you reviewed DWR's proposed permit terms for the DCP?
Yes.
And do you have any opinions about those permit terms that you would like to express?
Yeah, if you could pull it up, what is it, DWR or whatever, 01011R, whatever, revised, and look at term 36.
It's DWR 1101R.
There you go. Thank you.
But also just, I'm going to have a standing objection. I asked if he was aware of him. I did not ask any questions of this witness about the specific terms, so it seems outside the scope of the cross.
I think that's right, Ms. Castro Galindo. Do you have a response to that? I think that, as I recall, the question was merely whether he was aware of it, and we didn't get into any of the substance.
Can I revise my question, please?
Please.
Mr. Mulcahy, are you aware of speaking about DWR's proposed permit terms for the DCP?
Same objection.
Well, wait, now that it's in front of me, Ms. Morris, this is when we had a conversation about the MOU. Is that not right?
That was with Dr. Sarmento. I did not ask Mr. Mulcahy any questions about specifics of this other than if he reviewed it.
Thank you. Thank you for that reminder.
That's okay. We can go on. Just that the permit term 36 has errors in it, but that's okay.
If I may follow up, Mr. Mulcahy was asked about his review of this term, so we are hoping that our stance is that it's appropriate to ask some questions about his opinions of the term of the permits because of this?
Let's see. I'm going to allow us to go there, but we may need to have some back and forth. So let's please, Ms. Castro Galindo and Ms. Morris, I will allow you to follow up, of course.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. So Mr. Mulcahy, do you have any opinions about these permit terms that you would like to express?
Well, the main one I had to express was the language in term 36. It says DWR will construct a project in a manner that minimizes the material impairment of the physical, spiritual, and ceremonial qualities of the character defining features of the Delta tribal cultural lands. And then it puts TCL after that. Now, everywhere in the document, the FEIR, TCL is referred to as a tribal cultural landscape or tribal landscape. And this can be confusing as somebody's reading this. And so I just wanted to point that out was all.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, do you recall being asked if you were authorized to speak on behalf of tribes other than the Winnemem Wintu tribe?
That's correct. Yes, I was.
And could you please clarify the capacity in which you are testifying in this proceeding?
I'm testifying as the government liaison of the Winnemem Wintu tribe on behalf of the Winnemem Wintu tribe and nobody else.
And could you please briefly explain what qualifies you to testify as an expert here?
I think I pretty much said that in my direct testimony, but it's based on my over 30 years experience in water related issues, water policy, salmon reintroduction issues, cultural issues, spiritual issues, spiritual participation. So I would believe that my testimony is based on tribal ecological knowledge tech that has been passed down through the tribe for generation to generation and basically directs how I testify about the dangers to our relatives, the Nur or the salmon, as you would commonly known it.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. Mr. Mulcahy, do you recall being asked about the number of tribes who were consulted by DWR?
I don't think I was well, yeah, maybe I was asked specifically that.
Actually,
yes.
objection to the extent that I did not ask that question. That was just added response that Mr. Mulcahy gave that really was not responsive to the questions that I was asking.
Okay, I'll
hold on. Ms. Morris, because you never asked explicitly how many tribes were consulted? Is that the...
I was asking about specific tribes that Mr. Mulcahy had raised in his testimony and about specific notes in the chapter regarding whether or not they were consulted informally. I didn't ask about that. Mr. Mulcahy did have a lot of information he was sharing on that, but that was not responsive to my question.
I think that's fair. Do you want to revise your question, Ms. Castro Galindo?
Sure. Mr. Mulcahy, do you recall being asked about the tribes on the consultation appendix?
Yes.
And what, in your expert opinion, is your conclusion about the number of tribes that engage with DWR in government-to-government consultation under AB 52 regarding the DCP?
Objection to the extent it's asking about all tribes instead of the specific ones that Mr. Mulcahy raised in his testimony and I asked about.
We narrow the question to that, Ms. Castro Galindo.
Sure. What, in your expert opinion, Mr. Mulcahy, is your conclusion about the tribes that DWR brought up during your cross-examination that engaged with DWR in government-to-government consultation under AB 52 regarding the DCP?
I believe in answer to Ms. Morris's objection, she asked specifically about Buena Vista and the consultation assigned to them by DWR was basically just consultation, meeting number 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And my opinion of that was that it was not consultation under AB 52 because it was not qualified or quantified as AB 52 consultation. So that consultation in particular could not be determined as relevant to AB 52 because it didn't meet the parameters of the legal requirements of AB 52 under CEQA.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. And Mr. Mulcahy, could you please explain the distinction between formal and informal consultation?
Again, objection outside the scope of the cross.
I'm going to overrule that because I think this issue did come up. Please, Mr. Mulcahy.
Well, the difference between formal consultation and informal consultation under AB 52 or consultation in general, AB 52 consultation is a requirement by law under CEQA that must be held if a tribe requests consultation, and under those legal parameters, the consultation and information within that consultation can be deemed confidential, and only parts of that consultation can be released if the tribe on a government-to-government basis figures information in that consultation is not confidential. Direct or just normal consultation can be a number of things. Normal consultation, if you look up the definition of consultation, it can be informal or formal. It could be a conversation between individuals, and they could write it down as consultation. It could be informational meeting, and that informational meeting, even though it is not held under AB 52, could be deemed as consultation, but it doesn't fall into the parameters of AB 52. So that was my point in that discussion with Ms. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Mulcahy. And do you recall being asked about the consultation that DWR conducted with the Winnemem Wintu tribe?
Yes, I do.
And you testified that you were informed about formal consultation meetings and participated in certain informal consultations meetings regarding the DCP, correct?
That's correct.
In your expert opinion, was the consultation the DWR conducted with the Winnemem Wintu tribe meaningful within the meaning of Assembly Bill 52?
Objection calls for a legal, to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion. And just for the record, I think this is outside the scope of cross because I asked if he was aware of how many meetings were occurred and if he was present, not whether he was consulted about it.
What do you mean consulted about it? Whether he participated in the meetings?
He said he did not participate in the meetings with DWR.
I see. I think that's fair, Ms. Castro-Galindo. As I recall, the questions were pretty specific to his awareness of whether the meetings occurred.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I believe that Mr. Mulcahy was also specifically asked for his opinions on the consultation.
Objection, I asked for no opinions. In fact, I think this is surprise opinion testimony.
And I don't recall this. This may be appropriate for, I mean, you will have a chance on rebuttal to return to some of these issues, arguably. It has to be within the scope of rebuttal, but I think that's, it would be surprise testimony here.
All right, well, then those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Castro-Galindo. Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up for Mr. Mulcahy?
Yes. Mr. Mulcahy, did you provide a CV or statement of qualifications in this hearing?
Objection.
Overruled.
An independent document, no. The qualifications that I stated were included in my declaration.
Thank you, and thank you for your time this morning and Wednesday.
Thank you, and I appreciate your due diligence, Ms. Morris, and thank you for not beating me up too bad.
Try to keep it professional here, Mr. Mulcahy. And thank you, Mr. Mulcahy, for your participation, for your testimony, and for your time. And you are first to be excused. Thank you.
Thank you very much. 10 minutes to spare. I appreciate it. I got to go to work.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you. Ms. Safdie, did you have something to interject here?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kenzie, we do have just a few redirect questions for Dr. Diver, if that's okay. And because our other student attorneys had to go to class, I am going to ask these questions in their stead.
Thank you. Please. Let's move to Dr. Diver.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. Do you recall being cross-examined by DWR's counsel last Wednesday?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. And do you recall being asked about your submittal of testimony by Dr. Hankins from the Waterfix proceeding?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
And could you clarify, Dr. Diver, did you talk with Dr. Hankins prior to submitting his testimony here?
Objection.
I did. I saw Dr. Hankins on the day on which final written testimony was due, and we had a conversation that he was part of the earlier process with the water fix, and had submitted testimony, and also written about his views and experiences in some of his published articles.
Thank you. And Dr. Diver, to your knowledge, did Dr. Hankins support the submittal of his testimony in this proceeding?
Objection. Relevance calls for hearsay.
I'm not sure about the relevance, but we can deal with that later. Go ahead, please, Dr. Diver.
Yes, he gave me permission to use the material and shared his article with me by email.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Diver, is there anything further that you'd like to explain about how you see, what you see as the relevance of that testimony by Dr. Hankins to this particular proceeding?
Thank you. I will share that in our conversation, he was surprised that he shared surprise that he had not been contacted regarding the DCP process, and shared that he had not been contacted to consult, and was glad for the opportunity to pass his testimony that is on the record from DWR hearings and in previous policy examinations of Delta water issues in this current case.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. Just a few further questions. Do you recall during cross-examination being asked about your opinion that DWR did not properly include TEK in decision-making on the DCP?
Yes.
And is this an opinion that you intended to express in your written testimony?
Thank you. It is intentional. In my written testimony, I bring in the text that is quoted from the Chapter 32 in the final EIR document. And part of that text clarifies that fish and aquatic species habitats that are part of the Delta's ecosystem and tribal heritage are only considered as a nominal effect of project alternatives, well, less than significant level of impact. And I explicitly brought that up because if we look at that language, it's specifically stating that in that Chapter 12 would be less than significant from a biological resources perspective, and the project would not materially impair an affiliated tribe's ability to physically, spiritually, or ceremonially experience their character-defining features of the Delta traditional cultural landscape. I brought that in because if we are going to see adequate application of TEK to decision-making, I would expect to see a biological perspective considered alongside a cultural resource perspective as interlinked, which has been discussed today. And I would expect that linkage to occur in making a determination of material impairment, and whether proposed mitigation alternatives would be sufficient to address further declines and impacts to salmon survival in the Delta.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. And I'm conscious that you two need to go to class, so try to keep this short. Do you recall being asked about your understanding of Chapter 19 of the EIR?
Yes, I do.
Are there any clarifications to your testimony that you'd like to offer regarding your understanding of Chapter 19?
Thank you. Yes, I would like to clarify that I did read a summary of Chapter 19 prior to submitting written comments, and further clarify that it's important to correct my statement that there is traditional ecological knowledge included in that chapter in terms of its focus on archaeological sites and the mention um, of current locations that are important to tribal nations. I will say that that chapter does not engage deeply in the relational aspects of TEK that are discussed in chapter 32 in characterizing the traditional cultural landscape, but not fully being applied, in my view, to decision making and evaluation that's occurring in other chapters the of the final EIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Diver. And Dr. Diver, just a couple last questions. Do you recall during cross-examination being asked about the documents that you reviewed while preparing your written testimony?
Yes.
And to clarify, did you review the executive summary for the EIR in preparing your written testimony?
Correct. I did review the full executive summary in addition to other materials as time allowed.
Did you review Chapter 32 in preparing for your written testimony?
I did review Chapter 32 in that
And I believe you indicated that you reviewed Chapter 19 of the EIR as well.
Yes, I did review that chapter in its summary form.
Great. Are there any other documents that you would like to specifically point to that you reviewed in preparation for your written testimony?
Yes, I did review some of the documents that went more detail into the mitigation measures that were proposed, since in reading Chapter 32, I noted that the decision point about a less than significant impact hinged on an assumption of mitigation measures adequately addressing expected declines in salmon abundance and survival with water diversions occurring following DCP operations.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diver. I believe that's all the questions that I have for you.
Thank you.
Ms. Morris, do you have more than 2 minutes? It sounds like we can ask Dr. Diver to come back at 2 o'clock, which may make the most sense here.
Yes, I think it's more than 2 minutes.
Yes, that seems fair. That would be one question. So with that, I'll look to you, Ms. Safdie and Dr. Diver, to coordinate. We'll have to see where we are. I will try to fit you in, Dr. Diver, as close to 2 o'clock as possible. But just depending on where we are in the rhythm, I don't want to interrupt a summary of direct testimony, but we'll try to fit you in.
Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Then with that, I think back to you, Ms. Safdie, if you have other redirect for the other DTEC witnesses.
Thank you. I did want to ask, hearing officer, were there further questions that you were intending to ask of the witnesses before we go to redirect?
I don't have any additional questions. No.
Okay, then I think Ms. Castro, we'll go to Ms. Castro Galindo first, and then I'll have a view and follow up.
Great, thank you. Ms. Castro Galindo.
Thank you. Dr. Sarmento, would you mind coming on camera? Thank you. I have a couple of questions for you.
Yes.
Dr. Sarmento, do you recall being asked about the Tribal Engagement Committee during your testimony on cross-examination last week?
Yes.
And who requested the creation of the Tribal Engagement Committee?
So I really feel like Shingle Springs pushed that TEC committee to be formed, and doing that. I know that DWR had wanted to do that as well, but Shingle Springs was pushing for it to engage more, and to engage more.
Thank you, Dr. Semeno. And to your knowledge, did Shingle Springs and other convening tribes receive any financial support from DWR for their participation in the Tribal Engagement Committee?
To my knowledge, none.
And do you agree with DWR's characterization that in Chapter 32 of its EIR, the TEC was groundbreaking?
You know, I don't agree that it was entirely groundbreaking. I think that it was a needed part of the process. So, like in terms of being groundbreaking, it should have happened regardless. And I think that that was the push consistently by tribes, was to have actually more engagement and more engagement and more engagement with the tribal communities.
Great, thank you, Dr. Semeno. Dr. Semeno, do you recall being asked about your participation in AB 52 government-to-government consultations?
Yes.
And in your opinion, was the government-to-government consultation that DWR conducted with Shingle Springs with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians for the DCP meaningful?
In terms of how the tribe is looking at it, there are lots of things that there were lots of really excellent conversations, but in terms of it being meaningful in the end, I think we didn't clearly get to the spaces that we needed to get to. So I would say it was not meaningful in that context.
Thank you, Dr. Sermeno. And Dr. Sermeno, do you recall being asked about the number of consultation communications that Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians received regarding consultations?
Yes.
And in your opinion, do the number of communications from an agency reflect the quality of the consultation?
No.
And do you recall testifying that TEK is fundamental to the determination that the delta is a TCL?
Yes.
And could you please clarify whether the identification of the delta TCL resolved your concerns about the inclusion of TEK in decision making?
So in terms of the TCL, I mean, I think that having a tribal cultural landscape is extremely important for the area. In terms of the concerns that the tribe had in regards to implementing TEK and the process of that, I feel like that's missing from that almost entirely, that there wasn't that sort of lack of engagement on that. So it would be important that it's made a tribal cultural landscape, but sort of the TEK seems sort of, again, sort of disconnected in terms of actually implementation.
Thank you, Dr. Sermano. And do you recall testifying that Chapter 32 of the EIR discussed impacts on potential cultural and spiritual practices?
Yes.
And do you believe that DWR appropriately considered effects of the DCP on tribal cultural, spiritual, and religious practices?
I don't feel like we were fully engaged in that. I think that was one of I think that there were some missing conversations to be had about sort of spiritual and ceremonial practices along the space.
Thank you, Dr. Sermeno. And Dr. Sermeno, do you recall testifying that it was your understanding that comments shared in TEC meetings were noted by DWR and followed up on in government-to-government consultations?
Yes.
In your opinion, did DWR adequately follow up on concerns raised by tribes?
Objection to the extent it calls for any information from a tribe that Ms. Dr. Sarmiento cannot speak for.
Noted. Thank you. Please, Dr. Sarmiento.
I think in terms of Shingle Springs participation in it, I may need you to repeat the question again, actually.
Sure, no worries. Do you recall testifying, sorry, wrong question. In your opinion, did DWR adequately follow up on concerns raised by tribes?
So in terms of that, I think there was I think a constant lag times, I would say, with that we were always trying to inform DWR of potential risks, but also trying to keep entirely engaged with it. So engage with the project. So in terms of like engagement, I think that's the I think that there was some failings in that.
And Dr. Sarmeno, do you recall being asked whether DWR committed to incorporating TEK into mitigation planning?
Yes.
And in your opinion, did DWR adequately incorporate TEK in mitigation planning?
No, again, there's sort of that lack of sort of next steps in terms of like building relationships that sort of that speak towards the maintenance and operational, and building sort of those documents that would have allowed for that space. So I think like in terms of that, it's as an act of relationship building, it kind of failed. We failed there.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Sarmeno.
Thank you. And I'll turn to Ms. Safdie if you have questions for the other witnesses.
Thank you, Hearing Officer. I believe we may have just a few for Chairman Wallace and Mr. Moore, if they're able to come on camera, please. Thank you. Mr. Moore, let me ask this question of you. Do you recall testifying during your cross-examination that tribes control the confidentiality of information they share during formal government-to-government consultations under Assembly Bill 52? I'm so sorry, Mr. Moore, I believe you're on mute.
Sorry. You're asking me that question?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I recall.
Okay. And do you recall questions being asked during the cross-examination about the relevance of transparency in consultations?
Yes, I do.
Could you further explain your expectations as to how agencies should respect the duty of confidentiality while also achieving transparency regarding the quality of consultations that they undertake?
Objection to the extent that I asked this witness about confidentiality. Mr. Chairman Wallace raised transparency, not Mr. Moore.
I'm going to allow the question. I would maybe as a matter of my prerogative, but please, Mr. Moore.
Yes, thank you. So yeah, my experience was that there was a lot of through the consultation process, there was some what felt like good intent, face-to-face consultation. And I felt like we were providing more than adequate information as far as confidential information, but it's how they treat that confidential information and what we see as information that should be seen in the public eye. So for us, it's very complicated to be able to, go through this process and expect, certain sense of information to be used appropriately. And what I was seeing was that it was actually being used against us as a tool to avoid certain information even being included in the document, whether confidential or not. It just felt like it was just a lack of understanding of where, listening to us and not hearing what we were actually trying to say. But as far as transparency, I think there was a lot of these discussions that we had always felt like we were making a lot of headway and like actually making progress. But due to the tight time constraints, we're always put under tight timelines. And I think, geez, where was I going with that? As far as the transparency, I think they just weren't, seems like all the decisions were already made above that level of individuals that we were directly communicating with at the time. To me, it seemed like they were on board with what we had presented to them, that it made the most sense. And, it's looking like something meaningful that we could get out of this. But whenever we ask for follow-up, it's always sorry, they don't see it as significant. So in other words, someone else in the agency makes the decision for the tribes as far as what is significant, what is insignificant, and how that applies to their project or their document. That's the non-transparency. The decisions were already made, seems like, before we even were in the room. Even though everything seemed like it was all great. Yeah, it's consultation. But what do we get out of it in the long run? It's really the same thing that we, see over and over. Just that lack of, I don't know, it just seems like they like to manipulate our information.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Chairman Wallace, DWR's counsel has referred to your testimony on this topic, so let me direct the same questions to you. Chairman Wallace, do you recall being asked questions about confidentiality of government-to-government consultations under Assembly Bill 52?
Yes, I do.
And is it also your understanding that Assembly Bill 52, I'm not asking for a legal conclusion, I'm just asking for your understanding. But is it also your understanding that Assembly Bill 52 requires agencies to keep information provided by tribes about the location and use of cultural resources confidential unless the tribe authorizes their disclosure?
Yes, I understand that.
And do you recall also testifying in response to those questions about the importance of transparency in environmental reviews?
Yes, I do.
Is there anything further that you would like to add or clarify about your expectations as to how DWR should achieve that transparency while also respecting their duty to allow tribes to control confidentiality of information about cultural resources?
I would only agree with what Dr. Cemento and Mr. Moore have outlined as what meaningful and full engagement would be. And within that would be considerations of standards of confidentiality and statutory compliance. But I think the point that I was trying to respond to was that open and full engagement should be transparent and meaningful in terms of spirit and scope and direction and intent, and not necessarily about disclosing confidential or sensitive information that may be gathered, and that's to inform, the inquiry, particularly this environmental engineering review or assessment.
Thank you, Chairman Wallace. And Mr. Moore, I believe perhaps just one further question for you. Do you recall also being asked or testifying about your participation in certain consultation meetings on the DCP?
Yes.
And do you recall Mr. Moore being asked about the quality of those meetings?
Yes.
Mr. Moore, then let me ask you this question. In your opinion, and based on your experience with those meetings, it was the engagement, the government to government consultation the DWR conducted, was that meaningful consultation?
There were times where it felt like it was, but ultimately it was not.
And could you explain your opinion as to why not?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, when it comes to, the confidentiality and transparency, it just seems that, and this is a common thing with other agencies as well. It's like, it's a shell game when it comes to our information and, what we feel is meaningful. Sometimes they're trying to tell us, well, this is meaningful for you. It's like, well, that's for us to decide. So we get that a lot, and they approach us with all these mitigation measures. For me, in my experience, mitigation is never meaningful. I mean, even if it's almost like it's a loss. It's just an attempt to make things less painful. Because I've been involved in too many projects where you can't, there's no number you can put on the damage that was done. I mean, those are like, somebody owes me a lot of money because that literally scarred my memory for life. Some of the things that I had to witness. But nobody talks about that stuff and how that affects our people. So, I don't know, maybe I didn't answer that question.
I believe you did. I'll ask, but let me ask Mr. Wallace if there's anything further that you wanted to say on the quality of consultation.
Objection to the extent that Chairman Wallace didn't testify he did not participate in consultation for the Delta Conveyance project.
Do you want to follow up, Ms. Safdie? I mean, if it sounds like Chairman Wallace did not testify as to participation in consultation. So what is the focus of your question?
And Chairman Wallace, I'm asking you not as a participant in the consultation meetings, but based on your review and understanding of how consultations were described and information from them was incorporated into the environmental impact report.
And objection to the extent it's outside the scope of the cross-examination, since this witness testified that he did not participate.
Ms. Safdie, I mean, I think I'm trying to remember. I don't recall Mr. Chairman Wallace testifying as to the content of or adequacy of or being asked about the adequacy of the consultation.
I believe that Mr. Chairman Wallace, and apologies, it has been close to a week at this point, but yes. My recollection is that Chairman Wallace was asked about his understanding of how the results of the government-to-government consultation affected the environmental impact report.
All right, I will allow this question, which you may have to restate.
And for the record, I don't recall asking that, but it's true. It has been.
It's been some time. Please, Ms. Safdie.
Chairman Wallace, would you like me to restate the question?
Sure, I appreciate that.
Sure. Could you perhaps clarify your opinions as to the quality of the way in which the results of the government-to-government consultation were considered in the environmental impact report? And I ask this of you not as a participant in the consultations, but as an expert in this subject area.
Thank you. I'll start maybe back to front. The implication of this consultation kind of implies a level of engagement, an expectation on behalf of the tribal communities of a relationship that's different than from before, and I don't want to confuse you. It implies that you're going to be treated fairly and equally, and that you're going to be at the table with someone that has the authority to make decisions and to take your input and relevancy and efficacy of what you're sharing with them as important to help impact the decision being made. The tribes, in my experience, are believing they're sitting down with a co-equal representative of an agency that's there to get their input to help make a decision that's going to impact both of their lives or their communities in a way. And so there's a high expectation that you're sitting down with somebody that has the authority to take you serious. And so but my impressions were, and then the questions I had was, given that understanding that you're going to be sitting at a table as a co-equal party in a co-equal proceeding, and then co-equal impacts are going to be shared, or in solutions that like the information, so were tribes involved, like asked them to be in this process? Were they involved in the process, not its potential outcome? Were they involved in creating the standards of what should be protected information and what should be treated as confidential? Was the standard of inclusiveness, I'm trying to remember what was considered to be important. I can't remember the technical term of what this document was. Was it co-generated by the tribal community that was being asked to have involvement in this process? Was there co-authorship in some of the hydraulic modeling and some of the other chapters? And it just appeared to me, in my opinion, that the tribes were involved in consulting about the chapter about Indians, but the Indians weren't involved in the chapters about the project and its impact on our lives and the things that we're trying to advocate and protect and give voice and agency to. And so that's what I was talking about is the level of consultation just a mere check the box, or is it really a meaningful engagement of co-equal, agent governments or co-equal parties that are engaged in a process that they have something at stake both together, that they're going to be tied to these outcomes for the future. And so the tribes are looking at before, as Dr. Sarmento and Mr. Moore had indicated, there's not a good record here in terms of tribes having impact on these type of decisions. And now that we're being asked to have input on decisions that are going to have global and generational impacts, we're trying to offer solutions that are informed globally and generationally as solutions. And so that's kind of where I was coming from in terms of my insights and impressions of the quality of the engagement and the level of meaningfulness that when we get into this space, there's that word meaningful is always throwing around, but as Mr. Moore had mentioned, to what result does it come of it again, or what actually is the purpose of it? And so those are the types of things that we would hope would be disposed of in a meaningful engagement and based on trust, and you're building, something together. I don't know if that helps.
Thank you, Chairman Wallace and Mr. Barr. I believe that's all of my questions. There may be some recross, but I did want to just thank you both for your participation today, and Dr. Sarmento and our other witnesses in absentia. I know that's just no small ask, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Safdie. And Ms. Morris, do you have follow-up questions?
I do have a few. Mr. Moore, as a participant with DWR during the consultation, are you aware that after each consultation with the tribe, DWR provided notes for the tribe to review
Yes.
and also to edit?
Yes.
And was that request to edit to ensure that the notes reflected the consultation and to confirm that DWR heard and understood the information that was shared?
Objection compound.
Do you understand the question? If not, I can break it into pieces. We'll just.
I understand the question, but it's one at a time.
Is it your understanding that those notes were provided for the tribe to review and ensure that it reflected the consultation?
Yeah, I'm aware.
So would you agree that the edits were to ensure that DWR heard and understood the information that was shared?
Kind of goes back to the point I was making earlier, but we did see the edits and we made edits, but it doesn't mean everything was taken completely into consideration.
And would you agree that those notes were also to identify which information was to be maintained as confidential?
Yes.
Objection. This does assume facts, not in evidence. I think that counsel can ask for his understanding, but not his awareness of certain tested facts that counsel is submitting.
I think he answered.
Well, and I just to be, I mean, think the existence of the notes, I think Mr. Moore testified to. I'm not sure. And maybe we have our answer on the record, so you can move on, Ms. Morris.
And Mr. Moore, do you know if DWR sent United Auburn Indian Community a summary of the consultation information at the end of prior to the FEIR being completed?
Yeah, I recall that, but I also recall that it not reflecting completely what we were wanting.
And do you recall or do you know if DWR requested a review and edits of that summary?
Yes, which we did, but again, didn't make it into the document.
I don't think I can ask you what didn't make it because it might be.
I can't recall. It's been some time. There was a lot of information.
I think that might be all of my questions. If I could just have 1 minute to. Oh, I did have a question for Dr. Sarmento. Are you still with us? Hi. Do you recall in being asked questions about meaningful consultation?
Yes.
And in your response, and if I am summarizing because I don't have it written, I don't have the transcript, but you said there was excellent communication, but it wasn't meaningful in the end. And you said it didn't get to the spaces we need to get to. What did you mean needed to get to?
So I believe I talked a little bit about that when part of that was a sort of agreement documents. So I, in terms of confidentiality, making sure that there's agreement documents, that there's also MOU documents, sort of cementing that relationship between DWR and the tribe, and in terms of how they were going to meaningfully engage throughout through time. Essentially, it doesn't have to be specific to one project. It can be multiple projects, that kind of thing. Also, like in terms of invited signatory status, that was, I believe, a request at one point, but from the tribe, just because of the amount of work that the tribe is going to be doing on the project throughout the entirety of the length of the project and beyond. I would say that those are starting points.
And just if I'm just looking through my notes, I think I'm done, but I might have one more question. I wanted to ask a point of clarification regarding the signatory status. When you are talking about signatory status, are you talking about the 106 process for signature or something different?
Objection. Sorry, is this within the scope of the redirect? I'm not sure what this asks about.
Signatory status came up. I don't today. Can we just
right now?
Yeah, no, I'm going to allow it. I'm just trying to understand what this is, please.
So that would have been part of the Section 106 process.
Thank you. I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you again. Thank you all for your time and for your testimony over the several days. I truly appreciate it.
Thank you. And I want to thank the witnesses as well, Mr. Moore, Chairman Wallace, Dr. Sarmento. Thank you so much for your time and your testimony and answering all of these questions. And you are excused. And we will see Dr. Diver later. And with that, we are at 11:30. I think I will look to, I believe, Ms. Moscal about just confirming that Sac Sewer has an opening statement, and then also, or maybe Ms. Tabor, And then also an estimate of the first panel on direct, see if we should get started now or take an early lunch. It's a possibility. But first, Ms. Safdie, I think you have a clarification.
Thank you very much. And if you'd prefer to save this question for later, that's fine. We did just have a procedural clarification that last Wednesday during the cross-examination, counsel for DWR had suggested wanting to recall some of the members of our clients who spoke during the site visit. I believe they specifically pointed to Zach Jagone from Shingle Springs Band. We were wondering if they could clarify for us which witnesses exactly they would like to recall for the 2 site visit days so we can make sure that they can be available on November 17th.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, please.
I actually had a question on this too. When is the video going to be ready? Because we're going to want to review the video in order to make a determination about that. And as it relates to all of the witnesses from the 2 days of site visits.
The video is not contractually required to be available until November 20th. So we're trying to get it as soon as possible, but I don't know that it will be available before then. So if you need to review the video, then we're going to have to set out the hearing day later.
I think that's going to be necessary because there were certain times on the bus and other locations where we weren't able to actually hear because of background noise. And so I think we are going to need the video to be able to determine cross-examination.
Okay. So it sounds like we take November 17th off calendar to the extent it was on calendar.
And while you're looking at dates, does that include, it's not contractually available even for the 10th, or is that a later date?
No, it's everything is due on November 20th, which I think is
Okay.
how we got to that date. Let me look here. And then we have Thanksgiving. So maybe let me ask you this, Ms. Morris, when would be an appropriate date for DWR? Assuming that the videos are not available until November 20th, when would be the date by which DWR could identify witnesses that they would want to call?
I think if the video is available on the 20th, I know we are not available the week of Thanksgiving to do any hearing dates. So I would think that we could identify probably, yeah, I think it's safe to say that we should assume that we would want them all to be available. But we could probably give further clarification by December 1st.
So we would be looking at a hearing day. I mean, the soonest would be the 4th or 5th. I'm working around board meeting. There's a board meeting on the 2nd and a board workshop on the 3rd. I don't think we want to, I don't want to spring this on people. I know not everyone is on the call, on the Zoom at this time. But I think what I'd put forward is looking at December 4th as the alternative to November 17th as our hold date for recalling witnesses who testified during the site visit. Ms. Tabor, did you want to comment on that issue?
Yes, Hearing Officer Kinsey, good morning. I am not available on December 4th or 5th, and we would have to check with our witness or prospective witness who will be speaking at the site visit to see when he would be available for SAC Sewer. I also note that based on the progress that we're making, we may need to reserve the 17th for any sort of spillover testimony. So I think it would be prudent to keep that on the calendar.
Thank you for that. That is a good point. I think we may want to keep the 17th. And then, so it looks like then we'd be looking out to the week of December 8th. We have a AHO hearing in another matter on the 8th, so that would be difficult. But so the next available date would be December 9th.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I was wondering if we could keep the 4th because it may be possible December 4th and then a second day. We might need 2 days given the number of witnesses. And then the second date, maybe we could make sure that Miss Tabor's witness goes on that
Okay.
date when she's available.
That's probably safer than not scheduling enough time. All right, so tentative proposal, and I realize others will likely need to chime in. Well, let's hear Ms. Safdie, please.
I just wanted to note that I know that our clients have some constraints around that time of year, and I will need to check with them. We had been holding November 17th as the date, so I think that would have to be subject to confirmation of availability by our witnesses.
Of course, understood. And so let's look to December 4th and December 9th and checking availability for those 2 dates. And then what date? Let's see, it's Monday. I'll look for the next time we gather on Thursday. I will look to all of you and we'll plan to make a final decision with respect to that date at that time. Well, I'm be inclined to hold both, but if none of the witnesses are available on the 4th, for example, then it doesn't make sense to hold it. So, and maybe also look to, if you would please, and those who are listening, look if not only the 9th, but the 10th and 11th, you know, as alternatives as well, so that we can have a discussion and pin this down on Thursday. And thank you for bringing this up. We did an amazing job of getting a emergency videographer, if you will, on short notice and getting a contract, but we were somewhat limited in the turnaround time. Looks like Ms. Meserve, if we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning.
Good morning. Just in thinking about the site visit that hasn't occurred yet, Hearing Officer Kinsey, I guess, I think maybe right now focus on the site visits that's already occurred and the witnesses that we already know might be called in. I'm happy to pencil in dates and let people know, but I can't, not knowing which witnesses DWR might want to call, and it's just a lot to it's frustrating for people to tell them a certain date and then have them hold that and then have it change and stuff, and we're there's a lot going on already, so I would just ask that we focus on trying to maybe get that date going for the visits that already occurred, and then not worry too much about the November 10th date, unless if there's dates you want to hold out, and I can certainly let people know that's a possible date, but it just all seems a bit speculative at this time. And I'd also want to make sure too, if we have a date, that DWR make its witnesses available at that time as well.
Understood. Yeah, and I think what you're suggesting here is that we look for dates for cross-examination of the witnesses we've heard from through the site visit, and then see what happens on the 10th. I'd like to get it wrapped up before Christmas. I know as we get into the holidays, things just get worse and worse. So I think that's really looking at the week of the 8th. And as I indicated, we have another hearing. That's getting pretty far along towards the holiday season. So to the extent possible, if you can identify dates when all of, those who participate on the 10th would be on November 10th, would then be available that week, that would be quite helpful. I know it's difficult, and I know
so that would be the week of December 9th is kind of like what you're honing in on. Is that correct? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll do that.
Thank you. Ms. Morris.
Yes, if it's possible to get the name, there were some speakers who spoke at SOPs that were not on the tour list. Is it possible to for someone to update the list to have all the speakers' names so that we make sure we know who was speaking at which stop, since we don't have the video until the 20th, because that might help us to narrow it down as well.
Sure, I can go back with the folks who worked on the tour and do that. Sure.
Thank you very much.
You. Other procedural issues before we turn to SAC sewer. Oh, I have a note which is to DWR, which is the hearing team has indicated that our modeling folks will be available on October 27th. And that's what I'm looking to, that we would have, if possible, this conversation. I'm reflecting not only to DWR, but to the protestants as well. I'd like to have this conversation about the model request the morning of October 27th. I will return to this. This will affect Mr. Brodsky, so we will return to this later today, or it may affect Mr. Brodsky, because I realize that may push our day on the 27th a little bit to allow for that conversation to occur. But I wanted to give as much notice as possible, but that is what we're targeting, is October 27th, Monday, next Monday.
And our modeling experts are available at that time.
Excellent. Good. Thank you. Then with that, I will turn to, I'm not sure if it should be Ms. Tabor.
Yes, good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Kelly Tabor on behalf of Sacramento Area Sewer District.
Thank you. Good morning. And I think it makes sense, unless you have another proposal, that we go ahead and start with an opening statement if you have one, and then possibly break for lunch, unless it's given that, well, what is your estimate for direct for the panel of two, right?
Correct. I believe that the estimate we previously provided was approximately 15 minutes each.
So we could start with one. Would that make sense? We could start with hear from one, and then
I think that would be fine with us. I don't know. I haven't heard from the court reporter. I didn't, if there was a break, I might have missed it earlier.
we did. That's true. We just powered through this morning. You're right. I am so sorry, and I apologize to the court reporter. Let's go ahead with that in mind. Let's go ahead and do opening statements. No, scratch that. We'll do opening statement with the testimony. Let's go ahead and take a somewhat early lunch, and then we will reconvene at 12:30 and pick up and start fresh, if you will.
That works well for us. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you to the court reporter, particularly for your patience. And I will see you at 12:30. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Thank you for your valiant effort this morning as we went straight through. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am indeed, Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. I see we have Ms. Tabor, Ms. Morris. Yes, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to let you know that I sent a note to Counsel for DTech that we do not have any further questions for Dr. Diver, so that she would not need to return at 2 p.m. today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Morris. I appreciate that. Thank you. And with that, I think I will turn to you, Ms. Tabor. Do you have an opening statement for Sacramento Sewer?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I do.
Please.
So good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey, hearing staff, and members of the State Water Board. The Sacramento Area Sewer District has been discharging treated wastewater from its treatment plant upstream of Hood since 1982. In 2010, with the urging of the state water contractors and Metropolitan Water District, the State Water Resources Control Board confirmed the imposition of stringent effluent limitations for the treatment plant that would require a nearly $2 billion investment from the Sacramento area ratepayers. In response to its significant concerns about the cost of meeting these permit requirements, Sac Sewer was assured not to worry, it would be able to recycle the water produced under the new permit. Sac Sewer thus proceeded to construct the $1.7 billion Echo Water facility, the second largest water resource facility of its kind in the United States, and to develop an innovative recycled water delivery and ecosystem restoration program that is now known as Harvest Water. The details of the Harvest Water program have been well known for over a decade. Sac Sewer issued a notice of preparation for an EIR for Harvest Water in 2015 and approved the program in 2017. Since 2018, Harvest Water has been awarded approximately $400 million of state and federal funding and received the highest score for environmental value and second highest for overall public benefits from the California Water Commission, along with high scores from the State Water Board. In 2019, the State Water Board approved Water Right Order WW92, authorizing Sac Sewer to recycle up to 50,000 acre-feet per year of treated wastewater for irrigation and fish and wildlife enhancement. And the Harvest Water program is a key element of the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. In the spring of 2019, Governor Newsom directed DWR to inventory and assess current planning for a new single tunnel project. Inexplicably, DWR's response to that directive failed to account for Harvest Water, despite repeated entreaties from Sac Sewer. DWR made no changes to the location of the tunnel project intakes, despite the impacts of siting the DCP facilities on both the Harvest Water program or the Echo Water facility operations. Today and over the next several hearing days, 6 Sac Sewer witnesses will explain why DWR's change petition must be denied. You've already heard from Dr. Susan Paulson and Dr. Gary Ivey on behalf of coalitions of protestants, including Sac Sewer, about the DCP impacts to Delta water quality and the fully protected Greater Sandhill Crane. Today, Sac Sewer's district engineer, Christoph Dobson, and environmental program manager, Brian Young, will provide an overview of the Echo Water facility and Harvest Water program, including its irrigation and ecosystem enhancement components. Next, Dr. Jamie Marty, an expert on pollinators with a PhD in restoration ecology from UC Davis, will discuss the tunnel project's foreseeable impacts on the candidate species, the crotch bumblebee. Dr. Stefan Mell, a professor with a PhD in civil engineering and 27 years of experience, will testify that the DCP will harm the Harvest Water program by impeding its program objectives of increasing groundwater levels. Finally, Sac Sewer's Director of Operations, Clarence Lundy, and Dr. Susan Paulson will testify regarding the DCP's anticipated impacts to the operation of the Echo Water facility, particularly as it will affect reverse flows in the Sacramento River. As these witnesses will show, the Delta Conveyance project has the potential to severely impact Sac Sewer and the surrounding environment. Their testimony establishes that the DCP is not in the public interest, and also that DWR has not demonstrated that the Delta Conveyance project will not injure Sac Sewer as a legal user of water, especially with respect to its impacts to the Harvest Water program and its substantial benefits. For these reasons, the change petition must be denied. And now, Hearing Officer Kinsey, we are prepared to present our first witness, Christoph Dobson.
Thank you. And I assume we need to elevate Mr. Dobson. I'll look to the hearing team to please elevate Mr. Dobson. Good afternoon. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Just trying to find myself.
Yes, well, I was doing the same thing, changing my view. Welcome to our hearing proceeding. I will administer the oath and then turn things over to Ms. Tabor. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. To you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dobson.
Good afternoon.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 15 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Are Exhibits Sacramento Area Sewer District 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21 true and correct copies of the National Pollutant Discharge Elimination Permit, wastewater change petition order, contracts, harvest water quality quarterly report, and conceptual eco plan relied on as exhibits to your written testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 22 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
And would you like to make any corrections to your summary presentation?
I do have a clarification or two in that I would just go through when I do the presentation.
Okay, thank you. And I'll note that we did submit a corrected exhibit labeled SASD 22C on Friday, and Mr. Dobson will address that correction as he presents his slides.
Thank you. And I believe we've moved that exhibit over, so it should be available on the FTP site.
Thank you. Mr. Dobson, at this time, would you please summarize your testimony as set forth in your PowerPoint SASD 22C? And if we could please bring up that exhibit. Thank you, Mr. Woolridge.
All right, I've been introduced, so we'll go ahead and move to the next slide, please. So this is a quick overview of my testimony, and it supports the opinion that the DCP will adversely impact SACSEWER's use of recycled water, injuring SACSEWER as a legal user of water. It also supports the opinion that the DCP is not in the public interest and that the DCP will impact SACSEWER facilities and operations. Next slide, please. Just a little bit about our history and operations. We are the second largest collection system in the state of California. We provide sewage collection services for about 1.2 million people, and we provide sewage treatment and resource recovery services for about 1.6 million people in the Sacramento region. And we own and operate the Echo Water Resource Recovery Facility near Elk Grove. It is the second largest water resource recovery facility of its kind in the United States. Next slide. A little bit about our operations. The Echo Water facility is an advanced tertiary treatment facility. Advanced means that it is capable of removing nutrients, and that's our biological nutrient removal process. And tertiary means that it adds filtration, an additional step after our secondary process. So it's advanced tertiary. The treated water is used as recycled water, or it's discharged into the Sacramento River just downstream of the Freeport Bridge. The effluent discharge into the river is authorized and regulated under a NPDES permit, and our permitted capacity is 181 MGD, or million gallons per day, and that's an average dry weather flow. Next slide. All right, it's a little bit about Harvest Water Program. The region has made a nearly $2 billion investment in the Echo Water facility, which now produces a very high quality water that we want to put to good use. And the Harvest Water Program was developed to increase the use of this high quality recycled water. In 2019, the State Water Board issued Order WW0092, and that allows or authorizes SACSUR to reduce our discharge of treated effluent to the river and then to redirect that flow that isn't discharged to the Harvest Water Service Area for agricultural irrigation and fish and wildlife habitat enhancement. We are projected to deliver up to 50,000 acre feet to 16,000 acres of ag land. During the non-growing season, we'll be delivering 12 to 17,500 acre feet for fish and wildlife enhancement. And I do want to clarify there that fish will benefit indirectly due to the rise in the groundwater table, but we won't be directly applying recycled water to fish habitat. Next slide. All right, the Harvest Water timeline. Construction is well underway. We expect to be completed by the end of 2026, and then we'll go through our testing and startup of the facilities, and we expect that to happen in early 2027, and then we will begin delivering water in the 2027 irrigation season. Next slide. A little bit about the funding for Harvest Water. We have about $365 million awarded to the project through the Water Storage Investment Program, or WSIP, and that program is managed by the California Water Commission. And our project was the first project to be funded with the funding agreement through the WSIP program. We've also executed a $30 million grant from the Federal WIN Act. And then we have a couple of other agreements that are pending execution, up to $15 million in water recycling program funding from the State Water Board, and $1 million in congressionally directed spending through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. Next slide. So as part of that water storage investment program, we have some contractual obligations for the Harvest Water Program. In 2023, SACSUR executed CAPBs, that is contracts for the administration of public benefits, in order to receive the WSIP funding. And so we are essentially providing these public benefits in return for the funding. So it makes those ecological benefits a key requirement. SACSUR's EcoPlan ecosystem benefits include 3,500 additional acres of sandhill crane habitat, 353 additional acres of vernal pool habitat, a longer migration window for Chinook salmon, and that's done by increasing the stream flow in the Cosumnes River during migration season. Improved groundwater conditions. It also improves 5,000 acres of wetlands and riparian forests, both through groundwater levels and habitat quality. And it removes 95 tons per day of salinity from the Sacramento and Delta waterways. Next slide. All right, so these are the impacts that we see from the DCP, in particular the Twin Cities Complex, I'll just refer to as TCC. There is a launch shaft for the tunnel boring machines, and then a staging and storage site for the waste that is generated by the tunnel boring. And then there's various infrastructure that ties into that site. It's a footprint of 593 acres. And during construction, it actually impacts a larger area of 644 acres. And 222 of those acres will remain as permanent infrastructure once the construction project is complete. Next slide. All right, the DCP impacts include reduced groundwater recharge, which impacts the ability of harvest water to raise the groundwater levels. Removal of 644 acres of crane habitat, it's one of only 2 suitable areas, and here is also another clarification. The suitability of the areas is what we're referring to is that there are only a couple of areas that are of such a large and continuous size under the control of a single owner and in the direct connection corridor between the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes River Preserve. Disruption of habitat connectivity between Stone Lakes and Cosumnes Preserve, and that's what I'm referring to in that connection corridor. And then significant sunk costs on the modeling, the site prioritization, the research, the outreach, and negotiation for these sites that we have identified. Next slide. So in conclusion, DCP operations will result in significant adverse impacts to Sac Sewer's use of recycled water for the harvest water program, our ability to satisfy the CAPB requirements, and Sac Sewer's facilities and operations. DCP will injure Sac Sewer as a legal user of the water, and our opinion is that it is not in the public interest. And that concludes my statement.
Thank you, Mr. Dobson.
Thank you.
And I understand Mr. Young will be up next. Is that right, Ms. Tabor?
He should be in the waiting room.
Yes. To the hearing team, if you would, please elevate Brian Young. Good afternoon. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
And I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. To you, Ms. Tabor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Young.
Good afternoon.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 1 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
It is.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 2 a true and correct copy of your current resume?
It is.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 3 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes, it is.
Would you like to make any corrections to your summary presentation?
No, a few clarifications like Mr. Dobson did with his as we go along.
Okay. We did submit an updated exhibit labeled SASD 3C on Friday. So please use that. If Mr. Woldridge, if you could please bring that up. And Mr. Young, at this time, would you please summarize your testimony as set forth in exhibit SASD 3C?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll start with just a little bit about myself. Name's Brian Young. I'm an environmental program manager for Sacramento Area Sewer District, or Sac Sewer. I graduated from UC Davis with a degree in wildlife and fisheries biology. I entered the wildlife field probably more from the habitat side of things. I worked at a native grass seed farm in Winters, California, where we did a lot of different types of habitat restoration, but also commercially produced seed for grassland species for restoration projects throughout the state. But far and away, the bulk of my career has been with the sanitation district. I've been with the sanitation district for more than 30 years. An important part of my role with Sac Sewer is the responsible environmental stewardship of properties under our control. And that includes the 2,000 plus acres surrounding the Echo Water Resource Recovery Facility near the city of Elk Grove. That's the land that we call the buffer lands. It's an area that we manage with an emphasis on open space preservation and wildlife habitat conservation, where through grant funds and mitigation projects and volunteer projects, we've restored hundreds of acres of wetlands, of native grasslands. We've planted over 50,000 trees to augment our oak woodlands and our riparian forests. And we've seen some very phenomenal wildlife response. Our bird list is now up to 248 species. We can see as many as 120 species in a single day. The success of that bufferlands program is no doubt a testament to the quality of the habitat we've created, but also attributable to our proximity and connection and our collaboration with other wildlife areas in the region. The bufferlands is contiguous with the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, which rolls right down to the Cosumnes River Preserve. The Yolo Basin Wildlife Area is just about 5 miles off to the west as the crow flies, or the crane flies, or whatever your preferred avian species is. But as Mr. Dobson mentioned, Sac-Sur is also a large municipality serving over 1.6 million people. We have a service area of over 387 square miles. We have our Echo Water facility, 117 pumping stations, over 5,000 miles of sewer pipeline. And that kind of gets to another important role I play with Sac-Sur. And that's driving that balance and compatibility between these major infrastructure projects and our core value of environmental stewardship. So to that end, my team gets involved with a lot of different Sac-Sur capital improvement projects, where we work with designers and project managers to try and find alignments or approaches to construction that minimize impacts on sensitive biological resources. When we can't find, or when we're not able to totally avoid those impacts, then we're working with those same groups plus regulatory agencies to come up with creative yet effective means of mitigating those impacts. So Harvest Water is one of those capital improvement projects, and one that I've been involved with for about 10 years. So if we go to the first slide or the next slide, that gets into what I'd like to discuss today. I'm going to provide a brief overview of the Harvest Water program, including the ecological benefits that we endeavor to provide through implementation of our eco plan, and then cover where I see the Delta Conveyance project impacting our ability to implement successfully our eco plan. And lastly, I'll discuss the actions that I'll be advocating today here relative to the change petition. I realize that Mr. Dobson has already provided a great overview of the program, but just bear with me as I reiterate and maybe expand on some of the elements of his testimony. So if I can have that next slide, please. All right, so Harvest Water, it's essentially a massive recycled water delivery project where Sac-Sur aims to deliver high quality recycled water to about 16,000 acres of agricultural and habitat lands in the southern part of Sacramento County. We intend to do this to the tune of about 50,000 acre feet per year, or 16 billion gallons each year. And this will bring a multitude of public benefits, including groundwater restoration to historic levels. There's also several ecosystem improvements that I'll touch on here in a few minutes. There's water quality benefits to the Sacramento River and Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta. Farmland and open space protection. We'll be providing water for firefighters to use for wildland fire suppression. And then there's climate resiliency that we'll be providing for through this project. And along those lines, this project also provides for the conjunctive use of two different sources of water. And conjunctive use in the region is a major SGMA, or Sustainable Groundwater Management Act project and management action for both the South American and the Cosumnes subbasin. Also, as Mr. Dobson mentioned, this project's made possible with significant funding through the state of California under the Proposition 1 Water Storage Investment Program, or WSIP. To date, of all the projects eligible to receive funding under the WSIP, Harvest Water is still the only one under contract to receive this funding. So next slide, please. So in addition to being under contract for funding, we're under contract for construction. Construction of the Harvest Water project involves building a pumping station at the Echo Water Resource Recovery Facility. This is a pumping station capable of delivering up to 105 million gallons a day. To put that into perspective, that's like a pumping station that's able to fill 160 Olympic-sized swimming pool every 24 hours. So from the pumping station, our recycled water enters a network of 42 miles of transmission and distribution pipelines. Those pipelines range in size from 66-inch diameter welded steel pipe to 12-inch diameter HDPE, or high-density polyethylene pipe. That would be at the furthest reaches away from the pumping station. Now, along that network of pipelines, we'll be building approximately 100 on-farm connection assemblies, or OFCAs. These are the metered points of connection that we have at participating landowners' properties, where property owners will be able to use an online application to dial up water to fill their operational needs. So on this slide, the photo at the top is a rendering of that pumping station. The photos in the middle, those are some representative of pipeline construction, both the welded steel pipe, and this is some of the larger diameter HDPE, or high density polyethylene pipe, going in the ground. And I'll make a comment here. Just last week, we hit a significant milestone in that all 42 miles of this pipeline are now in the ground. So significant achievement. We still have plenty of testing and pertinence work to do and road restoration, but we're getting close to completing that milestone, or that element of the project. At the bottom of the slide, to the left, is a rendering of one of our on-farm connection assemblies. And then on the bottom right, that's a photo to remind me to mention that we know we're doing this construction in an area of the county with a lot of sensitive biological resources. And one of the ways that we're minimizing our impacts to those sensitive resources is, one, by installing this pipeline almost entirely within existing roadways in the South County. And then we're also using trenchless techniques such as microtunneling, or in this case in the photo here, jack and bore, to avoid impacts to sensitive resources like streams and creeks and wetlands. To that end, maybe we can skip 2 slides here. I'll talk a little bit. So yeah, one more, that one. You go ahead and go back one, sorry. Yeah, so as far as permitting for this project, it's gone through both CEQA and NEPA analysis, but then our permitting for both the Clean Water Act and the State and Federal Endangered Species Acts has been through the South Sacramento HCP. The South Sacramento Habitat Conservation Plan is a plan that provides protection to 28 different species of wildlife and their associated habitat. 14 of these are known to occur within our Harvest Water project area. We also have permitting for construction under California Fish and Game Code. This would be Section 1600 for our stream bed alteration agreements, and also protecting our cultural resources through the National Historic Preservation Act. Now let's go back a slide. And I want to talk a little bit about how this groundwater recovery works with Harvest Water. We do get some incidental groundwater recharge through the surface application of water of our recycled water for agricultural irrigation and also for habitat uses. But the primary mechanism of groundwater recovery is through what we call in lieu recharge, where we are decreasing the demand on our groundwater by providing a alternative source for groundwater users in the area. So providing recycled water in lieu of farmers pumping groundwater. And this allows the groundwater to able to recover naturally. And in doing so, we'll see extensive positive benefits to our groundwater dependent ecosystem. Within 15 years of the project, we'll be raising groundwater to within 10 feet or less to the surface, supporting nearly 4,000 acres of existing wetlands. And this also will improve stream flows in the Cosumnes River. The Cosumnes River flows kind of along the eastern portion of our delivery area, and that improved stream flow results in a longer migration window for the fall run Chinook salmon as well as steelhead. All right, if I can have the next slide. There we go. Read my mind. Of course, for this groundwater, in-lieu groundwater recharge to work, we need participation from groundwater users. And so before we started any construction, we wanted to make sure that we had the support from landowners. And so we didn't begin construction until we had letters of intent representing 100% of our demand goal. We didn't actually. That was enough to get construction started, but those on-farm connection assemblies, those we don't start until we have formalized agreements with users, as well as an easement to allow for the construction of the OFCA on their property. We've gone through one round, our first round of contracting for those on-farm connections, and we have 56 OFCAs under contract for construction. That represents about 65% of our targeted demand. So in addition to coordinating with our landowners, we've also been forming partnerships with other groups in the area. The attributes of this program regarding agricultural sustainability and ecosystem benefits has drawn widespread support. So we have partnerships with groups like the Sacramento County Farm Bureau, the Cosumnes Preserve, the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge, as well as other local resource conservation districts and local non-governmental organizations. Next slide is a nice snapshot showing some of the program supporters and partners. Okay, if I go to next slide. I want to talk a little bit about the eco plan. So ecological benefits are the core component of our Prop 1 funding eligibility. And the eco plan is our implementation framework that guides our habitat improvements. It also addresses how we'll monitor those improvements, our reporting requirements, and strategies for adaptive management to ensure that our ecological objectives are achieved and sustained over the 84-year life of the project. The eco plan also maintains environmental resilience in the face of climate change and increases and protects habitat connectivity between two critical ecological reserves. There I'm talking about the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge and the Cosumnes River Preserve. Next slide. So again, with some of the specific ecosystem and water quality improvements that we're contracted to deliver under the WSIP. I know Mr. Dobson has covered these, but I'm going to kind of frame it a little bit different. There's kind of two categories of benefits here. There are those benefits that occur incidental to our in lieu groundwater recovery efforts. So basically by providing this recycled water to the project area. And so through that in lieu groundwater recovery, then we'll see the kind of passive improvements to wetlands and riparian forests. We'll also see that increased stream flow that I've mentioned before, increasing the migration window for fall run Chinook. And then we'll also see the reduced salinity loads to the Sacramento River and the Sacramento-San Joaquin Delta waterways. But then we have our active benefits. So these are additional actions that we'll be taking as part of the project. And that's the creation of 3,500 acres of sandhill crane foraging and roosting habitat. It's the preservation and protection of the 353 acres of vernal pool habitat. And then it's active improvements to wetlands and riparian forests, 1,300 acres of wetlands and 500 acres of forest. And these will be through actions like native plant installations, invasive species management, and managing our grazing programs near these habitats. Next slide. So important to note that our eco-plan benefits, they occur well beyond just our delivery area. I mentioned that we're delivering water to about 16,000 acres of ag land in the South County. That acreage occurs within that red boundary. A little hard to pick out on this slide. But groundwater improvements and eco-plan benefits extend all the way out to that white boundary in this map. If I go to the next slide, which will now have that eco-plan benefit is now a black boundary in the delivery area being the pink boundary. But the eco-plan supports areas that are important for local and regional habitat connectivity. So we use geospatial mapping of existing habitat types and conservation holdings so that we can target ecosystem improvements to maximize the value of our efforts. So biggest bang for the buck. This map or this model that is shown on this slide is the ACE model prepared by the California Department of Fish and Wildlife and is used to map important areas for conservation and biodiversity and climate resiliency. So these hexagons shown on this map are rankings of different areas. So the dark gray hexagons on here, those are category 5, and they represent irreplaceable and essential corridors. So I can point out 2 of these on the map. So on the west side of the delivery area, there's a band of those hexagons that run north and south. That essentially represents the core of the Stone Lakes National Wildlife Refuge. And then on the southeastern portion of our delivery area, there's kind of a diagonal grouping of those hexagons. And that generally follows the Cosumnes River through the Cosumnes River Preserve. And so one of the goals of our eco-plan is to improve that connectivity between those two essential corridors, the Stone Lakes Refuge and the Cosumnes River Preserve. And therein kind of lies the rub with the Delta Conveyance project. So if we go to the next slide. So this shows where the Delta Conveyance project is slated for construction. And this is where I wanted to make a clarification. I recognize that this map is a bit outdated for this presentation. The map shows 3 points of diversion or intakes along the Sacramento River, and I know the northern one is not currently being contemplated, so excuse the incorporation of that one. But the two ones downstream of that are still in play, as is the Twin Cities complex. Which lies and that's the area of most significant concern. So you can see these are the blue and green areas on the map. And if you just toggle back to the previous slide. So in trying to create that connection between those groupings of dark hexagons, you can see the Twin Cities complex lies right between the two. So go ahead and advance 2 slides, please. So the Twin Cities complex is an approximately 593-acre construction and material storage site. It'll be used to manage the RTM, or reusable tunnel material. So as discussed in other testimony submitted by Sac Sewer, the DCP will unreasonably impact sensitive species and have impacts to groundwater resources, which pose a direct threat to the sustainability gains that will occur under the Harvest Water Program. So the Harvest Water Program released our draft EIR back in 2016. It was finalized in 2017. We received initial Proposition 1 funding award in 2018. My point being was that this is a very well-known project and plan and land use well prior to the draft EIR from the DCP in 2022. But despite the existence of this land use in this plan, DWR still chose to site this Twin Cities complex right in the middle of our eco-plan area and has yet to present any analysis of the DCP effects on the harvest water eco-plan. So DWR has not yet taken adequate steps to ensure that the DCP is compatible with the harvest water program, to show that it avoids conflicts and that it maintains the program's feasibility. And DWR has also not addressed the risk to public funds that are already invested through the harvest water program. So one more slide, please. So just to kind of wrap up, the harvest water program, I believe it represents a fantastic model of integrated sustainable water and habitat management. It's the culmination of years of planning and a product of collaboration between federal, state, and local agencies, as well as private landowners, conservation groups, and the agriculture community. And so we're just in a situation where we just can't allow one state-supported project to undermine the goals of another. And that's why today I'm advocating for DWR to withdraw their change petition and reassess and revise the routing and construction plans for the Delta Conveyance project. If DWR elects not to withdraw the change petition, I respectfully urge the AHO and the State Water Board to find that the DCP, as proposed, is not in the public interest, and then deny the change petition. Now, if the AHO and the State Board and the Water Board do intend to approve the proposed points of diversion, that approval should require robust interagency and landowner coordination to ensure the ecological benefits of our harvest water program are not compromised, and to ensure that any DCP related disturbances are fully mitigated through science-based restoration and financial compensation aligned with Sac Sewer's obligation under the WSIP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. And as I understand, Ms. Tabor, we are presenting these two witnesses as a panel for cross-examination. Is that?
That's correct. We felt that would be more efficient given the overlap in your testimony in some areas.
Yes, understood. And it looks like I'm looking to you, Ms. Morris.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Dobson and Mr. Young. My name is Stephanie Morris. I'm outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources, and I have some questions for you. How are you both this afternoon?
Good, thank you.
I'm well, thanks.
I'm trying to adjust so I can see you both on the same screen. Okay. I also, let's see, I thought there was a lot of overlap, and so I will, for the most part, ask a question, and I think whoever feels like it's appropriate to answer is fine with me. There are a couple of questions probably where I will direct them, but if that works for you, please just jump in. I was looking at Mr. Dobson's testimony just to orient us about, and I don't know, do you have a copy of it in front of you, or would you like me to ask Mr. Wooldridge to pull it up?
I do have a copy.
Okay. I'm looking at page 5, line 22 to 23, where you talk about there's 50,000 acre feet of potential delivery to 16,000 acres. And then also on page 8, Mr. Dobson, you talk about to date recycled water service agreements representing 52 OFCAs. And could you just tell me what OFCA stands for again?
Yeah, that's the on-farm connection assembly. It's basically the equipment that connects our main distribution lines of the recycled water and the farmer's irrigation system.
Okay, so it says there's 52 that have been executed, accounting for 60% of the annual irrigation demand, or approximately 21,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
Yeah. Let me get to that. That was on page 8, you said?
That was on page 8, and I'm just trying to orient us to get to some questions.
Yeah, I believe we've updated that a little bit since then. I believe Brian mentioned 65% now. But yeah, that's in the ballpark of the number that we have under contract.
Okay, thanks. And when did Harvest Water and its eco plan receive the initial Proposition 1 funding?
The original award was in 2018, the approval, and then obviously we had to go through the process to develop the agreements with the state agencies.
And even though the funding was received in 2018, as late as as we sit here today, the program was still finalizing its on-farm contracts, correct?
Yes, we continue to finalize and bring in new contracts. Yes.
And at least at the time of the time the testimony was submitted, the project was still constructing pipelines, correct?
That is correct.
So, is it fair to say that as of the date of DWR's draft EIR in 2022, the harvest water program's habitat acreage and contract status were still in development?
I guess you could say that the exact number was still in development, but we did have, as Brian pointed out, 100% of the letters of intent, 100% of the demand in letters of intent. So we had a very good understanding of where our potential was, that's been around before certainly before that EIR was released.
And so your testimony is the letters of intent were finalized prior to 2022?
I'd have to check on that.
Okay. I guess I was curious if the letters of intent are publicly available.
They're public records, so I don't believe that we've published it or posted them, but they are public records.
Okay. And how about the contracts?
I believe that would be the same answer. The contracts are that there's a template that was approved by our board of directors in a public meeting, but the individual contracts they then delegated the authority to me. So again, not posted, but they're public documents.
Okay. And since you raised I'll come back to it. I have some questions about the form of the contracts. For either one of you, do you know if you've executed a recycled water service agreement with either the landowner or the property manager at the Twin Cities complex site?
I'll take that one. So we have a contract to build the on-farm connection that will serve that site. We don't have an agreement for eco-planned use yet.
And I think are we still with Mr. Wooldridge?
Yes, we are.
If we could please go to Mr. Young's PowerPoint, which I think, and Ms. Tabor can correct me, is SASD 3C now? Yes, that's what I have. And just maybe preliminarily, Mr. Young, what changes? So there was A, B, and C that were provided, correct? Well, original was not A, right? It's just 3, then B and C.
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Are you? I'm sorry, Ms. Morris. Oh, are we supposed to be looking at the PowerPoint?
Yeah, SASD 3C, right?
Yeah, we're not looking at the PowerPoint yet.
Oh, sorry.
My mind is part of the confusion. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just as a point of clarification, I'm trying to understand what the differences were. So was there 3 that were submitted?
I can clarify that, Ms. Morris. The C refers to corrected.
Oh, thank you. Okay. And
so we've used that C when we've submitted corrected exhibits recently.
Okay. And then, thank you. Sorry, I was confused. Mr. Young, the changes is there any way to know what changes were made between the different versions?
I
Are they
believe,
indicated in any way?
yeah, I believe the change was to the date on the first slide.
Okay. If we can go to the first slide, Mr. Wooldridge, the date, I'm not seeing a date, so.
Oh, so the date's been removed. So it previously had a 20, I think it was October 24, 2024, and it didn't have any relevance.
Okay, is that the only change?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
If I may, Ms. Morris, there actually was one more change. There were some slides at the end of his presentation, his original presentation, which were included by accident, 16 through 21, and those were deleted.
Thank you. Okay. All right, now can we go to slide 7, Mr. Wooldridge, please? Okay. So I just wanted to confirm the area shown in green, that is is that 16,000 acres?
That's correct.
And Mr. Young or Mr. Dobson, have you confirmed that all of the areas in green are eligible for inclusion in the program?
What do you mean by eligible for inclusion?
That I assumed from the way I read your project that they could receive recycled water.
So any of the parcels, whether they're in green or not within this the black line, that's our approved delivery area. So we're able to deliver recycled water to anywhere inside that boundary.
Okay, then what's the significance of the green?
The green that represents our areas where we receive letters of intent for the use of recycled water.
And does that equal 16,000 acres, or is that?
I believe it's more than 16,000 acres. So it's 16,000 acres is not a hard number, but that boundary is actually larger than 16,000 acres.
And when you say the boundary, you're talking about the black line, correct?
That's correct.
And is that roughly 20,400 acres?
Roughly. I think I recall it being slightly larger, but that's in the ballpark for sure.
Okay. Do you recall what it is? Or
not off the top of my head.
okay. And let's see. So the black line then represents, just to be clear, that is where potential recycled water service could occur, correct?
Correct.
So if an area is determined not to be eligible to receive water, or all these areas are eligible, in some of the documents, and I can pull it up, you talk about eligibility for certain agreements. Do you know what I'm talking about, or do I need to pull up a document?
For me, I think you need to pull up a document.
Okay. I'll come back to that.
Sure.
If an area that's green no longer wants to receive water, you could achieve the 16,000 acres for the program by trying to deliver water to another area within the black line. Is that correct?
Conceivably, yes.
And I think, and this could be for either one of you, maybe it's easiest to pull up SASD 18. Mr. Wooldridge, can you please pull that up? And Mr. Dobson, you talked about some of the contracts, so I wanted to ask a couple questions. Mr. Dobson, you submitted this as part of your exhibits, and can you describe for me what this document is?
So this is the contract with for the public benefits for the WSIP program.
Okay. And Mr. Woldridge, can you please go to page 60 of this document, PDF 60? And if you could scroll up so we can see the exhibit number. I guess, yeah, scroll. If you could go to the beginning. Could you just keep scrolling up? I want to see the beginning of this document right here. I think, Mr. Dobson, is this the agreement that was attached that you discussed about having authorization as a template to enter into the agreements with potential participants?
Now I'm less certain that this looks like a different page than what I was reading before. Master services agreement would be, yes, that would be a document that we brought to our board of directors, and I was authorized to enter into these agreements with individual landowners, and this one's on the eco-plan participation.
Okay. And would you agree if we could go to page PDF 60 that under this agreement that the term, even if a if a land was enrolled, that the landowner could terminate the agreement for convenience with just 30 days notice? Do you see where it says landowner may terminate this agreement for convenience?
I can see that.
And that's part of the master agreement, correct?
Yes.
So would you agree that parcels that have contracted under this master service agreement that they can change over time because they may choose not to continue?
Yes. This is specific to the eco-plan agreements. The service agreements with the farmers are different.
And where are the service agreements for the farmers?
I'm not sure if that was an attachment or not.
Where could I find it? I didn't see it here, but I could be wrong, but where do you think it would be located?
Well, we certainly have a copy of them. They would have also been, as I mentioned, brought to our board of directors so they would be on our public website. We just have to get the date of the board meeting.
And Mr. Dawson, did I hear you correctly that you said that you did enter a recycled water delivery agreement with the landowner of the Twin Cities complex, or just a letter of intent? I apologize.
That was Mr. Young.
Oh,
yeah,
Mr.
and what
Young.
we have there is an agreement for the construction of the on-farm connection assembly, OFCA, number 79, I believe it is. And but they also stated, I do not believe that we have a signed eco-plan agreement with them.
Okay. And the eco plan agreement would be to manage. Okay, well, just could you explain the difference between what the eco plan agreement would be for?
That's the agreement that we're looking at here.
Correct, but what would it entail?
Oh, this would be an agreement between Sac Sewer and the landowner to commit to certain actions on their property to achieve the benefits that we're seeking under our eco plan. Could be for crane habitat, could be for wetland or riparian restoration, could be for vernal pool acreage. You could cover different items.
And for the Twin Cities property that we've been talking about, what would it be for? Or what's the intention or the importance?
There, I mean, that area could serve different elements of the eco plan, but you know, crane habitat is one option that's available at that site, or potential at that site.
And this could be for either of you. I'm looking at Mr. Dobson's testimony at page 5, lines 26 through 27. I know he has it in front of him, but if you want to pull it up. It is SASD 15. You say the recycled water used for irrigation will result in lieu groundwater recharge in the area. Is that correct?
Yes, the use of recycled water allows for in lieu recharge. It's what Mr. Young described. The farmer uses our water instead of pumping the groundwater, and that allows the groundwater the groundwater basin to naturally recharge.
So is it fair to say that the program is intended to replace irrigation from groundwater pumping with irrigation with recycled water in order to accomplish that in lieu recharge?
Yes, not entirely, but yes, it reduces their use of groundwater significantly.
And do you know if the landowner or the lessee of the Twin Cities complex site is irrigating with groundwater?
I don't know that answer. Do you, Brian?
I'm not confident. I believe it's, well, shouldn't say, but I mean, there's some parcels within our program that use a combination of surface water and groundwater.
If we could pull up, Mr. Wooldridge, if we could pull up what is marked as Loretz 1. Do you, Mr. Young or Mr. Dobson, do you know that what is currently located on where the proposed Twin City site would be your portion is commonly referred to as the Durson Ranch?
I'm not aware of that.
Mr. Young?
We're supposed to be looking at an exhibit right now. I don't see one.
We're getting there.
Okay.
But I'm asking if you know the common reference.
I do not know the common term, the Deerson Ranch.
Well, we might have to pull up 2 exhibits then. Well, let me ask this. The agreement that you have for that property, do you know who you entered into the agreement with? What entity or person?
I believe it's with Frank Loretz.
And does Mr. Loretz have do you know if he has a person who leases the land?
Yes, I believe he does.
And do you know if that person is Dwayne Martin?
I believe that is correct, though, leases are certainly subject to change.
That's fair. Mr. Woolridge, oh, it looks like he's trying to pull that up. Thank you. And do you see that this is the testimony that was of Mr. Martin on behalf of Frank Loretz, or for Frank Loretz, that was submitted in this hearing?
I see that.
And Mr. Woolridge, could we go to the second page? And do you see on lines, my vision is getting worse as we go through lines 13 through 15. Do you see that it's sorry, that Mr. Martin is irrigating with surface water?
I see that there's, it's alluded to that he uses surface water, but I don't see where it precludes use of groundwater.
And do you have, and we can take this down, do you have any idea how much, Mr. Young or Mr. Dobson, how much groundwater is being used currently on that property?
I don't have that figure.
And same for you, Mr. Young?
I don't have that figure.
Mr. Dobson, do you?
No, I don't.
And then would the agreement that you entered in with Mr. Loretz quantify the amount of groundwater pumping that is occurring currently, or how much how much water and when the recycled water would be provided?
I can't speak to that detail.
Mr. Dobson?
I can't either.
Okay. But Mr. Young, you testified that, wait, who's Mr. Dobson? I'm sorry, because I'm confusing this. So you just correct me because I get easily confused here. It's one gentleman, I think it was you, Mr. Dobson, said that you were responsible for executing the contracts.
Well, yes, I am, but I do not know the details of every contract I execute. I read them when they come to me, but I can't recall this contract from others.
And so, but just in general, do the contracts for delivery of or future delivery to on-farm of recycled water, do they state an amount of how much water in order to be able to quantify like what the benefit is in terms of like we're not going to pump X amount of groundwater because we're going to take X amount of treated wastewater? Is that contained in the contract?
I don't know. Generally, my understanding of how this works is the farmer gives us estimates as to how much they'll use, and we track that. But they're going to be able to order water online, essentially, and that can vary from during the season and from day to day, week to week. And Brian may be able to. I'm sorry, Mr. Young may be able to add to that.
Yeah, I have the same understanding that we'll be tracking the water use. We do try to have an idea when we build these on-farm connections, so that we know that we're able to size them appropriately. But I don't know that volume in this particular case.
Wouldn't it be important to know in order to quantify the in-lieu number, how much groundwater was as a baseline being pumped on individual properties?
Yes, and like I say, that is tracked. So these are metered connections, so we'll know exactly how much water that we're providing. As far as groundwater use estimates, we have those, and I don't have them at the ready, but we know approximately how much the water use is associated with, say corn or tomatoes or alfalfa or vineyards or orchards, that sort of thing.
Let me ask a more specific question. I understand that you maybe have an idea of how much water is used, but if you don't know how much water is surface water versus groundwater as a baseline, how can you quantify the benefits of in-lieu recharge?
There are very few parcels in that entire area that use surface water. This is what I have been told by my staff. I believe this is a pretty unusual parcel. The demand was estimated based on many discussions with farmers to understand how much they're currently using. But we don't know exactly how much of our water they will use because it will vary. We may have to curtail the delivery of water and the availability. We're never promising to provide them their entire water source. So they're going to be using a combination of groundwater and harvest water.
If I wanted to understand the groundwater use on properties associated with the project, and specifically on Mr. Loretz, is that information that you can provide me? I didn't see it as part of any of the submittals, since you said it was a public record.
Objection, I don't believe he said that was a public record, Mr. Loretz's groundwater use.
Well, let's start with the contract and the letter of intent. Can you provide those?
Yes, we have those.
And can you also provide information that shows the amount of groundwater that was pumped passed at that property?
I don't know that we have that information.
I'm going to also object because Mr. Loretz already presented his testimony here, and Mr. Dwayne Martin was already on the stand and went through cross-examination, and I don't think this is the correct time to be pummeling a different protestant with questions about Mr. Loretz's property rights and his water.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I did ask Mr. Martin if he knew how much groundwater was pumped, and he said he did not know, so I thought I would ask. And the answer is they don't know, so I will move on.
Thank you.
The material's on file at the water board.
Let's see. If we can look at Mr. Just to orient you, I'm back on SASD 15, page 8, 23 to 24 lines. Mr. Dobson, this is your testimony. You talk about under the CAPB with CDFW, Sac Sewer is required to enroll and manage a yearly average of 3,500 acres of habitat. Do you see that measured as a 5-year rolling average?
I do.
And that 3,500 acres you mentioned, and Mr. Young or Mr. Dobson can answer, is that for sandhill crane habitat?
I'll let Mr. Young to make sure.
Can you give me that page number again? I think I'm on the wrong page.
Oh, sure. Page 8. It's SASD 15, which is Mr. Dobson's testimony. And lines 23 to 24.
Yes, I see that. And what was the question?
Is that 3,500 acres mentioned there for sandhill crane habitat?
That is correct.
Okay. And is it okay if I refer to you as SAC? Sometimes you SAC Sewer, is that okay? Or do you prefer something else?
Oh, yes, that's fine.
Okay. Has Sac Sewer entered into any contracts with landowners to enroll for this 3,500 acres of habitat?
No, we have not yet. As far as I know, we have not yet entered into any of these contracts.
Okay. And this could be for anyone, but if we could please, Mr. Wooldridge, pull up SASD 18, which is, we're going back to the CAPB that Mr. Dobson referred to in his testimony. And I'll wait till the document comes up and ask my question so we can see it. If we could go to PDF page 6, I believe. And so I was trying to understand this, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but in looking at this document, it appears that in order for areas to be considered for the sandhill crane benefit, they have to be receiving recycled water. I see that in 1. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. And then this question, I guess, is specifically for Mr. Dobson. I'm looking at your testimony. Sorry, Mr. Wooldridge, for jumping around here. SASD 15. And I'm looking again back at page 8. Yes. I noticed that you said you gave some more definition here in your testimony on your slides. But do you see on line 27 where it says this 644 acre area of contiguous potential crane habitat is one of only 2 suitable areas? Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you expanded on your definition of suitability in your oral presentation, correct?
Yes, I did.
And where is the other? If this is one of 2, where's the other area of suitable habitat located?
I do not know the answer to that.
Just procedurally, do you want me to jump in when I know the answers, or?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, thank you for asking, but yes, please.
Yes.
Would it be helpful to bring up a map?
What's that?
Would it be helpful to bring up a map?
Yeah, maybe we're basically talking about the land just north of the subject piece. So the area between Lambert Road and Dearson, north of the.
Let me just, because I'm geographically challenged, if we could go to SASD 3C, and then maybe we can look at slide 3. There's a map, and maybe you can. This map to me has very clear landmarks. So if we can maybe expand on the map and you can explain that to us again. Oh, Mr. Woj, do you mind zooming in? Perfect. Thank you. Oh, maybe too much. Mr. Young can tell us.
No, that's probably okay, but there's not a whole lot of landmarks to go here on this. Is there one that do you have a map that actually shows over an aerial photo?
Do you want to go back to the one that had let's try page 7 of this document? Maybe that doesn't have landmarks, but it has the parcels and is that better?
Yeah, I mean, that's a little bit better.
Could you just orient us like
approximately like
yeah, like so maybe well, let me try to help you orient us. So if I'm looking at this map, realizing I'm geographically challenged at sort of the bottom left corner of the black area, where you can see the 2 green squares. Do you see that? Do you?
Well, I'm sorry.
There's a lot of green squares.
More attention to the map. I apologize, but and now I'm drawing on it with my cursor.
Oh yeah.
But
you see the black line that runs kind of like, let's call it from the bottom of the screen to like the mid screen. It looks like it's running along I-5.
Yes.
Okay. And like right before, if we go up to that black line where the green squares are against I-5, do you see that?
Yes.
And that you can see there's kind of barely a road. You can see it kind of curves. That's Twin Cities. And then it's kind of going, Franklin Boulevard's going up from that direction. Is that correct? Kind of in the middle of those 3 squares, and you can see they're stacked on each other. And there's like in the middle of that blob of green, there's like a big brown spot. That's a square. This is not a very good description, but you kind of know where, are we talking about?
I'm following you. Yes.
Okay.
So those 2 big rectangles above the brown spot there, between I-5 and Franklin Boulevard, and south of Lambert Road, which is kind of where that black line along I-5 takes that left-hand turn on the map here.
That's the other area that it was described, that was referenced in Mr. Dobson's testimony.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And I apologize for that terrible description. I should have used Franklin Field to orient us. That's like a more clear landmark. So, but if I'm looking, do you see the kind of in the middle where Franklin Field is?
Yes.
And then if we go just up and to the left, there's 2 rectangles, and that's what you were describing, that abut I-5, the black line right there. Is that accurate?
Yep. Okay. One directly on the same trajectory as the airport there, and then the other one stacked on top of it up to Lambert.
Okay. Thank you for going. Thank you. I appreciate your patience with me. Okay. And I was just curious, and this is for Mr. Dobson or Mr. Young, for that statement, I didn't see a citation for that. Is that area or those areas identified or required to be enrolled in the CAPB agreement?
No, there is not a specific statement or requirement to. It's just that we're looking at, when we kind of analyze any area that has potential, this area had some additional attributes, such as that in line with that connectivity between Stone Lakes and the Cosumnes Preserve, as well as being the ability to negotiate with a single landowner.
And Mr. Young, just for clarification, Stone Lakes is on the other side of I-5 from the green squares, correct?
I mean, at this particular location, the Stone Lake boundary is on the west side of I-5, but the Stone Lakes boundary does expand over to the east side of I-5, a bit north of there as well.
Okay. And just going back to that, Mr. Dobson, I think in your testimony, you state that the connectivity between Stone Lakes and the Consumnes River Preserve is not a monetized benefit of the Harvest Water Program, correct?
Correct.
It's more of a goal, a specific goal.
Yes.
And this, I think I have this was in relation to the 3,500 acres, and I was going to ask Mr. Dobson, but Mr. Young, please jump in, because I think you also state this. Can you tell me how many acres of potential wintertime habitat for greater sandhill crane lie within the recycled water delivery area?
Well, I'll jump in with that answer. It's kind of a sliding scale as far as what could serve as foraging habitat or roosting habitat. Based on the crop, based on the soil type, based on some areas are more favorable than others, like those that lie within that connectivity corridor between the refuge and the preserve. But in general, like when we were developing the eco plan, we're about 10,000 acres that could be potential foraging habitat for sandhill crane.
And I read, I think, and I'm happy to pull it up, 10,500 acres of potential wintertime habitat. Does that sound right?
That sounds about right.
And so I'm geographically challenged, I'm also mathematically challenged, but if my math is right, it's about 3 times more potential sandhill crane habitat within the recycled water delivery area than is needed to satisfy the 3,500 requirements of the CAPB. Does that sound about right?
Well, those are areas of potential to create this habitat, not habitat that already exists.
Right. So there's
But
potential.
yes, that is
three
about
times.
about 3 times that size.
And I asked about this before, and I did not see it in your attachments, but where can I find the eco plan document? And I'll just represent to you that I asked some witnesses about this, Mr. Ivy and Mr. Seanworth, and they said, Dr. Ivy and Mr. Seanworth, and they said it was in draft and it wasn't provided. Can you all shed some light on that for me?
Well, I think the conceptual ecological plan, so it's like the longhand for eco plan. I believe that was one of the shared documents on Mr. Dobson's testimony, and then the eco plan as the concept was certainly has arisen from that conceptual plan. But then further developed in our negotiations with under WSIP. So is that the document or that you're referring to? Is that you can pull it up? I think we referenced it earlier.
Maybe let's pull up SASD 21, and then you could tell me if it's the document because I don't know. But Mr. Wooldridge, could you please pull up SASD 21?
Yeah, this is the one I was referring to.
And this was well, either you or Mr. Dobson, what is this document then?
I'll go. This is the just as it says in the title, it's the conceptual ecological plan and ecosystem benefits. So this is our original framework for the development of our strategy for implementing ecosystem improvements under the Harvest Water Program.
And I can just add that it was submitted to the Water Commission as the basis for developing those ecological benefits and how we would go about then monetizing them.
So currently, this is the document that sort of outlines the ecological benefits and how they would be documented. Is that a good summary?
Well, there's the contract for the administration on public benefits that was developed based on this conceptual plan. I think those put a finer point on things like trigger points for adaptive management and refine some of the goals contained within this conceptual plan.
Okay. So, and Mr. Young, you were talking about what is referred to as the CAPB.
That's correct. For ecological benefits, yes.
So first, let me ask about this document. Where in this document does it say that the Twin Cities complex or that area is an ecological enhancement corridor and part of the eco plan?
I believe it's covered. Flipping through. On page 11.
Could we go there, please, Mr. Wooldridge? And can you just direct me to what you're looking at?
Sure. Let's see. Go down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th paragraph.
What does it start with? For
A,
instance,
a number of planning activities.
oh, I'm not seeing it. Maybe maybe it's a different page than the PDF page? What
No, I
page?
see it here. I'm looking at it. A number of planning activities related to public lands and conserved lands and threatened species habitat exist in and around the program area.
Sorry, I'm not seeing where you are. What does the paragraph start with?
The water quality and sustainability planning.
I see that now. And then what?
Second sentence kind of sets it up, and then the third sentence. And remember here, this is back early in this is when we were calling this the South County Ag Program for short.
And then, so again, it doesn't specifically identify what we are commonly calling right now the Twin Cities complex, correct? It just says that there's potential for connectivity.
That's correct. I don't think we had the term Twin Cities complex back in 2017 when this was developed.
Or any specific property, right? Like the Loretz property or Durson Ranch or anything like that.
No.
And if we could, I've actually, let me see, if we could pull up Mr. Young's testimony, or sorry, CV, which I think is marked as SASD 2. And if we could scroll down to the second page. Yeah. So, Mr. Young, you currently serve as the Environmental Program Director for Sacramento Area Sewer District, correct?
Environmental Program Manager.
Manager, sorry. And in that role, do you oversee CEQA and CISA compliance?
I do.
Do you oversee environmental permitting?
Yeah, that's also part of my purview related to certain projects, yes.
And do you oversee or coordinate with wildlife agencies for the Harvest Water Program?
I do.
And here it looks like you also, I'm not sure if you do biological surveys or you oversee biological surveys. Do you see the fourth bullet?
Yeah, both.
Both. And do part of your responsibilities in this role include ensuring that the Harvest Water Program environmental documentation evaluates biological risks associated with proposed habitat?
Yeah, maybe you can clarify that. What do you mean by biological risks?
Well, let me say it a different way. Does part of your responsibilities include looking at environmental documentation to evaluate whether or not particular parcels are good habitat?
Yes. I mean, particular parcels or particular land, essentially. Yes, evaluating land for suitability for different species, yes.
Okay. And that was good was a poor word choice. Appropriate for specific habitat. Is that a better way to say it?
Yeah, that would work.
Okay. And could you tell me, I'm trying to understand, and so if I'm getting this wrong, please correct me, but the 2020 Harvest Water Environmental Review, was that a programmatic document?
The 2020 Harvest Water, are you referring to a particular document? Maybe you could pull it up for me.
You didn't include it. I'm asking about the EIR for harvest water that was done in 2020.
Oh, did we do a programmatic EIR? Yeah, but that would have been, developed in 2015, draft 2016, and then finalized in 2017.
Okay, sorry. So finalized in 2017. And then are there two, and if there are more, please let me know. Are there also two addendums to that EIR?
There are multiple addendums to that EIR.
Okay, how many?
Well, I don't know if I'm going to miss any, but I can think of three at least. Maybe there's four.
Okay. Do you know what years?
I don't know the specific year of, but if you're talking about the addendum that refers to the eco plan, that was done in 2021.
2021. Okay. And in that 2021 addendum for the eco plan, does it identify the Twin Cities area generally as specific sandhill crane habitat or a potential for a specific sandhill crane habitat site?
I don't recall, but again, we're talking about what we're able to create at that Twin Cities complex, not necessarily what's existing there.
Do you know if that addendum did any analysis of crane related risks such as power line collision?
I don't recall.
How about potential risks from aircraft disturbance?
I don't recall specifically. And again, this is under the EIR. As I mentioned, our permitting through this project is through the HCP, which does have measures covering greater sandhill crane.
And is it accurate to say that the pipeline construction for this project was and partially went up Franklin Road from, let's say, Twin Cities Road?
That's correct. Part of our pipeline construction was in Franklin Boulevard and in Twin Cities Road.
And did the EIR, any of the EIRs that you're aware of that I mean, I think you said you oversee the development of them, right? We established that. I just want to make sure.
So yes, I'm a reviewer of those documents as they come through.
And did any of those EIRs or addendums analyze potential noise impacts to Sandhill Crane along Franklin Boulevard?
I'm not sure. It's been some time since I've looked at those documents.
And Mr. Young, would you agree that a site cannot reasonably be described as providing Sandhill Crane benefits unless the environmental record would first evaluate potential risks related to that specific site?
Can you repeat that question?
Would you agree that a site cannot reasonably be described as providing Sandhill Crane benefits unless the environmental record first evaluated potential risks related to that site?
Objection. The California Water Commission has already determined that the eco plan provides benefits to cranes at the specific sites.
Will you run the question again, Ms. Morris, for me?
Would you agree that a site cannot reasonably be described as providing Sandhill Crane benefits unless the environmental record first evaluates potential risk related to that site?
Your objection's noted on the record, Ms. Tabor, and it'll go to the weight of the response, but I'd like to hear the response, please.
Okay, question one last time, please.
Yeah. Would you agree that a site cannot reasonably be described as providing Sandhill Crane benefits unless the environmental record first evaluates potential risk related to that site?
No, I disagree with that. I think that I mean, and maybe this is getting into semantics, but a site can provide benefits to Sandhill Cranes as well as also providing risks to Sandhill Cranes.
Okay, Ms. Tabor just said that the Water Commission evaluated and made a determination that there are Sandhill Crane benefits associated with the plan. Are you aware of that?
They've approved our plan, so or developed this plan. Well, they've approved our plan. It's developed in accordance with CDFW.
But has the Water Commission ever evaluated specific sites like the Durson Ranch or what we're referring to as Twin Cities Complex?
The California Water Commission is they've approved the CAPB, the Contract for the Administration of Public Benefits, which discusses the Harvest Water's plan to create crane habitat within the project area.
And that CAB has specific requirement. It just sets forth specific requirements for meeting, for example, for meeting crane habitat, correct? It doesn't identify specific sites.
That's correct.
And Mr. Dobson, do you know who Jofil Borja is? And I might be saying his name wrong. Jofil Borja, I think.
Yeah. Yes, he's our legislative and regulatory affairs manager for SecSewer.
Okay. And are you aware, either of you, do you know if DWR reached out to Sacramento Sewer to discuss Sandhill Crane habitat and eco plan and the CAPB in relation to the Delta Conveyance project at any time after the FEIR?
Vague as to any time after the FEIR. Can you please be more specific about the timing, Ms. Morris?
How about after 2023 until the present?
Objection to the extent that it calls for a confidential settlement discussions.
Noted. And please don't share that. Is that, you want to clarify your question, Ms. Morris, to
I
exempt that?
will rephrase that. Are you aware or do you know if SAC Sewer met with DWR and CDFW on developing public benefit habitat commitments in EcoPlan and the CAPB as it relates to the Delta Conveyance project?
The last part of your question throws me. I apologize. Can you repeat it one more time?
Are either of you aware if DWR met with SAC Sewer and California Department of Fish and Wildlife as it relates to, let's just call it SAC Harvest Water and the CAPB and potentially Delta Conveyance Project?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm not aware.
So the question was either of us, and I am also not aware.
I'm wondering, I think I'm getting near the end of my questions for this panel. I was wondering if we could take a break just so I can, a 10-minute break, so I can look through and clean this up.
Yes, of course. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We'll come back at 2:23. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Wonderful, thank you. And I see we have our two witnesses, Ms. Morris, and I want to make sure we have Ms. Tabor. Ms. Tabor, are you with us?
I am, sorry.
Thank you. With that, back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. And this could be for Mr. Dobson or Mr. Young. I asked earlier about a plan, the eco plan, and we talked about the freshwater trust framework that Mr. Young described and the CAPB. But I forgot to follow up that Mr. Worth said there was a draft document that's a current draft for eco plan. What does that document exist? And if so, what is, oh, actually, first question first. Are either of you aware of what Mr. Worth might have been referring to?
I'm not aware of an updated draft, whether it's if they're finalizing something or not.
And
I'm not either.
They would be you, right? Tax sewer.
Right. If SAC sewer is other members of our team are creating another document or not.
So neither of you are aware of any draft document?
No. Correct.
Okay. Correct. Is there plans to have any additional environmental review for eco plan?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, Mr. Dobson, same for you?
Not that I'm aware of.
So is it fair to say that in order to understand the eco plan, that one should look to the two documents that you've referred to in your testimony, the Freshwater Trust, which was the framework document, and the CAPB, that those are the documents that sort of define the eco plan and what it does?
I would suggest one other document would be the addendum, the eco plan addendum for our CEQA documentation.
And that was the one that it was not part of something you provided here today, but that was the one, Mr. Young, we talked about that you said was finalized in 2021. Is that right?
Yeah. So in my testimony, there's a link to our Harvest Water webpage, which also has a link to all of our environmental documents. That's included there.
So all of the environmental documents should be on the Harvest Water page and the link that you provided.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I had a couple questions. Mr. Wooldridge, if we could please pull up what's been marked as DWR 1136.
Ms. Morris, did you say 1136?
I did, thank you. 1136, DWR 1136.
The inquiry I got from my team was, "Are you sure?"
I'm sure. I can re-upload it. I thought we uploaded it prior.
Let's see.
Let me hold on. We're checking. Sorry.
Thank you. No, thank you.
I'm checking our uploads.
DWR 1136. I see it here, I believe. Here we go.
Okay.
There we go.
So this could be for either Mr. Young or Mr. Dobson. And Mr. Woolridge, it might be helpful to to zoom in a little bit. Are either one of you familiar with this document, which I will represent that I pulled down from the harvest water page? You probably need to scroll to the top.
Yes, I see it. Occasionally it's updated. It's for basically our construction project and the traffic impacts.
Okay. And if we could scroll to the top, maybe I'll ask you, Mr. Dobson, since you seem to be familiar with this document. If you could scroll to the top, do you see this says, this looks like it's the active construction as of September 15th, 2025. Is that?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And could you just generally describe to me what this shows?
It shows that there's a road closure on Sims Road and that in that red area, I guess up near the top, and then along Franklin Boulevard, the northbound lanes of Franklin Boulevard are closed at the time of the document that the document was made.
Okay, and I'll scroll down in a second, but the Sims Road in red, that is closed until the end of 2025. Is that is that accurate, or at least based what it does that represent?
That's what it's saying, yes. I think it's going to open a little bit earlier. That's on our plant site, actually.
Okay, and then is the yellow legend show that that's a pipeline left to be constructed?
Yes, that pipeline is not completed yet, but I believe they're in the ground, but whether it's all restored, I don't know.
Okay, and then the green is does that show completed pipeline?
Yes, it does.
And earlier in your, I believe, Mr. Dobson, it might have been Mr. Young. I apologize for not remembering who said this, but someone was describing the different types of construction for the pipeline.
That'd be me, Mr. Young.
Okay. So do you know on the green along Franklin, and we can scroll down a little bit too, what kind of was that fill and cover? What kind of pipeline construction went along Franklin Boulevard?
So along Franklin Boulevard through the city of Elk Grove, that was primarily open cut installation within Franklin Boulevard, and that's 66-inch welded steel pipe. We tunneled under some of those major intersections. So Laguna at Franklin was a tunnel drive, as was under Elk Grove Boulevard. And then we also, at the kind of southern boundary of the city limits, we've also tunneled under Franklin Creek and under the railroad tracks down at Willard Parkway, where the pipeline kind of jogs and then heads back over to Franklin Boulevard.
Okay, so is it, based on what you're saying, is it a fair characterization that it was open cut except for major intersections, railroads, or stream crossings?
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And if either Mr. Dobson or Mr. Young, the blue areas, the blue boxes, do those show, it says paving planned for September through late October on the first one at Core Road, and I can't read that.
Ed Rao.
Thank you, Ed Rao.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, the construction moves pretty quickly out there, so things have changed from this map, but I don't know that that's what you're really getting. Are you just trying to get kind of what this map is representing, or would you like an update on where things are today?
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand what it's representing, but is the intent of this map for people to understand where potential construction may impact travel?
Primarily, that's to communicate to the public.
Okay. And Mr. Woolridge, could we please, and I just wanted to know, can we go to the very bottom of this page? Do you see it says construction is anticipated to continue through 2026? Is that still accurate? Because I believe I think it was Mr. Young, and that you said all 42 miles of pipe is in the ground now.
Yes, but we'll still have construction on the harvest water program as a whole going through 2026. And actually, as Mr. Dobson accurately reflected, it will go into 2027 before we start water deliveries. So while the pipeline is mostly in the ground and we're just finishing up things there, those on-farm connections, those will continue on through 2026, as will construction of the pump station at the Echo Water facility.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And then, sorry, now, Mr. Woldridge, if we could please go to what's been marked as DWR 1141. This is a Google Earth shot from March of 2025 at Franklin Road and Twin Cities. Are you aware of this location, either of you?
I'm familiar with that location.
And do you see the construction shown in this photo in March of 2025?
I do, but what did you say that intersection was? I don't think that's correct.
Maybe is it Lambert?
That looks like Lambert and Franklin to me.
Yeah, I think that's right. I'm sorry. Lambert and Franklin. Is that construction from the Harvest Water Project, if you know?
Yes, that looks like that's part of our harvest water construction.
Thank you. I thank you very much, both of you, for helping me remember who said what and for your patience with my math and geographic skills. I don't have any further questions, but I appreciate you answering my questions.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. Are there others who have questions for these two witnesses? And I don't have questions. So with that, Ms. Tabor, do you have redirect?
I have a few questions, please.
Sure.
Either Mr. Dobson or Mr. Young could feel free to answer these questions. Is Sac Sewer's concern with the Twin Cities complex site as it relates to the harvest water, groundwater recharge goals based solely on the amount of groundwater pumping that is occurring on the Twin Cities complex site today?
No.
Thank you. Is one of Sac Sewer's concerns with the DCP facilities at the Twin Cities complex that the facilities will reduce groundwater recharge at that site due to the location of permanent infrastructure and the removal of irrigated agricultural land?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In developing the eco plan in total, beyond just the written documents, has Sac Sewer investigated the availability of suitable existing or future sandhill crane habitat in the harvest water program area?
We have.
Referring to the exhibit DWR 1136 that Ms. Morris just showed, the map of harvest water facility construction in the, let's call it the area of the Twin Cities complex. Based on your understanding of the Delta Conveyance project, is any of the harvest water, recycled water pipeline construction in any way comparable to the DCP facility construction in terms of extent or duration?
I'll take that. I'd say no. It's a different type of construction and a different type of scale. So that last photo there at Twin Cities in Lambert, and that was an area where pipeline construction had already been completed. I think that those barriers that were out there is still just a remnant of some of the completion work, some of the appurtenance work we need to do down there. But generally, the pipeline construction it moves rapidly through these areas, and again, we're following existing roadways. And generally down in that area, our pipeline is smaller. I think it's a smaller diameter pipeline, so they're probably making a good 500 feet a day and moving through those areas pretty quickly.
Thank you. And is it your understanding that the purpose of your testimony is to address the impacts of the Delta Conveyance project, not the Harvest Water Program?
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you. And with that, Mr. Dobson and Mr. Young, thank you so much. Thank you for your time and your testimony today, and you are excused.
Thank you.
And Ms. Tabor, who do we have up next?
Next, we have Dr. Jamie Marty, and I believe she is online and ready to go.
Excellent. Already my team is ahead of me. Dr. Marty, you may come on camera and unmute yourself.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I will start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And with that, to you, Ms. Tabor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Marty.
Hi.
Hi. Dr. Marty, is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 8 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 23 a true and correct copy of your current resume?
Yes.
Are Exhibits Sacramento Area Sewer District 24 through 31 true and correct copies of the articles, studies, and other sources relied on as exhibits in your written testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 32 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. We submitted Sacramento Area Sewer District 32 on Friday after conferring with DWR about the content and our ability to use it. It was inadvertently excluded from our original production, but after a discussion with DWR, we reached agreement that Dr. Marty could use this presentation. So it should be available to the hearing team. Great, thank you very much. Dr. Marty, at this time, would you please summarize your testimony as set forth in exhibit, in your written testimony in SASD 32?
Yes, thank you. So I am Jamie Marty, and I have worked as a researcher, a research ecologist for over 25 years, studying special status species and their habitat associations. My research portfolio spans a number of taxa and habitats. The majority of my work has been conducted in California, particularly in the Central Valley. And after graduating from UC Davis with my PhD in restoration ecology, I started my career as a scientist working for the Nature Conservancy at the Cosumnes River Preserve, where I conducted research on the impacts of land management on both rare and common grassland and vernal species, as well as studying floodplain management and riparian restoration. My experience studying bees, including bumblebees, began in the early 2000s, where I was working on a research project out at Travis Air Force Base with Dr. Sharon Collins. We were studying pollinator use of the federally endangered Contra Costa goldfields. And it was at that time that I also met Dr. Robin Thorpe, and he helped me become fascinated with the vernal pool specialist bee pollinators that he was studying. Over the past 5 years, I've conducted over 100 bumblebee surveys on as both a volunteer and as well as a professional, where I've accumulated over 500 hours of field experience. I've been a volunteer for the California Bumblebee Atlas Project since its inception in 2022. and have contributed over 88 records to the Bumblebee Watch database, 31 of which are verified observations of crotch bumblebee. I've also documented many of my bumblebee observations in iNaturalist, and I have 49 expert verified observations of crotch bumblebees spanning from 2009 to 2025. A large part of the professional work that I do as an independent ecologist is with bumblebees involves documenting their habitat needs and advising project staff on bumblebee habitat needs, best management practices, and avoidance and minimization measures. I have a CDFW issued scientific collecting permit and memorandum of understanding for the candidate bumblebee species. And I'm also listed as a qualified taxonomist by CDFW for the identification of crotch bumblebee and other rare bumblebee species. So with that somewhat lengthy introduction, I would like to go to slide 2, please. So I wanted to give a little bit of life history information about bumblebees to sort of set the context for some of the statements I'm going to make. Bumblebees have an annual life cycle, starting with a foundress queen. She emerges from hibernation in the springtime, and this queen is the only member of the nest that continues into the next season. At the beginning of the season, which can be February or March, depending on the species, the queen typically locates her nest in an abandoned ground burrow created by, say, a ground squirrel or some other fossorial mammal. And she begins to provision the nest with resources collected from nearby flowers. She lays eggs and builds the nest's resources throughout the spring and into the summer if the resources are sufficient. At the end of the nesting cycle, she produces male bees and new queens. The males will mate with the new queens, and all members of the current nest die off, with only the new queens continuing on to hibernate throughout winter and emerge again the following spring to begin the cycle again. So from that description, it's clear that sufficient foraging resources are critical throughout the bumblebee nesting cycle, but especially during that most active period, which tends to be in the late spring and summer. Bumblebees are generalist pollinators, which means that they utilize a variety of plants, not necessarily specializing in any given plant species. And in the Delta and the Great Valley in general, native plant foraging resources in habitat where these bumblebees are found, including vernal pool grasslands and annual grasslands, are more abundant in the early to late spring, with few suitable native plant resources persisting into the summer months, thus the golden hills of California. When native plants are limiting, bumblebees are reliant on other flowering plant species, and many of those are weedy plants like the thistles, the vetch, and the Himalayan blackberry shown on this slide. All of these are excellent foraging resources for bumblebees. In some places, these can be the only resources available to bumblebees. And so bumblebee habitat then is a large component of it is those places that have an availability of these necessary foraging resources. Next slide, please. So, as I mentioned, bumblebees then are found in a variety of habitat types where appropriate plant species are growing at the time that they are needed by the bees. One of my issues with the EIR and ITP is the extent of habitat suitability mapping, some of which is shown in this map. This map also shows occurrences of crotch bumblebee from Bumblebee Watch, CNDDB, and iNaturalist. It also includes the modeled habitat for crotch bumblebee as determined or shown in the EIR, and that is shown as the pink polygons on this map. So the habitat types that were used to create these pink polygons or map the suitable crotched bumblebee habitat in the EIR was limited to a few different habitat types: alkaline, seasonal wetlands, grasslands, and vernal pool complexes. Bumblebees, including crotched bumblebee, occur in a number of other habitats that have important foraging resources, including riparian habitats, weedy roadsides, levees and railroad rights-of-way, and farmed and unfarmed lots and edges. And what I'm showing on this map is that although these habitats are within the project area or the study area, they are not necessarily accurately mapped. So crotched bumblebee habitat, if we look at the largest pink polygon, the one that has the bumblebee watch occurrence, only a portion of that area is covered as suitable habitat, when I believe all of it should be shown as suitable habitat. So habitat type doesn't automatically indicate suitability for crotched bumblebee. There are other factors that have to be assessed, including the plant species composition, availability of small mammal burrows for nesting habitat, and then site management is also another important consideration. One example from my own experience in this area, I found crotched bumblebee at Franklin Field. It's the green square in Franklin Field. That was in a very disturbed grassland habitat that was being maintained by mowing. This was in April of 2024, and the bee was foraging on a very weedy, common weed in grasslands, roadsides, and farm edges, hairy vetch. Next slide, please. So given that the full extent of impacts to crotched bumblebee habitat doesn't appear to have been mapped in the EIR, the acreages used for mitigation planning also appeared to be inadequate. Bumblebees are particularly sensitive to habitat fragmentation, so a successful mitigation strategy would incorporate large areas of suitable habitat. Studies suggest that between 800 to 2,500 acres of suitable habitat are needed to support bumblebee colonies. Habitat management within the mitigation areas must also consider the needs of bumblebees, including appropriate management to encourage foraging resources, which would include both native and non-native plant species. Exclusion of soil disturbing activities that impact underground nesting and overwintering habitat would be a priority as well. And then other management tools such as herbicide use and pesticide use would need to be limited. Finally, the presence of honeybees it has been shown to negatively impact bumblebees. And the Xerces Society suggests that apiaries should be located more than 4 miles from any habitat designated as mitigation for crotched bumblebee. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I believe that the habitat suitability modeling in the EIR was inadequate. So project impacts to crotched bumblebee are likely higher than those represented in the EIR. And habitat mitigation in the EIR is inadequate if it's limited to the habitat types listed. And that concludes my statement.
Thank you, Dr. Marty. I have a quick, well, hopefully it's a quick follow-up question, which is a general biology question, but can you briefly describe for me the difference between a bumblebee and a honeybee? Is there a biological, I mean, they sound like they're general classifications, and is there a set of differences?
Yeah, so morphologically there are differences. They bumblebees are, you probably know what they look like and the difference between the two. So a bumblebee is big, black, hairy, usually has yellow or white on it. Honeybees are smaller. They live in hives and produce honey. Bumblebees nest underground. Yeah, they're definitely different species. The honeybees that we see in the valley are European honeybees, so they are not native to California. They were brought here from Europe. Another key difference. And they are definitely raised for agricultural purposes and used as pollinators. And bumblebees can also be used as pollinators in agriculture. So because they are very efficient pollinators for certain crop types.
Thank you.
I'm not sure. Yeah,
I appreciate that.
Answered it. Yeah.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Morris, do you have questions for Dr. Marty?
I do. So I'm just following up out of curiosity, the bumblebees are efficient pollinators for what kinds of crops?
So they do something called buzz pollination, which is also called sonication. They for plants that are in the Solanaceae, like tomatoes, blueberries, and other plant species or crop species, they can vibrate at a certain frequency that lets the plant know to release pollen. And other bees like honeybees cannot do that. Many other native bees also use sonication, but bumblebees are particularly efficient for certain crop types like tomatoes and those plants that have that mechanism.
Thanks. I learned something new every day. That was very interesting. Okay. But I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Stephanie Morris and outside counsel for the Department of Water Resources. And I have some questions for you today, Dr. Marty, and thank you for being with us.
Okay. Hi. Nice to meet you.
I really like your wallpaper. I think you have the best room of any witness to date.
Yay. Thanks.
So I have a couple questions just preliminarily for you. Are you familiar with the Harvest Water Program?
I am.
And your testimony here today is to discuss how the Delta Conveyance Project will have impacts on the Harvest Water Program, correct?
Right.
And Dr. Marty, what is your relationship to the Harvest Water Program?
My relationship to the Harvest Water Program, I have worked with the Freshwater Trust on within their vernal pool habitat conservation areas and conducted monitoring. Also looking at monitoring for grazing impacts to those sites. And that's primarily been my involvement.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on what you mean by grazing impacts to the sites?
So essentially monitoring the amount of residual material left in a pasture following at the end of the season. So just monitoring, which can be a measure of grazing intensity. So that's what I meant.
Okay, why does that matter for bumblebee habitat?
So this work is not necessarily related to bumblebee habitat management.
What is it related to? Sorry.
It's mainly, so it is related to the entire ecosystem, vernal pool management. So I guess I would say it is related to bumblebees in that if an area is grazed too lightly, oftentimes what happens is there's a lot of thatch that is accumulated and the species composition in the grassland can change as well as within the vernal pools, which can impact foraging resource availability. So that is one link.
And you're foraging for the bumblebees in particular.
Right, right.
And are you being paid by Sacramento area sanitation? I've been calling them SAC Sewer. Is it okay if we just
Yes.
say that? Okay. Are you being paid by SAC Sewer for your work related to the Harvest Water Program?
I am.
And are you being compensated for your testimony here today?
Yes.
Also by SAC Sewer?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned bumblebees being potential good pollinators because of sonification. Are you aware if bumblebees are commercially bred or used for outdoor crop pollination in the Delta area in general?
I am not sure about whether or not they're used in the Delta.
Are you aware of any areas in California where bumblebees are commercially bred or used for outdoor crop pollination?
I'm not aware.
I wanted to ask you some questions preliminarily. Well, first, let me ask as I was reading your testimony, it appears that the basis of your opinion about the Delta Conveyance Project and the habitat modeling seems tied to, in your opinion, not enough modeled habitat and missing occurrences of crotch bumblebee. Is that an accurate summary of, you can look at paragraph 9. I was looking at that to try to understand the basis of your opinion.
Right. I would agree with the first part of that primarily the issue I have is that I think the suitable habitat is undermapped. Yes.
And and as I read it, it seemed that you thought it was undermapped because it didn't show areas where you had seen occurrences. Or maybe you could just say, is that accurate, or is there more to it than that?
It's more, there's more to it than that. I believe it's inaccurate because of my experience with bumblebees and crotch bumblebee and where and habitat associations. Places that I've found it that are not included as suitable habitat for crotch bumblebee. And I think the point I was trying to make in paragraph 9 was just that there are occurrences of crotch bumblebee within the mapped area that don't show up as suitable habitat, just to underscore the point.
Okay. And is one of the locations where you believe the habitat modeling should have occurred along roadsides?
Roadsides, yes.
Okay.
And in some cases, the model did pick up roadsides.
Okay. I have some preliminary questions about I think if we could go, Mr. Wildridge, to SASD 8. I wanted to ask you a couple questions about the maps that are on page 5.
Okay.
Okay. If you want to blow up on the first map, top figure 1, I think that the figure 1 and figure 2 are similar. One just shows a larger area and figure 2 shows a more zoomed in area. Is that accurate?
That is
Okay,
accurate.
so maybe just for the sake of all of our eyes, we could just scroll down to figure 2. Okay. And so if we could, perfect. And we'll go back to figure 1, but I'm trying to understand where it says modeled habitat, and then it's like a pinkish color. Do you see that?
Right. Right. Yes.
And then it says data source FEIR 2023. What FEIR is this from?
From the DCP FEIR.
And how did you obtain this data?
So this map was created by the Freshwater Trust, and they I asked that question this morning.
Who did you ask?
I asked the person who created the map.
And who's that person?
Think it's okay to say yes? Okay. It was,
Yes.
yeah, okay. Kyle Wada from the Freshwater Trust.
Okay, so do you do have any idea how this map was assembled or where this pink modeled information came from, other than you believe it's from the FEIR?
So I'm assuming it was a shape file or something that was produced as part of the map building of the FEIR. It matches up with the maps that are for crotch bumblebee that are in the FEIR.
In your testimony, you say it matches the and then maybe I'll just pull it up so you can look at it too. I'm looking on page 3 of this document.
Okay.
And specifically paragraph 8 on lines 22 to 23, you say that the habitat models used in the DCP, FEIR, and ITP omitted habitat types. You see
Right.
that?
I do.
Okay. So it's your opinion that did you review the ITP application?
I'm not sure about the application, but I did review numerous documents associated with the ITP.
And if we go to, so you're familiar with, you're generally familiar with the crotch bumblebee analysis for the ITP?
Yes.
Okay. And sorry, Mr. Woolridge, for jumping around. If we could go back to that map, and do you have any more information on how the maps on page 5, sorry, Mr. Woolridge, how either of these maps were basically put together or assembled?
So my assumption is that the data set was that the Freshwater Trust folks had access to the data set and overlaid it on this map.
Okay. And in going back to the lines we just looked at, do you have any page numbers specifically for AHO 1109 and AHO 65 that you cite for the maps that we can pull up?
I don't have those page numbers, or yeah, I'm
okay. If Mr. Woolridge, could we please pull up DWR 803, and it's going to take a minute to open, I know. So we'll just hold for a sec. And we'll look at the first page before I give you a specific PDF page. It's a very big document, and so when you open it, it takes, there we go, takes time to load. I will represent that this is the ITP application submitted by DWR on April of 2024 for the Delta Conveyance project. And this contains the analysis for crotch bumblebee. Have you looked at this document?
I have not looked at this document.
I want to look at the modeling that is in this document. For crotch bumblebee, if we could please go to what is PDF page 1540. And if we could scroll down, yeah. So do you see, if we can, yes, do you see here that this is the orange shows the crotch bumblebee habitat that's modeled?
Objection. The witness is not familiar with the document, and so I don't see how the witness could possibly answer questions about the contents of this document without the opportunity to have reviewed the full document and the supporting information.
If I may.
Is this not the witness's own citation?
The witness cited to the ITP permit that doesn't have any maps and wasn't able to pull up a page. So I am pulling up the ITP application, which has the modeled maps in it that the ITP application is based on.
So your objection is noted, Ms. Tabor, but I'll allow Ms. Morris to ask questions to the extent Dr. Marty has enough information to answer them. And you may say, Dr. Marty, if you don't, of course.
Well, I can see that this is a map of modeled habitat that differs from the map that is in my testimony, if that's what your question is.
Yeah, and I want to try to make this easier, so because I want to compare it to the map that you have. But sorry, this takes a minute to load. But if we go to PDF page 1539, there's several maps because it breaks. Yeah, we can just scroll up to 1539 and can you see this showing again, the orange area is modeled habitat for the crotch bumblebee?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just going to go back to page 1540. There's several maps in here that have the modeled habitat, but I wanted to focus on 1540. If we could scroll in so we can orient ourselves. I want to focus on that black box, and then Mr. Woldridge, you can kind of see on the right there, perfect, Franklin Field. So do you see here, I'm sorry, Dr. Marty, the Franklin Field area?
I do.
And then do you see that the black boxes appear to be where the Twin Cities complex would occur?
Yes.
Okay. And for purposes of looking at the two maps together, if Mr. Woldridge, could you please pull up what we marked as DWR 1156, I believe. I'm saying that because it might be 57, but I believe it's 56. Yes. Okay. And if we could scroll in. So do you see on the left what we were just looking at, DWR 803 PDF page 1540?
I do, yes.
And then on the right, would you agree that that is your map and your testimony of SASD 008?
Right.
Okay, and they're generally showing the same areas, right?
Yes.
Okay, could we zoom in a little bit so that we can see more of I'm less concerned on maybe just out slightly. Thank you, Mr. Woldridge. Okay, so I had some questions and in your testimony and these figures, you are showing recent observations of the crotch bumblebee in the vicinity of Twin Cities complex, right? In the green?
Right.
Okay. And I didn't see any dates for when those observations were made. So if we could, do you see that the green dot at Franklin Field? Do you know when that observation was made and by whom?
Yes, and it was mine, and it was in April 2024. I think I discussed that in my presentation.
And then the dot that is shown on the red line just under Twin Cities complex, that green dot that's shown in the modeled habitat pink, when was that observation made and by whom?
So if you notice in the legend, it says Bumblebee Watch Database 2023-24. So that's when those observations were made, was somewhere in one of those years. For the one in Franklin Field, I know when that one was. I don't know when the other observation was made, but it was sometime in 23 or 24.
Okay. And the one that is shown sort of in the almost directly middle. It's very hard to see. What was the source of that? I think that one is a different shape.
Right, so that would be a CNDDB occurrence. Is that, I see it as in the middle bottom. Is that what you're
Yeah.
talking about?
Yes.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
So that was a California Natural Diversity Database point, and I believe that's a much older observation and probably a more generalized point.
Okay. And if we scroll over to the 803 legend, do you see that it appears to be in pink? That similar location is also noted as crotch bumblebee CNDDB occurrence?
Yes.
Okay. And I know it's a little bit hard to see, but if we can scroll up, do you see, well, let me ask you, do you see it's kind of hard to see on the 803, and we might have to zoom in on that. There's, sorry, to the left, Mr. Wooldridge, and maybe this was my fault for trying to make it easier and made it harder. Do you see in the legend that the study area is shown in gray?
I do, yes.
And if we zoom in, would you agree that the occurrence that you saw at Franklin Field is outside of the gray study area line? And if you
Yes.
need us to, okay, you can see that. Thank you. And would you agree that the looking at the orange modeled habitat, and it also shows where it's showing modeled habitat in the green dot that's just on your map, that's just down from Twin Cities, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see that the modeled habitat is different than what is shown in the pink in your map?
I do see that.
And would you agree that it includes, it looks like the roads along Twin Cities for the most part, along Twin City Road, and then all the way up Franklin is shown in orange too, Franklin Boulevard in general?
Yes.
Objection. I guess I don't see this. So I'm trying to understand, Ms. Morris, what you're pointing to.
Maybe Ms. Morris, to clarify for me, Franklin Boulevard is to the east or the west of the Twin Cities?
It runs along the eastern edge of the Twin City between the airfield. Do you see the orange?
I see that's shown in orange. Did you also say that its model habitat is shown on Twin Cities Road?
I said along some areas. Do you see the orange square at the bottom of the Twin Cities? Not you, Miss Tabor, but Miss Marty, or Dr. Marty, sorry.
So that would be south. I'm trying to figure out where Twin Cities is on this.
Oh, yeah. You see that where the black line that kind of goes to the diagonal of the Twin Cities complex and goes right?
Yes.
That's generally, do you know that to be Twin Cities Road?
I think it is.
Okay, but I'll represent that it is, but do you see the little orange along the edge of that road right there at the bottom of the Twin Cities complex?
Yes.
And then would you agree that the orange modeled habitat that runs partially alongside Franklin Field inside the gray study area is also modeled habitat?
I see a sliver of orange, yes.
But we agreed that the along the sliver of orange to the east side towards the airport is outside the study area, correct?
Right.
And then if we could scroll back to Dr. Marty's map, Mr. Wooldridge. And the green dot and shown that's down, let's just call it south of Twin Cities. Do you know what I'm talking about? Your green dot there?
The green square?
Oh, I guess it is a square.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know if that red line, do you know what that red line indicates?
It's part of the project construction area or direct impact area.
And are you aware if that red line is an above ground disturbance or an underground tunneling?
I'm not sure.
And in your testimony, Dr. Marty, you state that crotch bumblebee are common in, quote, more disturbed and fragmented roadsides, correct? That's on page 3, line 18 through 19.
Page 3, 18 through 19.
And we could, well, let's leave this map up for a second.
Right. So I basically said that roadsides can provide habitat for them because the weedy species that they forage on are found along those areas often.
And if we could, Mr. Wooldridge, could we move back to the 803 map, or we can? Okay. And then can you identify where Franklin Road is on this map? Whoops. It's kind of highlighted. It's probably hard to see. Dr. Marty, can you identify?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were asking me. I see where Franklin Road is, yes.
And if we scroll up, would you agree that it is up at least through this part of the study area, modeled habitat all along Franklin Road and the portion of the map that we're viewing?
Yes.
And could you, Mr. Wooldridge, please pull up what's been marked as SASD 20? You stated that you're familiar with the Harvest Water Project, correct, Dr. Marty?
Some of it, yes.
Okay. Can we please go to PDF page 9 of this document? And can we scroll in and down a little bit? Do you see, Dr. Marty, do you see can you identify Franklin Road on this map?
I can see Franklin Boulevard.
Yeah, oh, sorry, I keep calling it road, Franklin Boulevard.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see it, yes.
And are you aware that all along Franklin Boulevard, as shown in this map, is pipeline construction that was completed by the Harvest Water Project?
That's what it looks like it represents, yes.
And do you know if there was any surveys, or are you aware of any surveys that were completed for Koch Bumblebee during or prior to the construction of this pipeline along Franklin Boulevard?
I have not been involved in any way with the construction monitoring or planning for this project, so I would not know.
Given your statement that more disturbed and fragmented roadsides are important potential habitat, would you think it would be important to have surveys if you were doing road pipeline construction in the roadside?
Objection, there's no evidence that there's construction happening in the roadside.
I'll represent to you that there was testimony earlier today that the pipeline was constructed in the road right-of-way.
That's not the same thing as the roadside.
Would you be concerned, or do you think it would be best practice to do surveys prior to construction where you are doing work in the roadway and having construction equipment?
In the center of the roadway, no, I wouldn't think that would be important.
And would you be concerned about construction or disturbances alongside the road if there was construction? Do you know where the construction of the pipeline was created or was completed?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning again. That Ms. Morris seems to be obsessed with the potential impacts of the Harvest Water Project, and this hearing is about the Delta Conveyance Project. So none of this is relevant to Dr. Marty's testimony about the habitat modeling associated with the DCP facility construction.
I'm going to, well, Ms. Morris, how much more of this direction do you have in any case?
None.
Okay, so then let's move on. Thank you.
In your testimony, you talk about, well, let me ask you this question. Dr. Marty, would you agree that the presence of a single crotch bumblebee observed within a specific area does not necessarily indicate the existence of a nest at that location?
It does not necessarily indicate. That is correct.
And therefore, it doesn't necessarily confirm that a nest would be impacted, correct?
Correct.
And would you agree that the observation of a crotch bumblebee does not necessarily indicate good habitat? I'll give you an example. If a crotch bumblebee was seen and documented at a Home Depot garden center in Tracy, would that indicate good habitat?
So I think that, as I mentioned in my presentation, habitat is dependent on, available foraging resources. And if a Home Depot parking lot or urban area or somebody's backyard has suitable flowering resources, then that's habitat. It's providing habitat.
Oh, Mr. Wildridge, we could take this map down. Thanks. Dr. Marty, is it your understanding that crotch bumblebees can forage over 1 mile from a nest location?
I'm not sure that I've read that in the literature. I'm not sure anyone really knows what the distance is that crotch bumblebees forage.
So you don't have any range for crotch bumblebee to forage?
No. I'm not sure that any studies have been done on that.
Dr. Marty, are crotch bumblebee nests annual?
They are.
And so crotch bumblebee, they change from year to year. They don't always nest in the same place, correct?
Correct.
So it's true that if you observe crotch bumblebee in an area 1 year, they may be absent from the area in another year, correct?
That can happen, but I've also seen the opposite, where they occur in an area every year, the same area.
And for other bumblebees in general, do you understand if most bumblebee species have a foraging range?
All bumblebees have a foraging range, but they differ depending upon species.
I had a general question. Since you have the expertise in crotch bumblebees, where in California, like to the extent of where crotch bumblebees occur, are they more prominent in certain areas of California?
So they occur mostly in the valley, in the Central Valley, and used to be more abundant in Southern California than they are currently. But yeah, they tend to occur in grassland habitat that has abundant resources. I've found them in riparian habitat. I've found them in mountain meadows. So a lot of different habitat types.
And would you say from like, I'm trying to think of the right words here, that historically, that crotch bumblebee is more present in other areas of California than in, let's say, Northern California in the Delta area? Is there documentation to support that?
Historically, the records that I've seen do indicate that they were more abundant in Southern California, the southern portion of their range, than in the northern part of their range.
And do you know if there's any documentation in the literature that states that, sorry, that I'm, that there's a few surviving areas around Sacramento where crotch bumblebee still exist?
I'm sorry, did you say that where there are few or where there are a few?
Where areas near Sacramento where crotch bumblebees still exist.
I still didn't hear the question. I'm sorry.
It's I'm not stating a very good question. Let me try this again. Are you aware of any literature that documents that in California there are only a few areas around Sacramento where crotch bumblebee still exist?
I would say that the most recent data on that would be found in the California Bumblebee Atlas project and also on iNaturalist. And I've seen a number of occurrences. And in fact, I've recorded many of those in the Sacramento area. So I'm not sure I would agree with that, but.
Okay. If we could look at page 6 of your testimony.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Wooldridge, I should give you SASD 8, sorry.
Okay.
And in looking at lines 1 through 5, to support this statement, you cite to that Hatfield et al. Paper, correct?
Right.
And that's you're citing that paper as evidence that bumblebees are sensitive to habitat fragmentation, correct?
No, that reference is mostly referring to the 800 to 2,500 acres needed of suitable habitat needed to support a colony. That's where that came from.
Okay. But you have read that reference Hatfield et al. 2012?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Wooldridge, could we please pull up, now I'm looking at it and I forgot to write down that I have Hatfield and I know which page it is. So do you recall, oh, it's SASD
29.
29, it's right there. Thank you. I think, yeah, it's SASD 029. This is the paper that you cited, Dr. Marty, correct?
Correct.
And if we could please go to PDF page 12. And I'm looking specifically at section 2.1, if we could zoom in just a tiny bit. Would you agree that this paper supports habitat fragmentation as the leading cause of bumblebee decline in Europe?
That's what the first sentence says, yes, in that section.
And would you also agree that this paper says that this trend has not been demonstrated in North America populations?
Although there has been little research to test this hypothesis, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Wooldridge. We can maybe go back to SASD 8. And I wanted to ask you some questions. Do you know if pesticides are used for farming in the Delta?
I'm not sure. I assume so, but I don't have any direct evidence or data.
And in your work on Harvest Water Program, is there anything in the Harvest Water Program that would prevent land managers who are part of the program from using pesticides on their land? If you know.
I don't know.
And do you know if using honeybees are important for Delta agriculture?
They are.
And why is that?
Because they provide an important pollination function at a time when native bees don't necessarily support the crops.
And Dr. Marty, can you provide locations in the Delta that meet the 4 mile from any honeybee apiaries condition that you have referenced in your testimony?
I have not done that analysis.
So you don't know if any such area exists?
I am not sure if an area like that exists, but it would also change over time because they're portable. Apiaries are moved around a lot. So it's possible that they could change over time. So doing an analysis would be difficult.
And would you agree that DWR would not have control over placement of honeybee apiaries within a 4 mile radius around a proposed mitigation site?
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah, I don't know.
Is it your opinion, Dr. Marty, that DWR can tell landowners on land that DWR doesn't control, that it can't use apiaries or have apiaries?
Objection. Again, there's no evidence that DWR doesn't control land or wouldn't control it. It's seeking to condemn many lands in the Delta.
And I understand your point, Ms. Morris. So let's move on, please.
Dr. Marty, are you aware that prior to construction that DWR plans to do pre-construction surveys for species such as crotch bumblebee?
I am aware of that, yes.
And if we could pull up, please, Mr. Wooldridge, back to DWR 803. And this, Dr. Marty, this is the document we were looking at, which is the ITP application for the Delta Conveyance project.
Right.
And if we could please go to PDF page 119. And yeah, if we could scroll in here a little bit. And can you see that this is how in the ITP application that this is talking about suitable habitat definition for crotch bumblebee?
Yes.
And do you see in terms of the habitat suitability model, do you see the sentence that is about halfway down that says the underlying land cover data was unable? It's kind of.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Can you just read that to the end and let me know? And then I have a couple of questions for you.
You don't want me to read it out loud, right?
No.
Okay.
Just so you can have an understanding, and I'll ask you the questions. And Mr. Wooldridge, could you just scroll down so that, yeah, that's perfect. Thank you.
I have read it. Thanks.
Okay. And would you agree that the application acknowledges that it cannot capture some areas where flower resources may occur?
Yes. It's talking about areas that are so small that they can't be mapped, I think, rather than what I'm saying, which is entire ecosystems or habitat types were excluded from the mapping.
And then let's just look at that. So do you see where it says above that sentence, therefore the habitat model for crotch bumblebee includes grasslands, alkaline seasonal wetlands, vernal pool complex, and other seasonal wetlands?
Right. And that's not what is reflected in the mapping, the map that you showed.
the map that I showed in this document with the orange,
Right.
it's showing a greater mapping, correct?
No, it's less. So there are entire areas of seasonal wetlands that are not included as suitable habitat. Just for as one, and then the other point I made in my presentation was that riparian areas have both nesting and foraging habitat for crotch bumblebee. I've found them there using those resources, and it should also be included as suitable habitat.
And would you agree that the application states that the model is considered conservative and likely overestimates the extent of habitat?
I see that. I don't agree with it.
And I want it, now that you said it, I want to go back to the area of the map that you were focused on. And if we could please go to, I believe this is 1540, that shows the same area, Dr. Marty, that you were showing in your figure 1 and 2, and we can scroll up. And we probably have to scroll out now to see. So specifically, you said that the mapping doesn't include the seasonal wetlands. So what, can you show me on this map which areas you're talking about that were not
Sure.
included in the mapping that are seasonal wetlands?
Right. I mean, it's easier if I could show you with my cursor, but I can't, so I'll try to describe. So there's the large habitat, orange habitat patch that's below the Twin Cities complex. The river or Lost Slough cuts through that area. So that's mapped as suitable habitat, but then there's a finger of grassland and potentially seasonal wetland habitat just south of that, that it also looks like the project will impact that is not mapped, even though it looks identical to, I mean, to my eyes, that habitat is similar, if not identical, to the habitat that's mapped in orange. And then all of the seasonal wetland habitat, I know that they're managed wetlands as part of the Cosumnes River Preserve. South of that should be mapped. That habitat was excluded, and I'm not sure why. The mapping said that it included seasonal wetland habitat, and that is not included.
And where in your map and your testimony do you show that area? If we can go back to SASD 8, she says, yeah. Yeah. So where on your map, and if we need to go to the bigger map, figure 1, let us know.
So it will be the same areas because the maps overlap in terms of the suitable habitat, although the pink on this map is slightly smaller than the orange on the other map.
Okay, so it's just this area. And are you aware that, and you said you don't know if that red line that you're concerned about that's going down south from the Twin Cities, you don't know if that's underground or above ground work, correct?
Right. And I think the larger point that I was using that as one example. That's certainly not the only place where this, under mapping has occurred. So I'm using it as an example of, I'm sure there are other places where you would find similar issues that may or may not be directly impacted.
But you didn't provide those as examples or present that as testimony here today or in your written testimony, correct?
Correct.
And then if we could go. Think if we can pull up AHO 65, which is something that you cited, Dr. Marty. Mr. Wooldridge, I'm sorry, I should probably say that so you know that I'm asking you to pull something up. and you cited this, the ITP permit, correct?
Right.
And I couldn't find any mapping in here. So you don't know where you were specifically referring to in your testimony that the model habitat was not sufficient in this document?
So there's the map book that's associated with this document on the website is what I was looking at.
But
the figures.
Okay. I don't know, but you said that wasn't the application. There's a separate map book that you did not provide, and as part of your testimony, you just cited to this app to the permit, correct?
So you're asking if I cited the permit but not the maps?
Well, there's no maps in this document, and I'm trying to figure out what you used because it's clearly different than the ITP application than what you are showing in pink. And I'm not sure what you used from this document because I can't find any maps in this permit. And my understanding is that the map books are from the application if they're there, and that would be what we looked at, the orange areas, but you weren't familiar with those. So I'm not sure what you looked at to know how to ask questions.
Yeah, so I was looking at the maps, I guess, from the application, but I thought they were referenced in this document.
And are you aware of the compensatory mitigation requirements in the incidental take permit?
I believe I looked through them.
And Hearing Officer Kinsey, I am almost done. I have a couple more questions, and I need to look something up. If we could just take like
It's a good time to take a break. Yeah, let's go ahead. We'll take another 10-minute break and we'll come back at 3:56.
Okay.
Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, looks like we have everyone here. So back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Wooldridge, could we please go back to SASD 008? And page 2, please. Well, Mr. Wooldridge is pulling that up. Hearing Officer Kinsey, we were wondering if we could maybe stop about 20 minutes early. I know we have to check in about the Hood witnesses, Hood Community Council, but there's a number of other items that we wanted to, procedural items to work through with you.
Great. We will plan for that. Thank you.
Okay.
If I may, Dr. Mell has been waiting patiently all day for his testimony, so I'm concerned that he get an opportunity to present his testimony, or at least begin today.
We will, yes, I think what we
I mean, if we know now that we won't get to him, I'd like to excuse him.
I don't think that, Ms. Morris, you just had a few more questions for Dr. Marty.
Correct.
Yes, so I think we will he'll be able to present direct testimony.
All right, thank you.
And thanks for his patience. It has been a long day. To you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Marty, looking at lines 3 and 4, you say that your testimony addresses the Delta Conveyance Project impacts on Sac Area Sewer District's Harvest Water Program, correct?
Yes.
And earlier I asked you about your role in Harvest Water Program, and do you have any specific role within Harvest Water Program related to the crotch bumblebee?
No.
And how does, in your testimony, does Harvest Water have any requirements related to crotch bumblebee mitigation or preservation?
I am not sure.
So how would the Delta Conveyance Project harm the Harvest Water Program?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm just reading your testimony that it says that there's going to be DCP impacts on the Harvest Water Program. And if you're not sure of any requirements for crotch bumblebee mitigation or preservation within the Harvest Water Program, how can Delta Conveyance Project, in your opinion, based on what you stated here, have impacts on the Harvest Water Program?
So because it's having an impact on the overall habitat values of the Harvest Water Program.
And what do you mean by overall habitat values of the Harvest Water Program?
Of the Harvest Water Program area.
Okay, so if we could go to page 5 of your testimony. You're specifically talking about any of the red areas within the black line here, showing the eco, or are you specific to the eco plan area, or the blue line which shows the the recycled water delivery area?
Both, the overall area.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions. Thank you so much for taking the time to answer my questions and teaching me new things today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Morris. And Ms. Tabor, do you have redirect for Dr. Marty?
Just briefly, Dr. Marty, are you, just confirm, you did review the ITP discussion of crotch bumblebee impacts, correct?
Yes.
And in your review, did you identify any discussion by the Department of Fish and Wildlife regarding the adequacy of the modeling for impacts to crotch bumblebee?
I didn't see that, no.
And so you would, based on your review, you would have no way of knowing why modeling that was reflected in the ITP application would have been different than modeling that was used for the DCP EIR?
Right. I don't know why it would be different.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up?
Dr. Marty, can you provide the shape files for the maps that you created showing the 23 FEIR areas?
I can request them from the person who created the maps, yes.
Okay, great. We'll work with Ms. Tabor to get those shape files. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. Then with that, Dr. Marty, thank you so much for your testimony and your time today. Very much appreciated. And thank you for humoring me with my questions. And you are excused.
Yeah, thank you.
And then with that, I believe we can move to, is it Stefan or Stephen Mell?
Stefan Mell.
Stefan Mell. Please, if we can, to the hearing team, elevate Stefan Mell. And Mr. Mell, you're welcome to come off mute and on camera. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for your patience today. I know it's been a long day. I will start by administering the oath, and then I will turn things over to Ms. Tabor. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. To you, Ms. Tabor.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mell. Thank you for waiting. Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 4 an accurate statement of your written testimony for this proceeding?
It is.
And would you like to make any corrections to your written testimony?
Yes, I would.
Go ahead and describe those.
Yeah. So on page 2, on lines 13, 15, and 18, there's a bulleted list that should be replaced with a lettered list A, B, and C.
Okay. And is that all of your corrections?
Yes.
Okay. Are Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 6 and 19 true and correct copies of the methodology and the Harvest Water Program contract that you rely on as exhibits to your written testimony?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 5 a true and correct copy of your CV?
Yes.
Is Exhibit Sacramento Area Sewer District 7 a true and correct copy of your summary presentation?
Yes.
Thank you. And we submitted a corrected exhibit labeled SASD 22C on Friday. I don't, that's in my notes, but now I'm looking, I don't know if that's, oh, that's your, we have it listed both as SASD 7 and SASD 22. Let's see which one we need to pull up here. I think SASD 7 C is probably the right number for.
Yeah.
And let's see if this may have been a. Oh, okay. No, we're fine with this exhibit. I'm sorry. That correction was to another sex or witness exhibit. Sorry for the confusion. Okay, Dr. Mell, we're good to go with SASD 7. If you could please proceed to summarize your testimony as it's set forth in this exhibit, SASD 7.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this first slide is right here, sort of the overall summary statement here. It centers around the DCP impacts to the Harvest Water Program. So the bullets here sort of highlight the main issues. The first centers around the loss of acreage that will be available for irrigation during the construction phase. So I've identified about 395 acres of pasture that will not be available because of the construction in the Twin Cities complex area. And that equates to about 1,900 acre feet per year of lost irrigation deliveries from the Harvest Water Program. In that same area, there's going to be about 222 acres that will be permanently impacted. And again, with a similar methodology, that equates out to about 1,100 acre feet of harvest water deliveries that won't be able to occur in that area. So those are the two issues, that are related to loss of acreage available for harvest water deliveries. There's another set of issues related to changes in the stream aquifer interaction that are going to occur because of the DCP. And the first is because of the changes in the Sacramento River water levels. That's going to impact the leakage out of the aquifer out of the river into the adjacent aquifer, which is adjacent to the harvest water program area, as well as the tunnel itself. The alignment of the tunnel is in between the Sacramento River and the harvest water program area. And so that tunnel will act as a barrier to flow and also impact some of the leakage from the Sacramento River into the adjacent aquifer. And so those two issues combined, the loss of irrigated acreage and the recharge that would occur from that, as well as the changes in the stream leakage, both those are going to affect the harvest water program's program goals of one of which is raising groundwater levels in those areas. The current DWR analysis in the EIR doesn't really address the harvest water program at all, and it's not sufficient enough to discern what those impacts of the DCP will be on the harvest water program goals in general. Next slide, please. So the figure on the right is just showing the overview of the area. The orange is the intakes and the tunnel alignment. The shaded green area is the harvest water program area, which you can see is adjacent to the DCP tunnel and intakes. And the dashed black line is the Twin Cities complex area. And that's essentially zoomed in on that figure on the right. So you can see that dashed red line, dashed black line there. In orange are parcels that at least signed a letter of intent to be on the receive harvest water deliveries. And those are pasture areas that would not be available for harvest water during at least the construction phase. In red is the area that is going to be permanently impacted with tunnel materials and things like that. And so that will be permanently, that's about 222 acres that will be permanently impacted and not be available for harvest water program deliveries. Next slide, please. So I also had a methodology. This is a brief slide to step through some of the key components of that. It's nothing too sophisticated. It's just based on a simple water balance. We've been growing alfalfa and pasture for decades, so we have a pretty good idea of how much water that takes. There's been lots of studies on that. Most of this comes from UC Ag Extension, ANR, and anywhere from about 3.5 to 4 acre feet per acre is pretty well established as what's required to grow alfalfa and pasture. Because no irrigation method is perfectly efficient, you actually have to apply more water than that to grow the crops. Typically this is flood type, gravity irrigation, flood type irrigation. Irrigation efficiencies, again, they vary, but anywhere between 70 to 85% is typical. So sort of choosing another middle of the road value there of 77%, just like with the irrigation demand. If you take those two numbers, right, and scale the irrigation demand by the irrigation efficiency, so the 3.75 divided by the 77%, you come up with about 4.87 acre feet per year per acre of irrigation demand. Scaling that by the 395 acres of pasture that were identified in the previous slide there, that gives you that 1924 number that I cited earlier. So that's the amount of harvest water deliveries that wouldn't be able to be applied in that area. If we consider this 77% efficiency, that means that there's 23% sort of inefficiency, if you will. So that's can either end up as surface runoff or deep percolation. Again, looking at the literature, anywhere between a few percent to about 30% will end up being as surface runoff. Choosing a middle of the road number there, about 15%. Scaling that out, then that gives us about 289 acre feet per year. The remainder of which ends up being that deep percolation, which is about 150 acre feet per year. So in summary, during the construction phase, there's about 1,900 acre feet per year of harvest water that will not be able to be applied. And then permanently, about 1,100 acre feet per year that won't be able to be applied. So that's, again, the impacts from essentially that lost acreage of pasture. Next slide, please. So the other impact is related to changes in stream aquifer interaction. And the DCP EIR talks about the changes in the Sacramento River leakage. There's some modeling analysis of this. And essentially what's happening, we're changing the water levels in the Sacramento River. That is going to change the hydraulic potential in the river. It's also going to decrease the amount of wetted perimeter. So that's the connection between the river and the subsurface aquifer system. And so there's essentially going to be less leakage occurring in from the river into the adjacent aquifer system, and that's going to reduce the groundwater levels in that vicinity. Next slide, please. So in addition to that change, the tunnel itself will lie in between the river and the aquifer, and in between the harvest water program area, the aquifer adjacent there. And so the flow lines can't pass through the tunnel itself. It acts as an impermeable barrier, and they'll have to curve around. That essentially increases the flow path length, decreases the gradient, and reduces the leakage from the stream into the aquifer. It just makes it less efficient to pass water in between because there's essentially some blockage in between there. This is documented in this example, the citation here from train tunnels in Spain, where they documented the hydraulics of what occurs and reduces that leakage between the adjacent water bodies and the aquifer system. So in summary, these impacts of the lost acreage and irrigation and the lost recharge from the Sacramento River, these are not quantified in a way that can be related to the harvest water program goals of increasing the water levels in those areas. So it's currently insufficient in terms of the EIR to determine what those impacts may be and the extent of those impacts. And that concludes my testimony.
Thank you, Dr. Mell. It's 4:15, so I think we have time to get started with some questions, and I will look to the DWR team. Is it Ms. Morris or Ann Carroll, it looks like? Ms. Carroll.
Be Ms. Morris momentarily, but I just wanted to ask before we started if Dr. Melly, if you were available tomorrow, should we need additional time, or if you're coming back on the 28th or 29th, I believe that was the other time that was reserved for SACSUR witnesses.
I thought it was the 23rd.
Yes, so that would be not the 23rd, Thursday, our next hearing day. So Ms. Tabor, that fits your understanding as well, that if we need more time with Dr. Mell, that he would be returning to us on the 23rd.
Correct. We discussed that.
Yeah.
Thank
That's
you.
my understanding.
Pieces. So I just wanted to double check, and Ms. Morris is here to ask some questions.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How are you today?
I'm well, thanks for asking.
My name is Stephanie Morris, and you probably heard this since you've been on waiting all day. And I'm outside counsel for DWR in this proceeding, and I have some questions for you. Dr. Mell, I noted that you have a bachelor's degree and a PhD in engineering, but are you a licensed engineer in the state of California?
I am not.
Um, are you a licensed geologist in the
I am
state?
not.
Okay. Have you reviewed the FEIR?
Not its entirety, but I have reviewed several of the sections related to groundwater.
I noticed in your testimony you cited to AHO 1005. Did you review any other chapters? Do we need to pull up the AHO 10? Mr. Wildridge, could you just pull up AHO 1005 so the witness can see? I saw. Does this refresh your recollection?
Yeah, so this is, yep. So some stuff in chapter 3. Yep.
And you also cited to AHO 1058. Could we pull that up, Mr. Wildridge?
Yeah, 8. Yep.
And what's your understanding of what this document is?
This particular one?
Yes.
Yeah, so this is related to, the groundwater impacts. This is the particularly this one, the 2040, so this is projected out.
And did you review any other sections of the EIR? I didn't see any other citations. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, the other ones relative to 8, pretty much, I think 8B is also groundwater.
So you reviewed, I think, chapter 8, which is marked AHO 1055, but you didn't cite to that in your testimony. Is that accurate?
Go back and look and see, but if that's not cited, yeah, that's then
I didn't see it.
not cited, but
that doesn't mean it's not there. But I did
right.
see 1058 and 1005.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sorry.
that seems fair. Yeah.
Okay. Are you familiar with the South American subbasin, Dr. Mel?
I'm sorry, am I familiar with the South American subbasin?
Yes.
In terms of just, I guess, what's the context here? Is the
Well, specifically, I was going to ask you if you're familiar because you are providing testimony about potential impacts to the South American subbasin. So, are you generally familiar with the subbasin?
Yeah, in terms of yeah, yeah, I'm generally familiar with the South American subbasin.
And when we talk about the South American subbasin, as defined by DWR Bulletin 118.
Yes, so the extent of it, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Yep.
And do you know how many or how large in either square miles or acreage the South American subbasin is?
Oh gosh, not on the top of my head, pull that off, but my testimony doesn't really apply to the South American subbasin in particular, other than
I thought
part
you
of
were
the GSP.
That you were making some opinions about impacts to groundwater recharge within the South American subbasin. Am I misunderstanding your testimony?
So that the harvest water program is inside the South American subbasin. The South American subbasin GSP refers to the harvest water program. It's part of that. In terms of project management, action to help raise groundwater levels. So that the harvest water program is part of the GSP, the South American subbasin, but I was not involved in developing the South American subbasin GSP.
Would you agree that recharge absent barriers or faults or things of that nature, can be throughout the entire subbasin, correct?
Yeah.
Objection vague. But what does absent barriers mean?
I think the witness answered, so I think he understood the question.
Yeah, recharge can occur in all kinds of forms.
And how many, do you know that, is it your understanding that Sacramento River makes up the western boundary of the South American subbasin?
Yeah.
And are you aware of how many miles of the Sacramento River are along the boundary of the Sacramento area subbasin?
Yeah. Oh, geez. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's several miles. Depends on. Let's see. We're cutting that off up there. I mean, I couldn't pull off the precise number off the top of my head, but we're several miles, right?
Like tens of miles, or?
Yes, certainly.
And generally, is the South America subbasin at the Sacramento River kind of around the boundary? Is it around the city of Sacramento in general? Do you know?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
I'm asking for your understanding of the South American subbasin, that the sort of the northernmost portion where the Sacramento River is that near the city of Sacramento?
Well, it goes all the way up past the the confluence with the American, right? So I'm not sure what you mean with the city of.
Okay, yeah, generally it's beyond the city of Sacramento, correct?
Yeah.
And would you, do you know how many miles the Sacramento River is to the approximate location of the northernmost intake?
Objection vague. Miles from where?
I can restate the question.
Please.
Dr. Mel, we just discussed that the beginning of the the South American subbasin, where along the Sacramento River, which is the westernmost portion of the South American subbasin, correct?
Yeah.
And that the northernmost point at the Sacramento River is above the city of Sacramento, above the confluence with the Feather River, correct?
Objection. I don't believe there was discussion about the confluence of the Feather River.
You're right.
American River, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So do you know from the northernmost point of the South American subbasin how many miles to the northernmost proposed intake for the Delta Conveyance project?
Precisely, no. Could pull it up on a map and we could get that number very easily, but I mean, again, several miles.
Would you agree it's probably over 30 miles? Does that sound right to you?
I would say to the northernmost intake. Is that was that the question from the confluence there? Yeah, that would stand to reason. Yeah.
And Dr. Mel, are you aware of how much pumping occurs annually in the South American subbasin?
I mean, it would vary on, what years, dry years, things like that. So that I don't know that that's a fixed number.
In general, an average historical number?
I could look it up, but not off the top of my head.
I will represent to you that I pulled from the GSP that the historical water budget showed that the South American subbasin pumps an average of 249,700 acre feet. Does that seem?
Objection. Is this document in the record, and can you point to the specific citation, Ms. Morris, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to mark this, and if we want to take another quick break, or I can, yeah,
We
I
can come
can take a
back to
break.
it. We possibly, if we have to come back on Thursday in any case, that might be the time to address it.
Okay. Well, I will come back and answer these questions, but let me go here then to try to use time efficiently. Dr. Mel, are you aware of any faults or barriers to groundwater flow in the South American subbasin?
Well, faults or barriers. So, what what are you what's constituting a barrier?
Well, let's start with faults. Are you aware of any faults that impede groundwater flow in the South American subbasin?
I have not analyzed any faults in that area.
You haven't analyzed them. Are you aware if they exist in the South American subbasin?
I am not aware of them. No. Doesn't mean they're not there, but I haven't looked for them.
And actually, I think this might be already marked. I thought I had to mark it, but if we could go back to, I think Mr. Wooldridge, if we could pull up what's been marked as SCWA 005.
Did you, Ms. Morris, did you say SCWA?
Correct.
Yes.
Sacramento County Water Agency
Thank you.
005. Uh-oh, it looks like the title page went away.
It
It might be
may
loading.
just be loading. Yeah, it's a large, as you know, a large
There.
file. There we go.
Okay. So this is the South American Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan that was submitted by Sacramento County Water Agency, one of the SOMAC clients. Have you seen this document?
Yeah, I've seen the GSP. Yeah.
Okay. And if we, Mr. Wooldridge, if we could go to PDF page 259. And if we could maybe scroll into that table, that's, I believe, table 2.47. So I was asking you if you knew how much pumping occurs in the South American sub-basin, and I'm looking at this table now.
Can we scroll up, please, to see if there's more information on the prior page about the title or purpose of this table? I didn't see the number that you referenced, Ms. Morris. There we go. Okay.
It might be, I am looking for it myself. And I'm wondering if I flipped a number.
Well, the top one, let me just, thank you. Average annual water budget, groundwater system, South American subbasin. Okay.
Yeah, I'm looking for the groundwater production number, and I'm not seeing.
Well, we're looking at inflows here, but I think in the next page,
It might be on the next page.
outflows would seem the logical place for that.
There it is. And could you, I'm looking at it this way. Yeah, under groundwater production, sorry. So looking at the historical condition, would you agree that the outflow from pumping appears to be 267,700?
My interpretation of that is that's not all, that's total outflow. So that includes discharges to streams, not just pumping.
Mhm. And I think if we subtract from 267,700 and subtract the groundwater discharge to streams, that would give us roughly, and we should check my numbers, 249,700. Does that sound right? Maybe I should check my math, or you can.
Well, but there's also the subsurface outflow. That's another number involved here.
Is there going to be a question based on this?
We're
math?
trying to get
there. Please be patient with me. Thank you for your patience. I'll come back to this, and I'll come back to this, sorry. I did want to just leave this document up. If we could go to page 172. And I was just, we were just talking about faults. And so does this refresh your recollection that there are not any regional scale folds or faults in the South American subbasin?
Yeah, and to be fair, I didn't look at the geology of this. So, I mean, if this is what their investigation said, I mean, I guess this is referencing a DWR report. Yeah.
How would you characterize recharge rates for water at the land surface to groundwater near the Sacramento River and near the, let me start with that, near the Sacramento River?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
How would you characterize recharge rates of water at the land surface to groundwater near the Sacramento River?
So from the river?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's variable, right? I don't know that I would hang my hat on a single number. And it, can vary by location, time of year.
And do you have a characterization for recharge rates for water at the land surface from precipitation at the Twin Cities complex?
Objection, Vegas to characterization and from the land surface.
Dr. Mel, do you understand the question?
I'm not sure I do, quite honestly. I think you're asking, can I characterize how much recharge occurs at the Twin Cities site from precipitation? Is that what you were asking?
Yes.
So my testimony didn't look at that. But I did look at those numbers. I don't have them with me on the I didn't have them prepared. It wasn't part of my testimony, but I did look at that.
In what context did you look at those numbers, those recharge
Just,
rates?
again, looking at an overall water balance, right? So there certainly is there's certainly precipitation that occurs, right? And so that is part of the equation. I was being conservative in my estimates because I took precip out. And the main reason is because it's unclear what's going to happen with that site, right? How it's going to be graded. If it's going to be rolled over with equipment, that's going to compact it, right? You're probably going to get less recharge because the soils are going to be compacted. There were, mitigation measures citing things of, capturing that surface water, treating it potentially if there's contaminants in there from some of the spoils materials, how it might be recycled or discharged. So there wasn't a definitive, how that water was going to be reused. So I just basically took it out of the equation. If does that make sense?
So you took it out of the equation, but you did look at recharge rates as for applied water?
For irrigation, for applied water, right? So when you look at that number of the 3.5 to 4 acre feet per year, right? That number is based on, if you go back to the UCANR studies, it's based on what is also going to be met throughout the year from precipitation, right? So that's already taken out of that. Okay, so this is just the irrigation demand, right? The rest of the additional demand is closer to 5 feet of water per acre, but then some of that's coming from rainfall and things like that in the valley. Does that make sense?
I'm following what you're saying. Yes.
Yeah. So that the precip was already taken out of that number, and that's just the irrigation demand.
At the location of what we're calling the Twin Cities complex, do you think the soils are well drained?
I mean, that's as compared to what?
Well, I'm wondering if you know if they're well drained or if there are drainage issues at that location, or if you have any information at all.
I mean, I think well drained would need some context, right? Compared to.
Well, have you done any soil sampling at that location to see
I
if
have,
the soil
I have not done any soil sampling at that location.
And do you know at that location for irrigation if irrigation is currently being met through surface water or from groundwater pumping at Twin Cities complex?
So can we maybe go back to that map that I had? So that would be on
Sure.
What is it? It's
Are you talking about your PowerPoint?
Yeah, that might be the one that I'm most familiar with.
Say 7, yeah.
Yeah, so it'd be slide 2. There we go. So the areas in orange there, my understanding those are surface irrigated. I am unsure about the areas that truck crops in green up in the sort of northwest part. I'm unsure of what those might be a mixture of groundwater or surface water. I'm unsure of those.
And you're looking at the area in orange and green, those are a blow up of the map where the Twin Cities location would be.
That's right. If you can see, there's outlined in black, sort of dashed outline is the shape for the Twin Cities complex.
Okay, and then your testimony is that the green is with what? What's the source of irrigation?
I am unsure of that.
Oh, okay. So surface water is orange and green is unknown.
Surface water is a pasture. And to my knowledge, that is surface water irrigated currently. And that's the 395 acres that I identified in my testimony.
Thank you.
Green are sort of truck crops and other things. To my knowledge, that is again, things move quickly and change. Those parcels weren't, or at least didn't sign a letter of intent for the harvest water program, at least to my knowledge at the time of my testimony. That could have changed. So I didn't analyze those.
Okay, the green ones, you are unsure if they sign a letter of intent with
Yeah.
harvest? Okay.
Yeah, at least at the time of my, when I developed this back in July, they hadn't signed, but that was.
And in your testimony, paragraph 4, lines 27 to 28.
Morris, I'm sorry to interrupt. We're at 19 minutes. If we wanted to reserve some time, I don't know if it's a good breaking point for you as
Yeah,
well.
that's
Okay.
fine. I wasn't paying attention to the time. Thank you.
Sure. So with that, Dr. Mel, thank you so much for being here today. We will see you again on Thursday morning, the 23rd, and we'll finish at that time.
Perfect.
And just to confirm, Hearing Officer Kinsey, the hearing team will send Dr. Mel a link for Thursday's testimony, correct?
Yes, we will do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think now we are moving to procedural items. I think we might as well start. I'll get to the very end. I don't think Mr. Brodsky is on, although he may be listening. Oh no, he's here.
No.
Welcome back, Mr. Brodsky. We
Hi.
can start. We can start then with scheduling. It looks like, well, Ms. Morris, if you're still with us, do you have an estimate of how much more cross you may have for Dr. Mel?
I'll say it for Ms. Morris.
Thank you.
It's about 40 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, so we have about 40 minutes in the morning. And then there may be some redirect. And then we would be turning to your witnesses, Mr. Brodsky, and I, once again, I'm optimistic that we may get through the 4 witnesses identified for Thursday.
Okay, so we should, our first witness probably be starting around 10 o'clock, something like that.
Yes, in that range.
Okay.
Do we have, or I don't know, Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris, have you provided Mr. Brodsky an estimate for cross of these witnesses?
We not. We just got his direct this morning, but he did kindly provide an estimate for cross in his submission, so we could use his numbers for now.
Okay. I think that those numbers, if I did my math correctly, supported my optimism about our day on Thursday. So thank you. Mr. Brodsky, is there anything else we can help with?
I think that covers it. I just wanted to make sure this morning, Ms. Morris asked me if the witnesses were going to be in a panel, and I said that the witnesses for Thursday were not intended to be in a panel. I don't remember if I said that the witnesses on Monday were intended to be in a panel, those 3. So I just wanted to clarify that in case I forgot to say that this morning.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. Okay, fair enough. So then we'll see you Thursday.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And then I will look to Ms. Carroll or Ms. Morris on other things we should talk about.
I get that pleasure. One question that we had was with the moving dates that we talked about with additional hearing dates.
Yes.
Right now, the deadline to submit objections is November 17th.
Yes.
So are you planning on keeping that deadline, or should we expect that to move to after the last hearing day?
Here's what I would be inclined to do, and you can see if you want to convince me otherwise. I'd be inclined to keep that deadline, but then allow for, if there is a change that comes out of the cross-examination that would raise additional objections in some way, I'll kind of allow for a supplemental deadline. But I suspect the bulk will be done, and having that earlier deadline will allow me to hopefully turn around rulings with the caveat that things could change with cross-examination of the witnesses. So that's what I'm thinking, is that we'd retain those deadlines, even though they're a bit, ideally you'd do this in a different order, but.
In an ideal world. Could we have a deadline though for the second supplemental submission, just to have one?
You mean right now, or once we figure out when the date is? Yes, absolutely. We will set a deadline, and that will be sometime after, of course, we hear from those witnesses sounds like in December.
Okay, sounds good. Another was Ms. Meserve mentioned that, holding time on calendars is really difficult. So we took a look at the names of the witnesses that we are aware of from the 2 site visit days we've had so far. We do have 4 people we do not intend to call back for cross. That would be Cynthia Cortez, Ryan Hernandez, Vice Chair Tayoba, and Crystal Moreno.
Thank you. That's helpful.
And then the last one is a bit of pressure for you, is we were wondering when you might rule on DWR's response to the request for additional information and the other submissions received by the hearing office. We believe that might determine some of the rebuttal deadlines and things like that, and how the information is handled timing wise and schedule wise. So wanted to throw that out there.
Yes. So here's my intent. It's once again, it's working as quickly as possible, but I'd like to have our team is going to be looking at that response, which of course it actually didn't land on my desk until today, or virtual desk. My intent is we're planning on the 27th. Let's plan for that, and then the unless I plan on having a conversation between the modelers on the 27th, and then the expectation is the ruling would come out shortly thereafter, absent internal deliberation and a decision for me to withdraw or revise such that our modelers don't need to talk to each other. But let's plan for the 27th, and then a written ruling would come out shortly thereafter. I did come to the conclusion that it's complex enough. We need something in writing. That I'm not planning on ruling orally on the 27th in an absolute way. So, does that help?
Yes, that helps a lot.
The other thing too, though, I will reveal, I am on the verge, and I thought maybe it was going to happen today, but it didn't, of issuing an 8th amended hearing notice, because I do want to start reserving dates. It's in some ways overdue. I want everyone to be on notice. That said, I understand that this is a complex proceeding, and that could be subject to revision if there are future decisions that affect that schedule. So.
Absolutely. I think it for all of those.
Yeah, thank you. Ms. Tabor, please.
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kinsey. The parties would appreciate an updated hearing notice. And what would be also greatly appreciated is if it's available somewhere on the AHO's, the FTP site, or in the hearing notice, the days that going forward, at this point, it sounds like really through at least March, that are known AHO blackout dates.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I will work on that. That has crossed my mind. And yes, there certainly are some, always board meeting days are blackout days, but we will document these. I do actually have some vacation plans, and I will identify those, and we will do that as soon as possible. I don't know that it'll be in the notice, but we'll update that schedule that's on our webpage that previously included blackout dates to be forward looking.
Thank you very much.
Is there anything else we should address before we break until Thursday? Ms. Meserve.
Good afternoon. Yeah, just as we did send a letter today on behalf of a few of the protestants, which I'm sure you haven't had a chance to look at, and we apologize for spamming you while we're in hearing, but we're trying to keep things moving along.
I think I've done the same thing in reverse.
Anyway, yeah, there is a concern about what could be termed as assistance with DWR's case in chief potentially. So, should over this objection, the meeting that has been proposed take place, we also are requesting, as you've noted, that our experts also be available. So, I'm not sure if Mr. Ruiz, I know, wanted to make sure that Mr. Burke was available to be on, I guess it would be the 27th. And then my question was, because it had to, the request for information submitted by the hearing officer also pertained to climate change modeling. I didn't know if the discussion would be about that as well, because I did correspond with Mr. Lucas, and he is not available on the 27th. And if the discussion was going to encompass that topic, I would ask that the discussion not occur on the 7th. Because we did submit testimony, and that is the land and San Joaquin County's expert on that topic.
I mean, so help me think. I know we need to break soon, but think through why. So I think and I just had a chance to read DWR's response, but I believe the concern there was well, there were several different ones, right? It was the extent to which the way the climate runs were going to be run in terms of using a 50th percentile, if I'm saying it accurately, instead of the central tendency. And then whether we could substitute a 95th percentile, which that model run had already been done. This was based off a quick read. That model run had already been done as opposed to the 75th percentile. And then there was some question about whether or not running DSM-2 was appropriate and valuable, looking out for I believe it was the 2085 roughly run. Are all of those areas of concern for you, Ms. Meserve? Those are all,
Well, I'm trying to figure that out.
that's fair.
In
We're
all
doing this on the
honesty.
fly.
So I can try to get back to you. I guess I'm just giving you a heads up that I did correspond with Mr. Lucas and he said he was not available on the 27th. So if I can confirm that, we don't have concerns about, well, as we noted in the letter, we do have concerns about the overall approach.
Right.
Back in position, we want our experts there.
And I will know more and I'll have a better understanding too when we meet again on Thursday. Let's maybe table this and let's come back to it on Thursday.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you. And Mr. Reese, I see your hand is up. If we can please elevate Mr. Reese. Good afternoon, Mr. Reese.
Good afternoon. I think that discussion covered most of it, except to say at this point, I have not heard back from Mr. Burke, so I don't know if he would be available on the 27th. I haven't heard back from him at all. So I'll get back to the group when we know when he's available. We absolutely need him for this process. As Ms. Meserve noted, we're a little bit struggling trying to figure out exactly what is being communicated in these correspondence with regard to the modeling.
Understood. That makes sense. Let's
Thank you.
Reconvene on Thursday. Is there anything else? All right, then I will see all of you on Thursday at 9 a.m. and we are adjourned.